Alright, so it's been an extra week since we've had an episode of Flight Chat, so tons of emails to get to because we have not discussed Fantastic Four First Steps yet. We're going to be discussing that a lot today, so here is your obligatory spoiler warning for everybody listening. Here on out, for the rest of this episode, there will be spoilers discussed for Fantastic Four First Steps, and there probably will also be spoilers for Superman, even though we're technically out of the 2-weekend spoiler moratorium as suggested years ago by the Russo brothers for Avengers Endgame, and I'm holding to that as well. But yeah, that's where we're at. Spoilers for both Fantastic Four and Superman going forward. There's your obligatory warning to start the show. All right, now let's get to it because there's a lot to cover here. You guys send a lot of emails and none of them are short, so let's dive right in. John R. leads us off with his multiple emails for this week. Let's start with his very first one, email number 1, titled Songs in the Key of Wisdom number 1, Peacemaker and Others. The AI summary says that Jonathan discussed his favorite bands in a hypothetical scenario for Peacemaker Season 2. He also mentioned he might skip a review of Superman by E-Rod the Blockbuster Buster. And he also asked me if I viewed a commenter's unsubscribing as a loss or not. Alright. Intriguing. Let's get to the nuts and bolts of it. First question that John has. He says, all this talk about Superman being punk rock made me think about what my favorite punk band is. I wouldn't call them punk. Pop punk, maybe? But this band got me through the high school and college years when I had the hardest time in life. Sum 41, he says. I remember the first time hearing one of their songs. Makes no difference. It was at the end credits of the Dragon Ball Z film Bardock, the Father of Goku, and one of Tony Hawk's games. We get those Battle of the Band eras, you know what I'm saying? Let's see, he's got the Beatles versus the Stones, Jacksons versus the Osmonds, that was a battle. Okay, I guess it was. The Clash versus the Sex Pistols, yes, alright. Nirvana versus Pearl Jam, okay. Oasis versus Blur, Britney versus Christina, Backstreet Boys versus NSYNC, alright. Britney versus Christina isn't a band, but I get it. And then there's Blink-182 versus Sum 41, he says, the pop-punk bands with numbers in their name. Which one of these two do you like more? I think Blink, rhyme intended, is more popular in the zeitgeist than Sum 41, but I think the latter have a lot more better songs in my opinion. Underclass Hero is one of not just the best pop-punk album ever made, but it's in my top 10 favorite albums. His top 10 favorites, by the way, What's the Story, Morning Glory by Oasis, number 1. Revolver by the Beatles, number 2. Brian Wilson Presents Smile, number 3 by Brian Wilson. Nevermind by Nirvana, number 4. Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys, number 5. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles, number 6. Abbey Road, number 7. Rubber Soul, number 8. Those are all Beatles albums, by the way. Definitely Maybe by Oasis, number 9. And Underclass Hero, Sum 41, is number 10 on his list. John, I have not listened to enough Blink-182 or Sum 41 to offer a reasonable or rational opinion on which one I like better. I don't know. I can't tell you. Right now, I cannot off the top of my head think of a Blink-182 or Sum 41 song that I've heard. I know I've heard them, but I can't think of them offhand. I'll dig into that later. I do not have a definitive answer for you at this point in time. I can't say that I've listened to either one of them enough to give you a well-reasoned, educated answer on which one I think is better, to be honest with you. But I will agree with you. I think Blink-182 probably is more mainstream than Sum 41, even though I've heard of both. But, alright. So his second question, he says, so I had this thought. Call this a what-if scenario if you'd like. But knowing James Gunn's type of humor, if this is any indication of what was said to as how Peacemaker Season 2 rather deals with the DCEU in a different way, this would be a funny way to do so. So this is the whole canonical discussion on, for the people that really have to stress over whether or not, or like how Season 1 of Peacemaker, which is DCEU, is made canon somehow going forward. He says his scenario is Chris heads to Star Labs and is asked by John Henry Irons, played by a well-known actor, I'll go with Tyler Perry, I don't like that pick, but alright, Tyler Perry, to go inside this interdimensional door because he wants to get paid to do an experiment. He enters the door and falls and sees cans of tomatoes hitting his face. He falls on top of the door that says DDEU and opens the door. He sees John Henry Irons again, this time played by Shaquille O'Neal. Chris says, Shaq? Shaq Irons says, no, Mr. Smith, I'm not sure who this Shaq person is. I'm Dr. Irons. How was the space travel? This project is very important to Mr. Wayne. We then pan to Bruce Wayne, who once again is played by George Clooney, indicating we're in the reality change by The Flash. Also, a steel costume from the 97 film is in a glass display in the background. Peacemaker has a horrified look in his face and just slowly backs away into the door. He falls again back to the door he opened initially and sees the door and that reads DC Universe. Perry's irons. How was it? Peacemaker. Well, apparently you're Shaq on the other door. Perry says, ooh. Chris says, oh, you entered the DDEU? Yeah, what does that stand for? Das Dead Extended Universe. This is the Das Cool Universe. Who's in charge here? Robert Pattinson shows up as Bruce Wayne's cousin Van Wayne. Perry irons Peacemaker. This is a long description. Okay. He says, Peacemaker, this is Van Wayne, cousin to Bruce Wayne. Peacemaker has a confused look in his face. Chris, wait, that other door Shack, Dr. Irons said they were expecting another Peacemaker. Where did that guy go? We cut to a version of Peacemaker that stares at a door that reads, that one universe with no metahumans and only Batman exists in it. Again. Cuts to intro. This does feel more like a Deadpool scenario, but at this point, Peacemaker is like if Deadpool and Captain America had a child. I don't really care for that scenario, John, and I honestly don't think it's something James Gunn would do. I think, truthfully, that he did the George Clooney thing. I think that was just a funny way to wrap that up because the DCEU was ending and he wanted something to distinguish that universe from the universe that he's building now. And so he came up with that gimmicky ending because, you know, regardless of what they thought the original ending was going to be for that film, the ending that they did change to before the DCU was created, before DC Studios was created, involved Michael Keaton. And we know this because I've seen the set photos of Michael Keaton on the actual like courtroom steps, like the same place that Clooney would have met him. Like they shot the sequence with Keaton, right? And that was supposed to lead into the Batgirl movie that we never saw, right? Because those people, there was this idea of making Keaton the DCEU Batman, and that did not pan out, didn't work out. So I think Gunn just thought of a funny way to tie that one up. I don't think it's something that he'd do in Peacemaker. I don't. I really don't. And I do think there are going to be cameos. If Shaq were to show up as like that John Henry Irons, it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you. I don't think Robert Pattinson is going to show up at all. I think he wants to distance himself from Robert Pattinson as much as possible, especially since people will not leave him alone about this idea of Robert Pattinson joining the DCU and being the DCU Batman, because fans just love to be in their shit and, you know, not be rational and be all brand new about things with respect to how the sausage is made with these universes, right? So I don't see your scenario being realistic, but I think it's intriguing to think about from a comedic sense, I suppose. All right, so number 3, he says, so Erod the Blockbuster Buster saw Superman and plans to do a review of it on Wednesday. He did love it, but I'm torn on watching it. He's been such a nasty person to the DCEU. Some of his quotes, DCEU is on my very short blacklist. Oh god, they're using the Kingdom Come Golden armor for Wonder Woman in the DCEU? Zack Snyder has fans? Occasionally use the footage of Henry Cavill doing the Ice Bucket Challenge in costume to shit on Man of Steel and the DCEU, even though it was for charity. John says, honestly, I'd just rather not watch people who like something just to tear the other thing down. I think I'm just going to skip it. I'll let you know after Wednesday. Happy for him that he has a DC film franchise he can latch on to, and I have some sympathy to the guy he lost his wife due to COVID back in 2022. I feel bad for having an argument with her back in 2017 over his ridiculous decision to blacklist the DCEU, including skipping 2017 Wonder Woman, but I prefer people who have rational responses to these things like you and Dave. Yeah, I don't think you should wait till Wednesday, John. Skip it. Like, why? And I also don't agree with feeling guilty. I mean, you did not cause any badness to befall him, right? Like, that's out of your control. Having an argument with people, you know, it's just like John Schnepp. Perfect example. I never met John Schnepp in real life. I can't speak to John Schnepp as a person. I can tell you that I heavily disagree with a lot of what he said when he was alive, and he was very nasty towards the DCEU as well. I don't feel guilty about those arguments because he was who he was, and we can disagree, right? He could be somebody that I blocked. He could be somebody that I pushed aside. I don't retroactively feel bad about that. I certainly would not wish, never wished ill will on him to that degree. And certainly, as you don't wish ill will on the wife of Erod the Blockbuster Buster. I get it. If you want to have sympathy for the guy, that's fine. But don't feel guilty about having an argument or whatnot. No, you are who you are. And he doesn't even know who you are, right? Like, there's no, you know, it is what it is in that regard. Like, that should have no bearings. Like, real life and whatnot, that's a completely different scenario with respect to that. So I wouldn't feel guilty about having an argument with her. But I would definitely skip his review because just the little examples there that you prove. No, why pay attention to him? That's enough toxicity, right? Just enough, too much snark and too much toxicity. And if that's how he wants to live his life, that's his business. But no, I feel like you give these toxic people way too much quarter. Like you're a really nice person, John, but I feel like you're too nice with a lot of these people, truthfully. And I also see that on social media, all the bots and trolls that you like try to reason with. I really think you should stop reasoning with them. I really do, because aside from the fact that they cause their reactions and their toxicity to pop up on my feed more than I would like them to see from my own personal standpoint, you're wasting your time with them. You're 100% wasting your time. You know what? This is a perfect time to go to what James Gunn said earlier this week, because he laid it down, and you know what? He also, called himself out a little bit on the carpet and said he needed to do a better job with this, but he made a very salient post that I and many others shared, and I'm going to share it here. This was 3 days ago. James Gunn posted this in 2 threads. He said, quote, "If you see something toxic online, my advice would be don't interact with it. Attention only fans the flames of online toxicity. It's one of the reasons I'm primarily on this platform. It isn't because there are fewer toxic people here, although there seemingly are. It's because it started as an online culture more willing to let the toxic personality in the back of the room shout himself hoarse and go away. When you shout back, you're making that voice relevant. You're giving it a sounding board. You are the midwife helping to birth that toxic voice into the world. You're helping to make a few thousand angry voices seem like millions. And to be clear, when I'm talking about toxicity, I'm talking primarily about rage or cruelty. I'm not talking about not liking something or having reasonable arguments about things we like and don't like. Anyway, forgive the PSA, but it's on my mind." End quote. That's James Gunn's entire post. And to that point, John, when I look at this, it says, "Oh God, they're using the Kingdom Come golden armor for Wonder Woman in the DCEU. Zack Snyder has fans." And then you said he used footage of Henry Cavill doing the Ice Bucket Challenge, which was the charity move for ALS, in costume to shit on Man of Steel and the DCEU, even though it was for charity. That's toxic. That's abusive behavior. That's nothing. There's nothing acceptable. That's rage and cruelty, just like James Gunn is saying. Why are you paying attention to those people, John? Stop it. Seriously. I urge you and I implore you to stop paying attention to these people. Really. I mean that seriously, man. You pay way too much attention to these assholes. And the rage or cruelty is unacceptable. And Gunn is right. We all need to stop responding to this bullshit. We all need to, like he said, let them, let the toxic personality in the back of the room shout himself hoarse and go away. That's what we need, especially when I keep seeing reports. I saw another one the other day that said that nearly half of active accounts on social media are bots and not real, right? Just rage bait. That's all it is, because all these platforms are trying to push us into rage bait, and they're trying to piss us off, and they're trying to get us into these other corners to like get all incensed and upset. How many real humans are you talking to? You're not getting your point across to anybody real, John, as far as I'm concerned. So I really feel like I feel like I've said this to you 1,000 times, and I'm gonna keep saying it until I don't see it anymore, man. It's just it's too much, and I need to do a better job of that. There are way less of these idiots that I need to be responding to, because I've also amplified it. Like he said, well, I like the facsimile said, the midwife helping to birth that toxic voice into the world. Yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. I really don't. And neither do you. So we all need to just push past that. So yeah, Skippy Rod the Blockbuster Busters review. It's only going to piss you off. And that's probably part of his intention, right? Enough with giving these guys a modicum of respect. It's not necessary. Ignore them. Let them be toxic in their own little corners of toxicity. Don't let them enter your head. Seriously, man. I can't stress that enough for you. I got to be completely honest and blunt with you on that. Knock it the hell off. Seriously, man. It's too much. Anyway, number 4 for your email. Just one more thing for this particular email. He says, "I don't know how often you read your YouTube comments, but this one dude left a comment on the last Flight Chat episode, said he's rooting for the failure of this Superman and Warner Brothers doesn't deserve to own him and that he's unsubscribed. I responded saying that you won't miss him. Do you consider this one less monkey that follows you, or do you view this as a hefty loss? I feel like if people don't know what you're about at this point, then they aren't actively paying attention. This person clearly only followed you because you were a DCEU defender, but now that you're defending the DCU now, he's tuning out. Yeah, that was my reasons for following you too, but you had a more nuanced view of how ridiculous people act toward franchises in general. There is nothing hefty about anybody unsubscribing from me because now they are against what I'm saying. I'm very honest with my opinions. I'm a DC fan first. And there's no reason to pit the DCEU against the DCU whatsoever. None. Anybody that feels that way, that's toxicity, that's rage, that's cruelty. Bye-bye. I don't give a shit. I didn't. Was that somebody that I responded to, or did that? I don't even know who that was. Right? Whenever that happened, and you don't need to point it out because I don't give a shit. And I don't look at it. YouTube comments are arguably the most toxic of the comment sections, like anywhere. Right? So honestly, those are the ones that I need to ignore the most. Truthfully, I have no idea like who said that or where they like. I didn't get a notification, or maybe I did. I don't know. But either way, bye. No, there's nothing hefty about that loss whatsoever. It's not a loss. No, if anything, look. I came to the realization not that long ago, it really some time ago, that I'm never going to get a massive following. It's never going to be like this big, huge thing because I'm not negative enough. I am not like snarky enough. I am not like misanthropic enough. I'm not pathetic enough to get millions of subscribers on any of my channels. I'm not. I understand that. If I ever get to a point where I like have thousands of followers or however many that I've got, then that means that there's more hope in the world that, like for me, because that means that there are more people that are tired of arguing and don't just gravitate toward hate marketing and bullshit. Because if you follow me, then that's what it's about, right? Or at the very least, you tolerate what it is that I am positive for on your side, right? Until you get to a point like that dude who said he's unsubscribed because that Superman and Warner Brothers don't deserve to own him. It's not about owning. That is an entitled piece of shit right there. So under no circumstances, John, is that even remotely a hefty loss. Anybody that unfollows me over something like that is pathetic, and that person, I don't want them in my audience. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to see any of their bullshit. That is entitled, toxic shit. And that person there's nothing even remotely hefty about losing a person like that. Bye. Absolutely, goodbye. If it took me down to 10 followers, if I found out, because how many followers have I got? How many people subscribe to me? How many subscribers do I have on the YouTube channel? Let's see. I have 173 subscribers on the YouTube channel. If I found out that 163 of them all of a sudden decided to unfollow me because I'm supporting the DCU, bye, goodbye, and I'll just be down to 10 subscribers. I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's the point. This isn't about followers. This isn't about subscribers. Are subscribers nice? Is having an audience nice? Absolutely. Is being genuine and honest and non-toxic to that audience nice? Yeah. And that's more important to me. It's more important to me to have a non-toxic audience. It's more important to me to be genuine. It's more important to me to not be a tribalist piece of shit like that person clearly is. So I'm not going to compromise who I am and how I honestly feel as an individual, especially as I get older, just for the sake of numbers. I'm not going to do that. Absolutely not. So, no, there's nothing hefty about that loss whatsoever, John. Good riddance to that asshole, whoever he is. Bye. He can go and wallow in his own misanthropy while I remain happier than he is because I'm a DC fan and DC is succeeding. Oh darn, they're not succeeding the way that he wants. Well, he can go cry in his beard or wherever he's at. If he has a beard or not, he probably has a neck beard. Whatever stereotype you want to throw at a guy like that. No, don't give a shit. Whatever. It is what it is. We've talked about him enough. Let's move on to your second email, John. This one is titled Ode to Theo and the Prince of Darkness. This is going to be a downer because this is going to be a in memoriam email for sure. But that's all right. We can focus on the positives on it. John says, I wasn't sure when I'd get around to doing another email. I overslept when you said there'd be no flight chat for the 25-27 weekend, and then sent that first email prematurely. But this was a rough loss this week, he says. Malcolm, Jamal, Warner, and Ozzy both gone within 48 hours of each other. Ozzy Osbourne, that is, did say he felt his time was coming shortly after his final show, which I haven't had a chance to watch yet. Between watching some of Oasis' new live gigs, catching up on Sum 41 and Beach Boy material, the weird viral meme Coldplay started, and watching the Billy Joel documentary, I haven't had a chance to see it, but I will and give my thoughts on it. First, Malcolm, he says. I didn't really watch a lot of The Cosby Show. I've seen episodes here and there. Since I've seen more Family Matters, I always saw similarities to him and Darius McCrary's Eddie Winslow. Both the oldest sons, both overconfident with the ladies, both male ego driven, neither the sharpest tools in the shed. I do feel McCrary did take some inspiration from Theo slash Malcolm a bit. Of course, I did like his guest appearances on Fresh Prince where he was Hillary's boyfriend, the lawyer. I forgot his name, I'm sorry. I've seen him pop up here and there and across entertainment media. It's a shame he's associated with that piece of shit in his show, but none of that was his fault. He was still my favorite Huxtable. Yeah, the Cosby Show is difficult because so many of us from Gen X and elder millennials grew up on that show, and yeah, we don't like obviously that it's associated with Bill Cosby, but the show itself and like it's probably the most difficult case of separating the art from the artist. It's very difficult, right? Because obviously Cosby modeled it off of his own family, and there are life lessons. There are things that we grew up with, things that are part of our personality, right? And we wrestled with that even as we paid tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. But I do feel like a lot of us push that aside with respect to that. But either way, yeah, I would say that with respect to Theo's character, yeah, I said this on TikTok. I always felt like I always liked him better than Eddie, truthfully. And I feel like there are some sharp differences between him and Eddie. I mean, yes, they're the oldest sons, but Theo wasn't the oldest child. Denise and Sandra were both older than him. He was only older than Vanessa and Rudy, and of course that because he was supposed to be like he's the on-screen manifestation of Ennis Cosby, who was the only son that Bill had who was murdered. I want to say 15, 20 years ago. He was murdered. I forget. He was gunned down. This was well before we found out the truth about Bill, unfortunately. But the way that Theo was portrayed, I never felt like any part of what he did was like deceitful or malicious. I felt like he was always misguided. I can't say that about Eddie Winslow. There was something like I remember the episode where Eddie dented the car, and then he and Steve decided to get involved in gambling in order to try and fix the repairs, right? And also there was some other stuff with respect to respect for women and whatnot that they were wrestling with. I don't ever remember Theo wrestling with that kind of stuff, and that's not to say he didn't get in trouble. Of course he got in trouble, and of course there were things that he did, but I don't know. He just seemed to have a different temperament than Eddie to me. Eddie to me felt like he had a stronger, more domineering personality. Theo to me was more innocent and just kind of more grounded for me. Theo was way more relatable to me than Eddie in that regard. And I am the oldest child. I am the oldest son. I have two younger sisters. My family dynamic is a lot closer to Eddie Winslow than to Theo, and yet I still related to Theo a lot more, just in terms of like how he was as a person in that regard. But and I remember I grew up with both shows. I watched a ton of The Cosby Show and Family Matters. So I feel like I have a balanced perspective as best as I can, but I certainly have a bias towards Theo more than I do Eddie in that regard. All right, so next, all aboard Ozzy Osbourne. He says, while I've never been a devout fan of Black Sabbath or Ozzy, I acknowledge their mark in rock history. My first introduction to the Osbournes was their hit reality show being referenced everywhere. Austin Powers Goldmember, commercials for computers, he seemed more like a Norm Macdonald Guy Fieri type than, say, James Hetfield. Oddly enough, I saw Fieri at a wine gallery, or Fieri rather, at a wine gallery last month. Yeah, he's not that great of a person anymore either. Um, Honestly, he was more like Gene Simmons, he says about Ozzy. The macabre theatrical rock star, but offstage had the heart of gold. I know a lot of people who worshipped his discography, and I recognize his contributions to the industry. They'll be missed. My condolences go out to both of their friends and families. Yeah, I saw the funeral. I saw some shots from the funeral the other day. Sharon was a wreck. Sharon Osbourne. I mean, that's her soulmate right there, and you could see the pain just pouring out of her. Yeah, just that was rough to see her like that. It really was. So yeah, definitely condolences to everyone. All the fans of the Prince of Darkness, indeed. Number two. Now getting off of some of the more macabre stuff, if you will, or the memoriam, I should say. He says, I finally printed out the photo of Gunn's thread post that I wanted to get framed. Since I'm coaching at a Walgreens, I figured I could just get something printed there, and there we go. Superman is a hit, no matter how you slice it, he says. Yeah, no, that's 1000% the case. And you know what? There are so many other like examples. There's a lot of evidence to corroborate this in this regard, right? We're not just talking box office, but I've been saying this, and I will continue to reiterate it. We need to seriously reevaluate and reframe the box office conversation because it was already off kilter in the first place with scoreboard mentality. And now it's really looking bad because it's clear that the box office has been changed in the last 5 years, and you got experts saying it's not going to get to pre-pandemic levels until after 2029, and yet people are still treating box office for these superhero movies like 2020 never happened. The reality of the situation is that Superman, as of today, and I posted about this earlier in Threads, Kitesh Pandya is projecting somewhere around 625 million globally. It's already surpassed Man of Steel domestically, and the international numbers, people that want to keep harping on that, the you got to look at the context with respect to, it comes down to China, UK, and Mexico. And a movie like Jurassic World Rebirth is doing significantly more business in each of those countries, but truthfully, it's China that's the big differentiator here because Superman's like box office in the UK is not that far from Jurassic World. It's only like maybe 7 or 8 million off in that regard. And then Mexico, it's about the same, about 9 or 10 million off for Mexico, and that's with an extra week of release, right? So we'll see how that all shakes out. But Superman only did 8.8 million in China. It's done 75 million. Jurassic World, that is, it's done 75 million in China, right? So there you have it. The international box office landscape is changing, and for years, we were told that the international box office was unpredictable in the first place. And, I remember Tim, my podcast brother over from Squadcast Media, he told us for years, he mentioned this before, the studios only get about 25% of that money. They don't get to keep all of it. Stuff that goes to the exhibitors, they get to see they keep way more of the domestic money than they do the international money. And this is before getting into all the socioeconomic stuff that's going on with the Trump administration and how the rest of the world really is not happy with the United States or its products at this point in time, right? Dinosaurs sell no matter what, right? Globally, and I don't think anybody was really surprised by that. We saw what the last couple of Jurassic World movies have done, and we're like, okay, well, it wouldn't surprise us whatsoever if this new one, Rebirth, made close to that. And I don't know if it's going to hit 1 billion, but it's approaching. It's well over 700 million. It might approach 800 million. We'll see how that goes. But either way, we're getting to a point now with the box office landscape where we have to start looking at domestic as outweighing international, as certainly with these comic book films. And we just need to understand and accept that, because if this keeps going, right, and if we're looking at a Spider-Man movie next year that, this trend continues, or with Avengers Doomsday, well then, yeah, funny enough, I don't think people are going to start reframing the conversation until they see that happen in that regard. But we're already seeing precursors with it now in this regard, right? But anybody that calls Superman a failure, they're not paying attention. They're either not paying attention or they don't want to pay attention, and they're sticking their head in the sand in that regard. Superman is a success, period. Whether it hits that mythical number for you or not, whether it hits the 2 times multiplier bullshit that Forbes, pushes on us, it doesn't matter. David Zaslav at that opening weekend declared his victory lap and basically told James Gunn and Peter Safran, you're good, continue, right? And that's all that matters. The only reason we're paying attention to box office is to see if we get more of the movies that we enjoy. David Zaslav already told us 3 or 4 weeks ago, you are. That's going to happen. Okay, great. That should have stopped the conversation right then and there. Anybody else arguing any of this other nonsense, it's all noise. It's all ridiculous. Especially after it busted Man of Steel's domestic numbers. Because again, nobody officially counts for inflation. Inflation cannot be like that. That's not part of the numbers here. That's not part of the conversation. Because nobody rational is pitting this movie against Man of Steel in a scoreboard mentality like in that regard. We're just looking at dollars and cents. And we're looking at the actual environment that it's in, right? Superman making 316 million at this point in post 2020, post strikes world where the economy has changed this much, right? And where a paragon of American virtues historically is, doing what he's doing now and re-ingratiating it and giving a lot of Americans that have been otherwise disenfranchised, if you will, more hope when they go to the movie theater. Like, that's a bigger deal, in my opinion, than Man of Steel making 670.1 million 12 years ago, before any of the disillusionment that we've encountered in the last 9 years started in that regard. So, but that's a silly argument to have. I mean, you can have that argument if you want, but there's no reason to diminish Superman's accomplishments, and it's very likely now being projected to be the highest grossing comic book movie of the year. So there you have it. And as has been pointed out by a number of regurgitators, that hasn't happened for a DC movie since 2008. For a DC movie to be the highest grossing comic book film like of the year, right, since the inception of the MCU. So either way, like you said, Superman is a hit no matter how you slice it. This third one, I kind of said my piece about this earlier, but he continued on this third piece, this whole thing with Erod, the Blockbuster Buster. He says, I feel bad for arguing with Erod's, real name Eric Rodriguez, his wife Marcia, over the DCEU back in 2017. I didn't know she would pass away 5 years later. It's still pinned on his ex post of her passing, understandably so. I'm torn. It's like how Campia's mom died, but it's still not wise to watch his content if it means it's getting to cause problems in the future. I'll say this, I doubt anyone who's a listener on this show watches his stuff. Erod, I apologize for arguing with Marcia about the DCEU. I got triggered saying you'd put the DCEU on your blacklist, even though there are probably a lot more franchises you could have added, and I didn't think you had skipped nearly all of it post 2016. I acknowledge she was just defending your position as a spouse. All she did was align with your values that Superman shouldn't kill, and I was just pointing out that he has done so before. It doesn't matter if this is real life, and losing someone that young, and especially from COVID, I can't imagine the horrible pain. I'm glad you have a Superman you can relate to now. While I do not agree with your irrational feelings towards Snyder, I didn't mean to cause problems for you. I'll have to wait to send you an email, an update on if I watched Erod's Superman review or not. What would you do in my situation? If you argued with the late wife of an anti-Snyder cultist who herself was also a cultist and then found out she passed away years later. Listen, John, maybe this makes me a callous bastard. I really don't care. It is what it is. I brought up the example earlier about John Schnepp. I don't feel you owe him an apology. For what? It's not like you arguing with her over his position on the DCEU, his toxic position on the DCEU, by the way. It's not like that caused her death, right? Like, I feel like you're taking a lot of responsibility for something that is out of your hands, something that you had nothing to do with. So I think you're being too nice again, right? And look, is there such thing as being too nice? Here's the thing. This is the thing we talk about with the current Superman, right? With David Cornsweet Superman and how nice of a person he is. And yet, when Crypto got taken away, what did he do? He busted up. He busted into Lex Luthor's office. When push came to shove, he did what he had to do to take out Ultraman and to deal with the characters, to deal with the evil that he dealt with. Like, he tried reasoning with the engineer. She didn't listen. He had to knock her out. He didn't kill her, but he had to knock her out, right? So I feel like there's a line. And I mean, for you, John, I don't think it's necessary. I think you're placing way too much guilt on yourself that is unnecessary. You've done nothing wrong. So you argued with the woman while she was still here, and then 5 years later, from a completely unrelated, set of circumstances, she passed away. That is unfortunate, and it is terrible that COVID took her. That is awful for anybody to deal with the pain of that. That is horrific. I cannot imagine. It is absolutely horrific. I have friends and family that have dealt with the loss of loved ones as a result of COVID, and because however you feel about policies here in the United States in 2020 and beyond, the fact of the matter is those deaths could have been prevented. Most certainly they could have. There are thousands, millions of COVID deaths that did not have to happen, and plenty of people that should still be here, probably also his wife in that regard. So I am not making light of that situation whatsoever. Under no circumstances did she or he deserve that at all. By the same token, you don't need to apologize. You don't. For what reason? Like, I don't know why you feel guilty. There was nothing that you did. There was nothing you could have done. So, I mean, that's just, you deal with that how you wish to, man. But in my position, I don't feel like I owe an apology. Why? For what? We weren't talking about COVID. We weren't talking about anything that would have led to her demise. It was just an unfortunate situation. I brought up the John Schnepp situation, right? And that was unfortunate. That dude had health issues, and again, I didn't know him personally, so I couldn't speak to who he was as an individual, but I do know I strongly disagreed with a lot of the toxicity that he had for the DCEU. So what? We're allowed to be that way. It's allowed to be that way. I don't feel like I should feel guilty over that, and I don't feel like you should feel guilty over that. So that's my answer. And listen, if that makes me a callous individual, if you think that of me, then you know what, so be it, man. I mean, I don't really feel that I need to, I don't feel anything wrong with respect to that, because again, I'm not, it'd be one thing if I were one of these toxic, the people that have said shit about Autumn Snyder, right? Those people, that's disgusting. That's horrific. That's and if anybody, like say somebody out there, like John, it would be different if you were one of the people, like if you told Erod the Blockbuster Buster that it was his DCEU boycotting, that's why his wife passed. That's horrific and that's disgusting and that is a horrible thing to say. You wouldn't say that. If you had said that, then I would understand an apology, most certainly, because that's a disgusting thing to say. That's a horrible thing to say, but that is not what you did. You didn't do that at all. You argued about the DCEU with her, and then 5 years later she passed. You made no connection to that. So feeling sorrow and feeling, like condolences for him, 100%, 1000%, absolutely without question, because that is a horrible thing for him to go through. There's no question about that. But as far as you feeling guilty because you argued with her about the DCEU 5 years earlier, not necessary, as far as I'm concerned. Really, not necessary. And I don't think it makes you any less of a nice person to not feel guilty about that. So that's really all I have to say with respect to that, John. So let's get to your third email, titled Fantastic Schrodinger's Cat. Intriguing. He says, this was my review of the film. Number one, after sitting on the film for the last couple of days, this is Fantastic Four, clearly, I think my cousin and I both agreed it's number 3 for the year. I'm very curious as to how it should have ended. YouTube channel will address the nitpicks I had, if at all. All right, so here we go. His thoughts on Fantastic Four First Steps. John says, I think what drags this film down as far as superhero films in 2025 goes is the ending is a bit predictable and played out, plus some grievances. I think the film looks good, the cast have great chemistry, but I think Reed could have made smarter choices for a guy who claims to be the smartest in the world. He could have negotiated with Galactus. Reed, instead of giving you our baby, can we all just live here together? Maybe I can find a way to make you not like this and free you from this perpetual miserable. Galactus, perhaps that arrangement could work, and I'll get to spare your planet. I guess Galactus could have rejected the offer, but he really wanted Franklin, so if he was desperate enough, it could have worked. I disagree with you, John. I think you're being simplistic, especially considering the nature of Galactus versus that. Why? Remember what Loki said in the first Avengers film, an ant has no quarrel with a boot? That was Loki saying that. Look at Galactus and tell me that he doesn't think of humans as less than ants in that regard. Seriously. So I disagree with you vehemently that negotiation would have worked. No, 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 no. And if we're talking about smart people, the smartest people in the MCU making poor decisions, Tony Stark, anyone? So to me, Reed Richards was no different in that regard. So I disagree with you on that, very much so. He says, I also would have liked to have seen more done with the Thing, their powers, and the villains. They seemed open to helping out against Galactus, but didn't that would have been something different? All of their foes coming together to defeat Galactus, that would have been something. What, you mean all of whose foes, right? You're talking about all of the villains that the Fantastic Four vanquished and disposed of coming forward. Why was that necessary? I don't feel that was necessary, because the whole point is that the family unit of the Fantastic Four, they're Earth's protectors. This is another foe that they're going to, and if anything, I mean, come on, man, the world literally chipped in to help them dispatch Galactus. Remember that? The world. So yeah, I disagree with that nitpick, very much so. Intriguing. I mean, what you're saying about you would have liked to see more done with the Thing and their powers. Okay, the actual display of their powers, the second time I watched the movie, I'm like, no, you know what? I'm good with it. I am. Like, at first, I understood that complaint, but a second watch, I'm like, no, we see probably, out of the 4 of them, we see the most of Johnny's powers. We see the most of the Human Torch, like his flight ability and his flame on ability, right? We definitely do see the Thing's strength. We certainly see a lot of Sue's powers. We most certainly see a lot of her powers. And, we see his intelligence more than his super stretchiness, but I feel like they did it in a way that left it like less cartoony, right? Because you do it too much and it can be played off as a joke, but they avoided that definitely, in my opinion. So I'd say after a second watch, I would disagree with respect to how their powers are used in that regard. But he says what makes this feel very good is the visuals, the cast, and the characters. I had nitpicks with Superman 2. The nitpicks were drowned out because it was such an inspirational film. FFFS seems like your typical Marvel, I think he means for F's sake, seems like your typical Marvel fare, which is fine. Or no, that's the title of the movie. Fantastic Four First Steps. Okay, that's the whole. No one has written it that way, John. That was a new one on me. Okay, Fantastic Four First Step seems like your typical Marvel fare, which is fine. In fact, if Walt Disney were still alive and wanted to make a superhero film, this would likely be it. I'm guessing it's going to have a similar box to Superman when it's all said and done. By how much, I have no idea. One of the reasons I bought a post-track on Vodka Stream is because I did learn that a little of the history of CinemaScore's post-track alignment with movies. Yes, because for people who don't know, John did bring up post-track, and we all, like, I had heard of post-track before, but I didn't remember what it was. The guys, like Dave and the others and Ben, they'd never heard of it. But it basically, post-track is a survey service that CinemaScore kind of, like, overtook. And when I say overtook, I mean like popularity. Like people know CinemaScore way more than they know PostTrack, obviously. So even though PostTrack is still out there, CinemaScore is the big one that is used as the industry standard, right? It's like the difference between Nielsen and Rentrack or Nielsen and ComScore, right? People have heard of Rentrack and ComScore, but Nielsen ratings are the ones that everybody touts for television in that regard, right? Traditional television. But John says usually films that have between a 69 to 73% receive a B plus cinema score. 74 to 80% post track have an A minus. 81 to 92% receive an A. 93 or more an A plus. So that's the correlation between post track percentages and cinema scores. Okay, that's cool. In 2025, he says Captain America Brave New World had a 49% post track which and a B minus cinema score. Thunderbolts and Superman both had 74% post tracks and A minus cinema score. Currently, Fantastic Four First Steps has a 70% post track and an A minus, but this is an interesting anomaly. To put into context, he says 70% means it's sandwiched in between Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, which was 71% on post track, B plus on cinema score. Thor Love and Thunder, 69% post track, B plus cinema score. And Justice League, B plus cinema score, 69% post track. Okay. He says to date, Fantastic Four has the lowest post track with an A minus cinema score, in contrast to highest delineation being Batman cinema score with a 79% post track. The thing that does make me question Fantastic Four's legs is more people are polled with post track than cinema score. Do I think it will have above a 60% drop in the second weekend? I don't know. It's in a very interesting place since as of this email, the estimates for Fantastic Four are 118 million to 218 million, to Superman's 125 million to 220 million. I'll make a follow-up email seeing what the holds will look like later in the week. I wonder if he did that because we got new numbers on that today, and the drop is above 60%. It's actually 66%. There was that thing that came out that said 80%, but that was just Friday to Friday. The actual weekend drop for second weekend is 66%. And Gatesh Panda and others have called that troubling. So they have questions about Fantastic Four's legs as well in that regard. So wonder if John sent a follow-up email about that. I don't think I saw one dated for today, but either way. He says it just goes to show at the end of the day, box office really is a crapshoot. But it is interesting how evenly matched these two films seem to be. They probably could even tie worldwide, but we'll have to see what next week looks like. But I'm glad the people who've been crapping on DC at the box office for years when they were just Marvel cultists or Snyder cultists, post-Snyder Cut, are either radio silent or are desperately trying to grasp at the thinnest of straws. It still won overseas. It could still make more worldwide. It still won't beat Man of Steel. Overseas or adjusted for inflation. Adjusted for inflation. Ah! Sure, Jan. He put the Sure Jan gif in here. He said, if I were to make a guess, I think Superman will probably make a little more, but I'm also not going to make dumb declarations of DC wins, Marvel loses if it does, especially when you consider Doomsday and Spider-Man are the films coming out next year against Supergirl and Clayface, so we definitely won't hear the last of them. But this clearly is a sign that Gunn and Safran got people interested in DC again. My friends can have their bizarre paradigm shift of going from hating Marvel to loving Marvel all they want, but DC Studios is just getting started. Remember that friend I told you about that I said he wouldn't watch a Marvel movie even for $1 million because he's not a whore? Well, that changed, and yeah, I'm sure he got his box office mental gymnastics. But yeah, Gunn and Safran understood the assignment, and if the next set of DC films are even half as good as Superman, he says, then as far as the rational DC fans are concerned, we're eating well now. Take your time in to cook, James. Sorry, it is sometimes the lack of punctuation freezes me on a lot of your stuff, John, to be honest with you. So, when is the date of this email? You sent this email a week ago. All right, so we definitely have more information with respect to this, and I'll update it now because I posted about this earlier because I haven't been able, the numbers.com for whatever reason, their website has not been performing, like it's been freezing and in some cases was like out of order, but here's where we're at now. Superman right now is the time of this particular episode of Flight Chat 551.2 worldwide, right? 551.2 million globally. That's 316.2 million domestic, 235 million international. So it has vastly surpassed Man of Steel's domestic box office. And the projection is that it's going to get somewhere, it's going to get north of 600 million, going to land somewhere around 625 plus, right? That's what Kitesh Panda is saying, 625. And so that's where Superman is at. Fantastic Four, slightly different story. 198.4 domestic box office, 198.4 million, 170.3 million international. That's 368.7 million globally, right? So the important thing with that is that it's now the highest grossing Fantastic Four movie like to date because it's now beaten the first Fantastic Four film, the first Tim Story film, by over $30 million as far as worldwide box office. And this is after 1 week, right? So we need to see where it goes. And, they are projecting that it is going to finish lower than Superman. And I even said this when I did the double feature on Friday. I did a TikTok video on this. The double feature that I did on Friday, I decided to see Superman again for a fourth time. I saw it at 1:30 on a Friday, this past Friday, August 1st. And then at 4 o'clock, I saw the 4 o'clock showing of Fantastic Four First Steps in Super IMAX. And I will tell you that, first of all, the crowd in my theater for Superman was bigger than the crowd for my second viewing on the opening Friday of the movie on July 11th. It was at the same time, right? Because that was a 1 o'clock show on a Friday, opening weekend, and this is a 1:30 show on a Friday 3 weeks later, right? So larger crowd now going into the fourth weekend than I had for the opening weekend, which is crazy, right? Still not as big as the advanced screening crowd, but that was the advanced screening crowd. The advanced screening crowd was sold out, of course, right? But then I go into Fantastic Four First Steps, and that crowd might have been a little bigger than the Superman crowd, a little bigger for that 4 o'clock showing of Fantastic Four First Steps. I don't know how big the evening crowds were, but I just put that into perspective to say that there are definitely people still seeing these films, and the jury's still out. We'll see exactly where these legs go. I know the 66% drop off is definitely bigger than Superman's 53% drop off, right? So I think that leads into the idea that it's not going to make as much as Superman. But if Superman is projecting for 600 million plus, then that means Fantastic Four probably is going to settle around probably 500 plus, right? And I feel like if you make $500 million at the theater, how do you call that a bomb? Like, how do you call that a bomb? Especially in this landscape, the post 2020 landscape, the post strikes landscape of Hollywood. How do you call more than $500,000, more than $500 million, that is, a bomb? Like, you can't. Like, you can, but I think you are grossly misunderstanding things in that regard, right? Like, Captain America: Brave New World, 415 million. Okay, in February. Okay, fine. No other competition. Call that underperforming. Thunderbolts, less than that. Call that underperforming. Okay, but the markets are changing, right? And again, I will say this till I'm blue in the face. Stop making so many movies in 1 year. If the Fantastic Four First Steps had been Marvel's only film, the turnout's bigger. But trust me, the turnout is bigger, right? Because then anybody that thought about seeing Brave New World, and like the people that decided to see Brave New World or Thunderbolts and didn't necessarily turn out for Fantastic Four because they'd already seen two Marvel movies, well, they show up for Fantastic Four First Steps now, and that makes more money, right? And then it's perhaps closer to Superman, if not over. We'll see, right? I also think that perhaps what we're also seeing is maybe 2 weeks after is not a good idea, right? This happened before in 2017. Remember, Justice League released 2 weeks after Thor: Love and Thunder. Or not Love and Thunder, pardon me. Thor Ragnarok, right? Thor Ragnarok came out, and then 2 weeks later, Justice League. And all the stupid issues with Justice League aside, in terms of making it an actual bomb, it didn't have a strong opening weekend because, like, Thor made what? Thor Ragnarok, I believe, made over $900 million, right? Didn't hit $1 billion, but like came close. It was like around Multiverse of Madness numbers. And then Justice League did like a little over like 657, something like that, but on a $300 million budget because they shot this damn movie twice. It was ridiculous the amount of money that they wasted on that theatrical piece of shit, right? But opening, it seems like, again, we're seeing the second film, the one that opens 2 weeks later, does not do as well, right? Because how many people went back to go see Thor, when Justice League came out in that regard, right? And that was before they started alienating us fans who were like, what kind of crap is this with Justice League? That type of deal, right? So, yeah, it's perhaps that's another thing that we're seeing, is that perhaps Fantastic Four should have also been pushed out as far as its release date and not released so close to Superman. And I understand why they felt like they could release close to Superman, but yeah, maybe that was a mistake in retrospect. So those are the things, right? It's less about the Marvel fatigue and the quality of the movie, and more about maybe proximity and timing in that regard, and certainly quantity, right? Like not as many movies. So this year break that we have until Supergirl, that'll be very intriguing. I think it'll help both studios as far as getting the appetites, stoked for epic event films next year, right? I could totally foresee a scenario, and granted, Clayface isn't going to be a 3 or 4 quadrant movie. It's not. The other 3 will be closer to that, but I could see a scenario where it's more likely for people to see all 4 of the comic book movies next year. It's just as likely that people go see they'll see Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday, and that's it. Yes, there are people that would do that. However, the Superman fans that you gained with this first Superman film are more likely to see Supergirl, right? And maybe they'll go see Clayface, especially if there's a promise of Batman. So we'll see. But only having 4 comic book movies total next year and more spaced out than they were this year, I think will benefit. We'll see how that goes, though. And again, because box office is a crapshoot, as you say. No doubt about it. Okay, so here's the update on the Blockbuster Busters, Erod Blockbuster Busters review. Number 2. He says, so I decided not to watch Blockbuster Busters review of Superman. Seeing your TikTok of how much ridiculousness people are weaponizing Snyder DCEU, Hamada DCU, different MCU eras, Gunn, Safran DCU, made me too disenfranchised by Snyder hate to want to see what was said about why he liked Gunn's Superman. It's all just really, really stupid, he says. It's okay to have these topics. It's okay to have discourse over why movie studios are like this, why Hollywood is like this, why individual movies are good, okay, or bad, why certain franchises are working or not working, but I'm done. He says, anytime I'm on Threads, if I see any weaponizing of any kind, I'm going to hit either not interested, mute, or block, depending on the severity of it. I just do not care to see this BS anymore. Screw cultists, screw tribalism, screw toxic people, screw codependency. I'm ready to use 2 gifts every time I deal with negative people. 1, the Pocket Dimension Monkeys, and 2, Peter Griffin, where he says, "Oh my God, who the hell cares?" I'm ready. I'm so ready to just block these people out. I'm not even entertaining the idea of hearing them out, is what they have to say. I think Disney Marvel deserves to make more money than Warner Brothers DC. Monkey Man 409. Him, the Peter Griffin meme. Oh my God, who the hell cares? This Superman is weak. The monkeys in the pocket dimension meme. Yes, and I tell you, I mean, that's a pretty clear one right there. But I tell you, as soon as it comes out on digital, which is not going to be August 15th, by the way, but as soon as it comes out on digital and we get a clearer version of that GIF, oh yes, cannot wait to use that. He says all of that and then muted. I don't wish to block because then they can't see it unless I must. I thought about that because I think James Gunn and a number of others were talking about muting instead of blocking, and I've heard that before as far as muting over blocking. And I wonder about that because I thought about that before. That was something that I did on Twitter. It was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back and unblock everybody, and then I am gonna start muting. And I forget whether or not that worked. I forget how that worked out. I'm not sure, but either way, I'll think about that with respect to that. That might happen where it just turns it. Because here's the other problem that I've noticed on Threads is that I don't think blocking gives the algorithm the information to tell you don't want to see it, because it just keeps throwing more of that dumb shit my way in that regard. So I don't know. Maybe mute is stronger than block as far as the algorithm. I'll have to do more research on that one. Okay, here we go. Number 3. Okay, so quick thoughts on the passing of Hulk Hogan. All right, this could be a loaded subject. He says, I think it's important to distinguish Hulk Hogan the character and Terry Bollea the man. Hulk Hogan made pro wrestling mainstream. Vince McMahon did too, but he's also scum. The character was a Saturday morning cartoon hero come to life. When he famously became a villain at WCW Bash at the Beach in 1996, with forming the NWO New World Order, many felt this was a decision that changed the trajectory of the industry forever, where factions decide to take over a company hadn't been done to that degree. Terry Bollea, the person, has also destroyed the chance at wrestlers having a union. No different from when the Red Ranger, Yellow Ranger, and Black Ranger and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers tried to start one, but they got fired for it. I don't know if you know the story, Ray, he says, Ray and listeners, But back, I think it was in 1986, Jesse Ventura, one of history's biggest outliers to win a major U.S. election as a third-party candidate, tried to gather wrestlers in the locker room the night before WrestleMania 2. He wanted to start a union. It never came to fruition, however, and the next day, an angry Vince McMahon got into it with Jesse. Shortly after Ventura did The Predator and left WWE, he got his SAG card and health benefits and didn't want to deal with people who think unions are bad. Oh no, we have to get a little less money for ensuring the people we hire have a safety net in case something bad happens. A few years later, when McMahon was under a steroid scandal, wrestlers were interviewed, he says. Jesse was curious as to how Vince found out about the union, so he asked one of the investigators if they could find out. Investigator, is there a union in the WWF? Vince, no. Investigator, did anyone ever try to start one? Vince, thinking, yeah, if I remember right, I recall Ventura running his mouth about starting one. Investigator, were you in the room when he said this? Vince, no. Investigator, how did you know then? Vince, Terry Hulk Hogan had informed me. Ventura showed no reaction, he says, but in his head he was shocked. He thought Hogan was his friend, and he got thrown under the bus. This company and their association with awful people will have the biggest crap stain, then, now, forever. Hulk Hogan, the character, people will remember in a better light than the man behind the character. He can get bent. My brother said Balea can have a match in hell with Chris Benoit, pronounced Benoit. I don't know if it's a French thing. I think so. He was a wrestler that killed his family along with himself. Yes, I'm familiar with the Chris Benoit story. I know you were never into wrestling, he says, but I would imagine this story would make you steer clear of watching it even more now, although other companies outside WWE have started giving their employees benefits like AEW has, which is a start. I definitely recommend Last Night with John Oliver's WWE video talking about all of this. I don't. This wouldn't dissuade me from like watching wrestling. Like, I mean, the whole unionized thing is bullshit. Like, no union, like not having a union is bullshit. But like, no, I just am not. I've never been a fan of it. Like, so this wouldn't be like the smoking gun for me. This would just be like another thing to be like, yeah, well, okay, I didn't watch it before, and now it doesn't bother me. Just like the Target thing, right? When people talk about boycotting Target, it's like, well, did I shop at Target like a ton before this? No. So it's really not that difficult for me to continue not shopping at Target, right? Like, it doesn't hurt me in that regard. It's not a big deal. It's the same with WWE. It doesn't really affect my life much to not watch it any more than I already don't in that regard. So it is what it is. Number 4 for this email. He says, oh, and my cousin from New Jersey visited. We had fun, made this pick as if we were a band just for fun. Oh, this is okay. This is a band cover, a CD cover. This is definitely a CD cover image, right? It's called the Beat Dreamers, or an album cover image. Yeah, no, I got that. That's a nice view, a nice vision of it, if you will, a nice image. All right, cool. Glad you had fun with you said your cousin from New Jersey. Good deal. Wonder if he felt the earthquake. Apparently, there was an earthquake in like the New Jersey and New York area last night. Like it was a 3.5 or something on the Richter scale or something like that. Interesting. John did include his Facebook post, his Facebook review of Fantastic Four, which he called it a very good movie. Feels a lot like a lost film from the Infinity Saga, which that part I do remember him saying. I remember seeing that post. He said, honestly, the gimmick of this looking like an Epcot future made it feel like an amusement park, but in a good way. There were parts that did drag a little in some places and a couple things that didn't work. The things that did work, I felt really worked. Reed and Sue shined the most, but Johnny and Ben had their moments. Galactus was okay as a villain, but Shalabal, Silver Surfer, was the more interesting character. It borders on being great, but it didn't quite get there, but it wasn't too far. John, I would implore you to give it a second watch, just to see if you still feel as strongly about some of your criticisms, because a few of your criticisms I vehemently disagree with, but a second viewing helps me disagree with those the way that I do. Just throwing that out there. All right. So that's John's third email. We're about an hour in. He's still got an email or two left. His fourth email, which he sent just 5 days ago, is called The Problem with Fans and the Box Office. All right. So again, this is all before the new box office numbers came out today. He says, so as I am writing this Tuesday, Fantastic Four First Steps made around 117 million domestic and 216 million worldwide in the opening weekend, and around 10 million on Monday. I'm getting the general impression that this film is going to make less money than Superman, at least domestically. I do think there's two sides to this, he says. Mostly confined to these daily ritual of replying to fandom people about box office, one side is happy that Superman is making more money, then there's the other side that's trying to get wildly defensive that Fantastic Four First Steps is a hit. These are great numbers, shut up. Well, after a few days thinking about it, I'm realizing I'm just neutral about it. Everybody wins, he says. 2026 and 2027 Marvel will probably regain its box office winner status. This is DC's first win over box office with Marvel Studios since 2017. Wonder Woman made $412 million domestically. Homecoming, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and Thor Ragnarok all made under $350 million, and possibly the first to do worldwide since The Dark Knight. It's okay for DC to have a win once in a while, but I really don't see much of these people, though. If there are, it's usually the ones obsessed with Snyder, whether they're cultists or gatekeepers, because there is a difference. Cultists make themselves look like idiots, make LED carts in New York about how Cavill is their Superman. They're the ones mad about it. Those are the ones Mad Gun won the day. Gatekeepers are people like Tyrone Magnus who insist he's not a cultist, but he does enable them and most certainly gatekeeps. The one biggest takeaway I'm getting from this is these people suffer from delusions of grandeur, he says. I'm going to start ignoring people who make dumb declarations that films flop. I've even seen some people shortly after the Batman finished his run that 772 million is a flop. In addition to the pocket dimension monkey and Peter Griffin, oh my god, who the hell cares? There's another one I've started using frequently, and it's interesting timing given how South Park satirized a certain commander-in-chief recently. And I've seen John use this. It's where somebody, I guess, standing up in Congress or wherever says, "Are you high or just incredibly stupid?" He says, in case you don't remember the context of the scene, I don't know the context of the scene. I don't watch South Park. He says, this is from that Ladder to Heaven episode of South Park where Saddam Hussein is believed to have weapons of mass destruction. And when someone asks Bush, even if there was weapons of mass destruction, why would Saddam be in heaven? Bush then recapped the events of the two-part episodes Do Handicapped People Go to Hell and Probably, where Saddam was banned from hell into heaven because he wouldn't leave Satan alone after having a love triangle with Saddam and Chris. Then the press just pause in disbelief, and then this guy says it. Are you high or just incredibly stupid? All right. Thank you for that recap. He says because that's the ridiculousness and stupidity of these cultists and gatekeepers. They fabricate numbers, like saying Superman has a 70% weekend drop when it was actually a Friday to Friday drop, and don't wait for updated numbers before the weekend even finishes. One guy even claimed Jurassic World 4 already made 900 million earlier this week when it wasn't even past 720 million yet. Yeah, and it's still not anywhere close to 900 million as of this point now. It hasn't even approached 800 yet. He says they're either incredibly high or incredibly stupid, and these are three gifts I'm going to use from now on and then mute. Unless they're toxic people and go for the personal attacks, I block. Hard. Whether they're mocking Gunn for losing his cat and demanding he restore the Snyderverse while he was still in mourning, yes, I saw at least one person do that to him. That person can go on a date with Satan in hell for all I care. Or the people who make jokes about Autumn, they aren't even worth being gift and they can all go F themselves. Completely agree. See, and that's stuff that you apologize for, John. Though, if you had made any types of posts like that, those are the things to apologize for. But you don't do that because you're not disgusting like those effers are, right? So let's see. This second piece, he says, I've got a busy month coming up. My 3-month assignment is changing from 20 hours 5 days a week to 22 hours 4 days a week. While it means the day will be 1.5 times longer, it also means I'll be making a little more money from it. Like $35 more, but that's something. It also makes the assignment go shorter now. I'm going to Disneyland in Anaheim as a whole July 31st to August 4th with Tammy, our first trip together, her first trip with a boyfriend. All her past boyfriends were cheapskates and never wanted to take her out, so I'm happy to be her first. August 8th is MagWest in San Jose for CWF Magnitude. My application is submitted and is now awaiting approval. August 22nd, I'm seeing Beach Boys, not the Beach Boys, just Mike Love and Bruce Johnson, who are the only official members left with that moniker. The other guy, Al Jardine, is touring with Brian Wilson's solo touring band. And then I'm going to Pasadena in the first week of September, seeing Oasis with my brother. And then I'm dog sitting and going to work, so I'll probably be making a lot of money soon enough. Well, yeah, sounds like you got a full plate there, John. All right. Safe travels. Hope you enjoy yourself and have a lot of fun. The one thing I would say with respect to what you were talking about earlier about box office is, you mentioned that Marvel would probably regain box office winner status next year and that DC is allowed to win every once in a while. My whole issue with winning is, again, it's scoreboard mentality. And again, I say, who gives a shit? Like, why are we doing that? Like, I don't understand why that's even a focal point of conversation for anyone. I'm not necessarily saying you, John. I'm just saying that for people who want to declare a box office winner, for what? What does that get you? Does that get you a trophy? Does that get you like special recognition? Is Bob Iger going to come to your house and sing? Or is David Zaslav going to come to your house and sing? Do you want either of them coming to your house to do anything? No, I really don't think you do. So what are we doing here as far as proclaiming a box office winner? I don't give a shit. I do not care. The fact that Superman is probably going to gross more than Fantastic Four is surprising. It's different, right? It's certainly not the outcome that many of us were necessarily calling for or expecting, but it is intriguing. But I'm not sitting there like winner, winner, chicken dinner because DC finally prevails in box office. So what? It doesn't matter. I just want to see DC Studios succeed. And I want to see Marvel Studios succeed. Now, we've seen Marvel Studios succeed for the better part of the last, decade and a half, if you will. And only the last couple of years have they had some struggles and whatnot. We'll see if next year turns out to be a struggling year for them or not. Probably not with the two movies that they're releasing. But either way, I don't care about the scoreboard mentality nonsense, right? Whoever declares they won the box office, hey, good for you. Good for you. Do you feel better about yourself? Are you happy that you declared one or the other the box office winner? Because it really doesn't mean shit. Again, it's our money leaving our wallets, leaving our bank accounts to go into their pockets. That's what you're calling winning and losing, right? It's not you winning or losing, it's them winning or losing, okay? Our winner loser status has to do with how we enjoy these films and whether or not we do. And I win more than anybody in that regard because I enjoyed all 4 comic book movies that released this year. Every last one of them. My ranking, my hierarchy: Superman 1, Fantastic Four First Steps 2, Thunderbolts 3, Captain America Brave New World 4. But the worst ranking that I would give any of these movies is mid. That's the worst I could give it, is mid. Captain America Brave New World is a mid MCU movie for me. And as of the updated rankings, since I slotted Fantastic Four First Steps into its number 6 spot, that means Brave New World is now 22nd on my list, just ahead of Black Widow, just behind Avengers Endgame. That's but it's in that mid tier, if you will, right? Because Fantastic Four First Steps, high tier. So I had a great year. I had a really awesome year, and I had a wonderful July, an absolutely outstanding July as far as comic book films are concerned. So I have no complaints. And that's the only winning and losing that I really give a shit about, to be honest with you. So that's my thoughts with respect to that. Now, this next email, John's 5th email, he sent this 2 days ago. So, all right, let's see what this is about. Because it says, sorry, Ray, I take back what I said. I'm backtracking. Oh, all right, hang on. He says, I need to go by what Gunn said and follow both of your examples. Oh, okay. The thing that I read about James Gunn, see, this is all happening in real time. All right, this is an evolution from what he said before in his previous emails to now. He says, I need to go by what Gunn said and follow both of your examples. Block the algorithm, don't engage. Even if I mute and leave, they won't go away. Honestly, the 3 gifts were very exhilarating to use against them, but I see now it's not enough. These idiots, these moronic, gullible people, they are so fragile, so annoying, and so predictable. Just because Superman is going to be released on digital early, it's not, but he thought it was. Doesn't mean the film is doomed. If anything, I think it shows confidence, he says, that the film will have made the vast majority of its money by the time it does. Doesn't mean it stops playing in theaters when it comes out. It just means people have the option of not effing spending $20 to $25 more plus concessions as they can't afford, and probably want to spend half of that to rent and watch it in the comfort of their own home. It's like what box office analyst said. Theaters aren't back to pre-pandemic levels yet. Some films in a vacuum will have $1 billion. The Batman also had a home release around the same period. The studios know it's expensive to go to the theater and want to give people the option to have an alternative. How does this spell doom, he asks. It is currently on track to become the highest grossing comic book film of the year. I can't even humor these algorithmic monkeys anymore. I know I'm running in circles here, and I won't be surprised if I eventually go back to this, but now that I know engaging in any form won't get rid of the infestation, stop using bug spray and fumigate the entire effing house. I know that it's really hard dealing with me sometimes. The fact that you put up with me and haven't blocked me by now shows that you're one of the good ones. Your podcast is the longest I've ever listened to, and for good reason. John, what have you done for me to block you? You've done nothing to cause me to block you. If the worst that you do is comment on to idiots, right? But it's not like you're joining in with the idiots, right? You were trying to prove some of the idiots, but now I think you're learning that they don't need to be responded to, and you're following the algorithm logic, like I was saying, and like James Gunn was saying, right? So I haven't found a reason to block you, like none whatsoever. So no, I don't block people for that. Like, that's not a reason to block someone, in my opinion, in that regard. If you were toxic, you'd have been blocked, but you also wouldn't be on the show. You wouldn't be sending emails. You wouldn't be listening to this show if you were a toxic POS. You'd have unsubscribed from me, like the dude did from YouTube that you mentioned earlier, right? So, no, it's. I find no reason to block you at this point in time, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. You're good, dude. I hope that you really are truly realizing that, what we're saying about the algorithm and how we all need to be better about just not responding to any of this bullshit because it does nothing but amplify it. He says, I plan to send one last email. Just going to show some pics of my trip to Disneyland mostly. Oh, and by the way, I briefly became a Patreon member again for the month. I hope you don't mind me doing it sporadically. Sometimes I like listening to your flight speed. Well, I don't know that it necessarily benefits me financially if you do it sporadically. But I don't know. Like it's I I can't tell people what to do with their money. Right? It is what it is, and if you want to support, that's awesome. So if that's how it works out, like if that's honestly, there's so much in terms of like how the Patreon system works out that I don't quite like get. Like there's a ton of free members now, and it's like, okay, subscribing to the Patreon for free. I don't know that that gets anybody access to anything, but I've got to dive deeper into that, right? Because the idea is it's supposed to be creating a exclusive community for bonus. Me, I felt bad because there's a lot of extra bonus content that I haven't done yet that I need to do. That I need to get more consistent at doing for the paying members of uh, the Patreon in that regard. But yeah, I don't know if it benefits me or not that you sporadically did it. I just saw that you joined and then canceled very quickly right after you listened to Flight Speed. I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps me financially. I appreciate though, like wanting to listen to Flight Speed, but I don't know that you joining sporadically helps like on a consistent basis. I can't say that it does in that regard. I'm not mad or anything. I'm not gonna be like that about it. But I don't know. I think I'm not entirely certain how that works. I've got to dig deeper into that for sure. He says, I think we're only getting 4 comic book films next year, if I'm not mistaken. This is the one last thing he had for this email. 2 from DC Studios under Warner Brothers, 1 from Marvel Studios under Sony, and 1 from Marvel Studios under Disney. Perhaps 2026 could be the first time we don't see a rated rotten film on the Devil Fruit site during the calendar year. Entirely possible. All 4 comic book films from Marvel and DC could get fresh ratings next year. I hope they do. I hope every last one of them do. I don't want to see any of them fail. I want them all to succeed, without question. He says, I don't think Supergirl will be rotten. I think 70% range at worst. Spider-Man Brand New Day? I doubt it. It is a new director, but so considering the last 3 MCU Spidey films have the exact same tomato meter, I certainly don't think it'll go rotten. It might slip down to the 80s, but I can't see it. I can't see it either. Spider-Man is the Batman of Marvel. He doesn't fail, just like Batman doesn't fail for DC. So then it says Clayface. Critics are literally a coin toss when it comes to horror, but it is Mike Flanagan. He never misses when it comes to the genre. I just hope this film learns from the mistakes of the Sony efforts and don't be afraid to acknowledge the world it's in. Oh, I think it will acknowledge the world it's in, truthfully. And Flanagan, I've only seen one Mike Flanagan film, and that's Dr. Sleep, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So his brand of horror I like, and I do want to watch his other stuff. Guys, I have the list. I know the Mike Flanagan stuff that I want to watch. I do, and I'm going to watch it at some point. I'm going to certainly make certain to watch it before Clayface. I will. I will watch it and I will review it, probably on Patreon, more than likely, with respect to that. Because I do want to get a better sense of Mike Flanagan's horror going into Clayface, more than just what I saw in Doctor Sleep. What I saw in Doctor Sleep I really liked a lot. I don't know why I don't own that movie yet. I own The Shining. I should own Doctor Sleep. I'll work on that. But either way, yeah, it is a coin toss as far as horror, but you're right about Mike Flanagan. Mike Flanagan could be the X factor with respect to his script, and how that goes. So we'll see. Avengers Doomsday, he says this one, oddly enough, could be the only one out of the 4 to likely get mixed reception, maybe closer to negative. It really all depends on how the story plays out, because there is a chance this movie could be overstuffed, and I'm seeing people who loved Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four First Steps say that they don't really care about Doomsday. So far, the Russos are 4-0 with critics and audiences. Even if the film is mixed, I couldn't see it go rotten. Maybe 60-something at worst. These aren't the same guys who directed You, Me, and Dupree. Yes, I saw that film. Wasn't very good, in my opinion. They seem to be untouchable, so I'd be shocked if it fell below 60%. But that would be incredible if 2026 shapes up to be a good year for CBMs. But I do plan to block more people to block more rather when people start saying Rotten Tomatoes is the king of critic review sites again. Yeah, no. And I haven't seen a whole lot of that sentiment either. In fact, truthfully, I've seen people like get defensive about Rotten Tomatoes. Not so much with Fantastic Four, but certainly Brave New World. The people that like Brave New World got defensive over it, right? So it's an interesting time for us as fans right now. The paradigm is definitely shifting in many ways with respect to Marvel and DC. But yeah, hopefully it is a strong year for everybody next year. No doubt about it. So John did send emails recapping his trip to Disneyland. He bought a lightsaber, or he built a lightsaber, I should say, which is awesome. No, I have not had a chance to build one myself because I have not had a chance to get out there and partake in it. I actually want to go to Disneyland. I mean, I want to go to Florida. I want to go to Disney World, I should say. I don't necessarily want to go to the state of Florida, but I do want to go to Disneyland as well because my baby sister, went out there for her birthday last year and just sung its praises, said that I would love it, said that I would love the Star Wars stuff out there. So yeah, at some point I definitely do want to partake in that, and I absolutely want to build a lightsaber of my own, yes, without question. But glad that you had an awesome time, John, and thank you. And also, I mentioned this briefly earlier. He did send one other email because he had talked about people freaking out over Superman's digital release date being August 15th. That is not true. It will be August 26th. It will be the end of the month, right? So that's another 2 weeks, or 11 days, whatever it is, or we want to count it. But I also highly doubt that they will remove it from theaters. I don't think it's going to be like the Batman, right? In the Batman's case, like I think it got removed from theaters after that 45-day release window. I don't think they're going to do that. I think DC Studios is going to keep it there, going to keep it in theaters, and they're just going to release it for digital. And so we'll see. It'll have the opportunity to make as much money as it possibly can. And so far, it has done extremely well through its first 3 or 4 weekends with respect to the audience and the box office grosses. No doubt about it. It is without question a success, regardless of how any asshole tries to spin it. So there you have it. I think that's it for all of John's emails, all of his thoughts and whatnot. Some thoughts that he shared earlier that got revised, if you will, later on with respect to his responses. So thank you, as always, for the feedback, John. Looking forward to more of it, indeed. And again, don't worry about being blocked, dude. You've done nothing to warrant being blocked. There's no reason to be concerned about that. Just don't turn into a toxic piece of crap. And I don't foresee that happening. I think you're going to be good. No doubt, sir. All right, next up, our buddy Sam Otten checks in with an email titled, Superman couldn't make it, but you've got an upgrade, which of course is a quote from Guy Gardner's Green Lantern in the new Superman film. This summary I find interestingly hilarious. It says Samuel shared his review of the Superman movie with Ray, initially rating it 7.5 out of 10. And then it says Samuel later updated his rating to 8 out of 10, citing James Gunn's clarification of the film's focus on kindness and the Kryptonian message. All right. Thank you, AI. Let's see. Or Google AI, Gemini, if you will, right? Let's see what Sam actually said, right? Juxtaposing what the human wrote as opposed to what the AI said he wrote. Sam says, Hey, Ray, sorry I'm late with my Superman email. No such thing. Welcome, sir. But I've enjoyed your reviews and hearing from the other listeners, he says. I wanted to wait until I saw it twice to let my thoughts coalesce a bit more. I buy that. I absolutely buy that because I really feel like I'm in that position now where seeing a film twice is important. I may adapt that as a policy. I may do that. I'm really thinking about that because I've seen Superman 4 times, and the second time definitely was like, wow, this movie is really good. And same with Fantastic Four First Steps. I saw that a second time. I was like, okay, no, this will now allow me to put this film ahead of Thunderbolts, which changed from my opinion from my initial watch. So I hear you on that, Sam. Not late. I totally get it. He says, overall, I enjoyed Superman, and I'd say that it did lots of things really well, but I don't think it did anything superbly well. More on that in a moment. But I also want to start off by saying that I am truly happy about its success and the positive reception it's getting in society. As we talked about before release, it's good to garner more Superman fans, to keep the superhero movies going, and to give Warner Brothers executives the confidence to let DC Studios continue without creative interruption. Most notably David Zaslav, because he's the only Warner Brothers executive that has any input whatsoever into anything that James Gunn and Peter Safran are doing at DC Studios. None of the other executives have any say whatsoever. Important to note that. He says, plus my wife and kids really like it. which has been fun for me since I already have lots of Superman content that I enjoy, and now they are joining in. And to be fair, my kids also like My Adventures with Superman. My Adventures with Superman is good. It's a really good show. It was the last show that Scott and I reviewed for DCTV Squadcast over at Squadcast Media. He says, and I did enjoy this new Superman movie too. I would probably give it a 7.5 out of 10 at this point. Solid, but not quite up to the heights of BVS, Man of Steel, Wonder Woman, or The Dark Knight. Well, we know he's going to change his rating later, but let's see what he says before then. He says some positives were the general likability of David Corenswet, the Lois and Clark dynamics, and the brave choice to give them some relationship tensions. Everything about Mr. Terrific, the fact that the side characters were interesting but did not detract from Superman's central story, and some nice moments of heart. Metamorpho was also great, and I like Jimmy and Perry as well, though I agree with you that a little bit more Perry White would have been good. Yep, I still feel like that. I'm a lot less harsh on my feelings about that than I was in the first couple of viewings, but I still would have taken more of Wendell Pierce's Perry White. Like, in the 2-hour and 15-minute long version of the film, or 2-hour and 20-minute long version of the film, we get more Perry White. I'm confident of that. And hopefully we'll get more of him later on, but either way. He says the toning and pacing were also well drawn, so that did make it an enjoyable experience just as a typical movie viewer. I think these are some of the reasons that it is getting a generally positive reception. But there are some things in my subjective view that were good but not great. I felt like the action was big, but it wasn't epic, he says. I also thought the physics and the fight choreography were fine, but not top caliber, and some moments were kind of disappointing, like Superman in the Anti-Proton River just flailing about for several minutes and then blowing wind way late in the game, though luckily this scene was saved by Metamorpho. Or another example is the fight with Ultraman at the end, where Superman dislocates his shoulder, which is kind of a cool idea and fits with the humanizing theme, but he doesn't use the dislocation to escape. He actually uses the now dislocated arm to throw Ultraman over to the other side into the bus that sends him down toward the black hole. I have no idea how a dislocated arm was able to make that throw when his healthy arm couldn't, so again, it was a key fight scene with Superman that ended in a very disappointing manner, in my view. The flying straight up with the nanites was also a weird choice because how could Superman have known that it would work out perfectly to his advantage, that the engineer would catch up to him and encase him safely? Alright, so I feel like I should address all of these. First of all, I think that entire paragraph is nitpicky. That's my own perspective on it, Sam. That's just, it's all subjective. You can feel however you feel. I can feel however I feel. But I do think all of that is nitpicky. I really do. The Anti-Proton River, it's a pocket universe. Like, that's part of the comic booky element of this film that we just haven't breached whatsoever in either the DCEU or the MCU. When I talk about how this film does things that neither of those franchises did, this is part of it. The Anti-Proton River thing didn't bother me because it was tension. And it was an extra added bout of tension more than just, well, he's got to like rescue people and he's just got to get out of the pocket dimension. It raised the stakes in an action sense, right? Because the idea is he's got to get out before it overtakes him, before it sends him into the black hole, and he's got to save baby Joey, right? Like it's an extra added like bit of humanity that they add to this, that he's able to do this, and it also shows it's more in line with the super part of his, like designation, if you will, right? The film focuses heavily on the man part, but that's the super part. That's part of the super part, right? As far as like, and you've heard Mr. Terrific say that, normal humans, that Anti-Proton River would tear them apart. It's not going to tear him, a Kryptonian, apart, right? So it wasn't lost on me in that regard as well. The dislocating shoulder thing, I've watched it 4 times, and whether it was a leverage pull, I mean, I guess I could watch it again, but it doesn't bother me. I don't really understand what the bothersome part of it is, truthfully. I mean, he's got to get rid of Ultraman. Ultraman is a problem. Ultraman is a nuisance at that point. Ultraman has to be dispatched. And, he tries to be humane about it as humanely as he can. Like, he at one point even says, sorry, chum, right? He doesn't necessarily want to take this guy out, but he has to because he's a problem. He's a roadblock. He's literally the only thing that has stood toe-to-toe with him the entirety of the film when you really look at it. So, I don't know. The dislocated shoulder trick, it reminded me of Lethal Weapon. And, was I looking for a grand and glorious explanation for why Riggs had to dislocate his shoulder in Lethal Weapon? No. I just knew that they did it. And he did it in the second film, and it turned into a thing that he did in each of the sequels after that. He did it in the third film. He did it in the fourth film. So it's just like, okay, whatever. Like, it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me at all, truthfully. And the nanites, now that one, I will say, okay, his intention was clearly to knock Engineer out. The idea, like initially, I feel like people think Iron Man, like how did you solve the icing problem? In fact, I saw some people comment that way. But when he flew back down, the idea is okay, he's going to, at the very least, disarm her, right? Because when she's out, the nanites go out, and that's what happened. He knocked her cold, like with that blast, with heading, like throwing her back into the ground. But you needed that level of velocity because obviously a regular level of slamming wasn't going to work. He tried that. He tried body slamming her several times in the park, like in the ballpark, and it didn't work. So he's like, all right, up all the way as far as possible, and then down, descent all the way as far as possible. And you could tell that because of how Lex and like the engineer were freaking out, and Ultraman, they were all freaking out, trying to get him to slow down. She said she wouldn't survive at that speed, and it's like, okay, in his mind, he's like, either this is going to knock her out or this is going to kill her. It knocked her out. Either way, whether she's knocked out or dead, the nanites are done. The nanites deactivate. And that's how it worked in that regard. Knowing that it would work out perfectly to his advantage, the point was take the engineer out. The engineer is the host of the nanites. Without her being active, the nanites are nothing. And that's precisely how it played out, as far as I'm concerned. I've seen other people come to that conclusion as well. So just throwing that out there. He says some other broader things that I think were fine but not great were the music, the cinematography, and Lex Luthor's portrayal. To me, Lex's motivations were pretty straightforward, and he always seemed like an actor playing the part. I didn't buy into him as a real character like I did most of the others. Well, he's supposed to be larger than life, though, right? Isn't he, Sam? Isn't he supposed to be, like, more fantastical and certainly more, like, egotistical, and, like, he's supposed to be, like, a grandiose villain because he has grandiose ideas. He's got grandiose, like, pettiness in that regard. So to me, no, he's not supposed to be a regular character. He never was supposed to be a real character. He's supposed to be Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor isn't a real character. Lex Luthor is a megalomaniacal, well, maybe megalomaniacal, like, crazy people are real in the world that we live in today. And perhaps, I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of people that consider him rather real, considering our, our leadership, if you will, in terms of the government. That's a conversation to have, isn't it? I'll say that. But no, his motivations rather were very straightforward. He wanted to kill Superman and wanted to destroy him in like all manner possible. He wanted the clearance to be able to do it above board, and he did everything to service that. He says, my other big thing is that the movie had a few decent attempts at broader themes like what it means to be human, that it's about culture and choices, not DNA, but that human culture does have the danger of being influenced by shocking new information or by manipulations of the powerful. But these themes were not deeply embedded in the movie, in my subjective opinion. I got the sense that this movie was mostly constructed around characters, tone, and plot, not around philosophical ideas. But that's okay, he says. I know most people like films to be about character and plot, not about philosophical themes, and even for myself, I only need certain movies from time to take on that heavier stuff. I also like entertaining movies, and Superman is one of those. Okay, I'm glad you said, but that's okay, because I'm wondering if this is one of the things that you change your mind on later that caused you to give it an 8.0 instead of a 7.5. But yeah, the idea of it being around characters, tone, and plot, that those are not bad things, right? That those are never bad things. In fact, that's probably what you should do more often than not with a film. The whole philosophical ideas, like those should be acting in concert with characters, tone, and plot, right? Like centering a movie solely around philosophical ideas and like not caring as much about characters, tone, and plot, like dismissing that, I don't recommend that. I really don't. I feel like you need to balance the two, right? Or center it around characters, tone, and plot and have the philosophical ideas like support that, which is what I feel Man of Steel does. I don't think Man of Steel is fully philosophical. I really don't. And I don't think any of Zack Snyder's movies are fully philosophical. I think they are centered around characters, tone, and plot, and the philosophy supports that in that regard. But I would also say that there are times where that certainly is the case here with respect to Superman. So I guess that's where we really get subjective on this. He says, I also thought the rural stuff with the Kents was good, not great. I'm from the rural Midwest, and I grew up on a farm. I think this movie went for the more rural, not very much about the farming, but that's okay. At first, I thought it was conflating rural with stupid, but I was won over by the end. Okay, now that I don't like. I don't like that with respect to, I think because of the colloquialisms and because of the social like portrayal, because I've seen that sentiment come up, and it's like, you know what? Who is conflating rural with stupid other than stupid people? You know what I mean? Like, rural shouldn't mean stupid. Unfortunately, because of how we've seen it in the zeitgeist, because of how we've seen it portrayed and referred to culturally, that's the first thing that we think of, right? And that's what dumbass Dean Cain said. Was he said that the Kents were made to be like, locals and hillbilly hicks, or I forget what stupidity he said, because his is not an opinion that like should be taken seriously whatsoever at this point in time at all. But no, I don't like that we immediately, like, that's our thought when we hear the drawl, when we hear the accent, which Neva Howell apparently did a lot of work. Like, she and Pruitt Taylor Vincent did a lot of work to actually cultivate realistic Midwestern accents from Kansas, right? They do all that work just for people to look at them as stupid or to consider them stupid. I don't like that we have that colloquialism. I'm not blaming you for that, Sam. I hate that your brain immediately went to that and that you got to be won over with it by the end. You should have never thought that in the first place. Neither should I. None of us should have ever thought that in the first place. And it sucks, unfortunately, that the colloquialism pushes us into that like area, into that line of thinking, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, it's the world that we live in, and we just have to fight against that. And hopefully, portrayals like this in Superman help us fight against that, because that shouldn't be the case. There are tons of intelligent people that speak in just as much of a drawl as Ma and Pa Kent in this film, and deserve more than to be just like thrown into a generalized stereotype. And again, not saying that you're doing that, Sam. Not even saying it's your fault. Just saying, colloquially speaking, that's what it's perceived as. And I've seen multiple people say that, and it's unfortunate. And I hope we change that. He says, so overall, I like it. And I am glad that the mid-credit and post-credit scene were connected to this movie, not redirecting attention toward the next movie. I like it that people can settle in and talk about and enjoy this movie for quite a while longer before the next thing. There were also very few minor things that I noticed. A few very minor things, he said, rather, that I noticed. Like the engineer flying way too far, way too fast to arrive at Lex's headquarters near the beginning, or Superman going way too far under the sidewalk before he pops out, Lex not flinching at all when blades are flying right past his face in the fortress. I know he's cocky, but does he have no reflexes at all? The engineer reforming herself upside down in the fortress for no reason other than to show that she has an ability which never matters again. Or Mr. Terrific, a man with human strength, punching out multiple guys with helmets at the beachside base. But all those were very quick and easy to brush aside. They didn't negatively affect the overall movie. Glad you said that, because I feel like all of that is nitpicks. And at the end of the day, I have to ask, who cares, truthfully, about any of that? And I think most people do not, because it's a comic book movie. And at some point, I do feel like, even from an intellectual fan standpoint, we have to say it's a comic book movie. Like, suspension of disbelief is going to be at a premium regardless of what we're dealing with, right? And I think your next paragraph here, I'm going to go into what you say here next, because you said, but that sort of thing does put Superman a notch below Man of Steel in my own subjective ranking, because I think Man of Steel has only like two very small moments that I'd want to change. Clark looking down too severely with his baseball cap in the cemetery, which looks too obviously like blocking so that he can look up at Lois. And then the line after the kiss where he says that it's downhill after the first kiss if you're kissing a human, because he is kissing a human even if Lois is not. See, I even think those are nitpicks, Sam, and I don't know. I feel like sometimes we can put the damn magnifying glass away, if I'm being completely honest about it. Like, we nitpick and we scrutinize these movies so much that I feel like a lot of times we forget to have fun. And I'm not saying that overall you forgot to have fun with it, Sam, but I do think that there's some things that you and other people who prefer Man of Steel over this movie are just like harping on a little bit, right? Whether they affect your overall enjoyment or not, they're still going to stick enough in your mind that you're going to put them in this email and say, well, there's this. And I'm like, a lot of times for me, it's also like, it's a lot like, for me, it's a lot like the VFX complaint in that regard, right? If I can get my thoughts straight here. The VFX complaints, when people talk about how VFX takes them out of a movie, and it's like, really? So then for you, the story and the characters and everything wasn't strong enough for you to forgive some shoddy CGI here and there, right? Like I talked about how I wasn't really, this is a bit of Fantastic Four spoilers, but I wasn't digging the Franklin CGI with Fantastic Four on the first viewing. And I'm a lot like more forgiving of it after the second viewing. It's still not great. But the point is, it didn't take me out of the movie. It didn't remove like the emotional impact of the movie for me whatsoever. And I feel like for people that it does, it's like, well, how strong of an emotional attachment did you have for the film in the first place? You know, and if you didn't, that's fine. I'm not saying you needed to, but just I don't know. I feel like a lot of times with these films, we nitpick them so much, especially like when it comes to comparison. And look, if I'm being honest, all of us that were fans of the DCEU, all of us that are fans of Man of Steel, there is absolutely a part of us, whether we acknowledge it consciously or not, there is a part of us that does get on the defensive when people praise this movie over Man of Steel, right? And the toxicity, listen, I don't have an issue with people that like this movie over Man of Steel. I myself have revised my position to Man of Steel being my 1A, 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 and Superman is my 1B. I revised that position. They're both like on the same level, just 1A and 1B in that regard, right? I revised my position on that. But people that prefer Superman over Man of Steel, that's not my issue, right? It's the toxic people, the people that use it to slam Man of Steel. That's the problem that I have, right? There's no need to be negative against one Superman movie with the other, and vice versa. People that use Man of Steel to slam Superman, and I'm not saying you're doing that, Sam. I'm just saying that, like, to me, I think there is that shields up a little bit with us. Those of us that really enjoy Man of Steel, those of us that still defend Man of Steel to this day. And that does cause us, in my opinion, to be more critical and to be more skeptical of things and to, have a greater appreciation. Like it, and you had said this before, Sam, because one of the things that you brought up before was you didn't like the whole building, the building thing that he did. And I think you had mentioned that that was one of the things that Zack Snyder avoided. He didn't like the physics of the building saving. And so he didn't have Henry Cavill Superman do that at all in his films. That's how we know Justice League is a piece of shit that he didn't direct, right? Because of that whole thing where he carried the apartment building. Well, Superman does do a building thing here, and I think that's a quintessential example of how the building thing doesn't bother me. It's how do you do it, and how do you incorporate it into your film, whether that bothers me or not in that regard, right? And obviously, the way it's done in Superman is vastly superior to the way that it's done in Justice League. So, but you don't like either one. And that is absolutely your prerogative. It is all subjective. I know others that feel exactly the same way that you do, because again, the biggest difference by far between Man of Steel and Superman is that Man of Steel is grounded in a real world aesthetic. It's taking the taking comic book physics and grounding it in a real world aesthetic, as if what if this were happening in the real world. It is Metropolis, it is Gotham City, but it's grounded in real world physics and real world manifestations. That is not the case with Superman. There are real world aspects of that DC universe, but the suspension of disbelief is higher because you don't have a Lex Luthor who is going through like proper channels to get a piece of kryptonite imported into the country, or going through illegal channels to smuggle it through the white Portuguese rather. You're dealing with a Lex Luthor that used his own like super collider to build a pocket universe to imprison people. It's straight out of like crazy comic book science, right? So I feel like once you understand that that's how that works, that's what you're getting into. And so if that means that this is a Superman film that even though you still liked it, it's not really in your wheelhouse, that's fine. It's not in your wheelhouse. But that also means that for those of us that do enjoy it more than you, we are going to consider some of your concerns nitpicks. And it's all subjective. It is 1000% all subjective, right? That's how it goes. So you said nothing wrong with your opinions. There is agreeing and there is disagreeing in that regard. That's all it is. That's what we're here to do, to agree or disagree in that regard, respectfully, of course, as always. But with respect to the email, he says, well, this has already gone on longer than I thought. Although it might seem like I have a lot of critiques, I do want to reiterate that I liked the film. And I have not shared any of my complaints online because, as you've discussed before, there's no need to spread the negativity, and I do want the word of mouth to continue so that it can have some legs at the box office. James Gunn said 500 million would be a success, and I think it's going to end up over 600 million. 700 million is a possibility, and that would be super. Yeah, the projections, of course, I mean, it's well over 500 million now. It's at 551.2. They're projecting definitely over 600 million. Gitesh is saying 625. 700 million, we'll see. I mean, that's got to really depend on how long it remains in theaters even after its digital release. So we'll see what those final numbers shake up to be. But I think over 600 million is now more likely. especially as the domestic numbers continue to rise, because they're still thinking 360 to 370 as far as domestic final numbers, and right now it's at 316. So yeah, if the domestic numbers get to 360, 370, then there you have it with 600 million for sure. And yeah, 700 million, it would be super if it got there. But yeah, see, there you go. But right there, people, quintessential example of someone who has his issues but doesn't wish to contribute to the negativity, doesn't wish to be toxic about it, and wishes to see the film succeed. Why? Because Sam is a DC fan. Sam is a Superman fan. He is not interested in tribalism. He is interested in the success of DC Studios and the franchise. That is why he's always welcome here. So let's get to what was actually a second email that he sent, which was maybe about half the length, maybe about a third of the length of his original email. He said, "Hi again. I have a quick update on my Superman reaction because I've been thinking about the movie a bit more, talking to my partner about it, and I also saw that Rolling Stone interview with James Gunn that you covered last week. In short, I am bumping up my rating of Superman from a 7.5 to an 8 out of 10. It still doesn't reach the level of the Dawn of Justice trilogy in my subjective opinion, but an 8 is really solid." Is that what it's officially called? Is it officially called the Dawn of Justice trilogy? If it is, cool. That is the first time I've ever heard that name. I've just been calling it the Zack Snyder trilogy. If it's actually called the Dawn of Justice trilogy, fantastic. Sam, if you have like link or like any type of, I don't know, like foundation for calling it that, great. If you just came up with it on your own, still great. I'm fine with either way. Like, I like that name, Dawn of Justice trilogy. All right. He says the two main reasons for my change are that James Gunn clarified the focus being on kindness, not hope, and also the thinking behind the message from the Kryptonian parents. For me, I've gotten tired over the years of people talking about hope, 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 especially with regard to Superman, but it always just seemed kind of vague and pointless. I think kindness is a much more concrete and actionable focus than hope, and I have also seen many people who are inspired toward being a good person from Superman, and I think that's also better than just hoping for things, he says. So I give some credit to this Superman movie for showing kindness and empathy and inspiring that in others. And second, I needed some time to process the Kryptonian message. Like you, he says, I'm open to multiple interpretations of characters, and I've seen other versions with the more invasive Kryptonian angle, so that's fine. But what upgraded my opinion a little bit is James Gunn talking about how Clark had to sort of learn that moral lesson of making his own choices and deciding his own morality, not just cling to messages from the past. I don't want to get into it too much, but this resonates personally for me in terms of my own growth beyond Christian teachings. As a kid, I was very active in church and I learned all these nice stories and messages. But then as I got older, I actually read the entire Bible and there were a lot of cruel, disturbing things in there. And it became clear to me that the morality of God was not as nice or clear as I had been led to believe. Some of God's directives are even to invade and take land and kill the inhabitants, even the women and children. There are also harems in the Bible for God's chosen leaders. So we could chalk this up as another parallel between Superman's story and Bible stories, he says, to go along with the Moses and Jesus parallels. But to make a long story short, in my own subjective processing, I resonate with Clark as he spent a part of the movie clinging to the nice, sanitized first portion of the message, but then eventually had to face the more sinister second part of the message, and his response is to still be a good person, but not because his long-dead parents from a past civilization told him to. He does it because he has empathy and connections with other people. He feels for the little guys, and he wants to be a positive force in the world. He can be good for earthly reasons, not for heavenly ones. So, 8 out of 10. And I'm really glad for its success so that we can continue to see more DC movies and TV shows. Sam Otten. Whoa. Okay. Well, Sam, I think I clearly really resonated and enjoyed your second email more than your first one. Wow. And you know what? I know you said you don't want to dwell on it too much or talk about it too much, but I hear you with respect to your own perspectives and your own upbringings. And I do feel like, in fact, I know for a fact you're not alone in terms of that. And I know a lot of more people nowadays that are taking the same path that you're taking in terms of, learning the truth about what it was they were taught with respect to organized religion in that regard. We don't need to belabor that, and we don't need to dig into that, but I hear you. I hear you loud and clear, right? And I say that as someone who was raised Catholic, but is not a practicing Catholic. I'll put it that way, just to share my own perspective on that. I have a belief in God. My belief in God is not tied to an organized religion. I will say that. I think I've brought that up before, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't have any qualms about talking about it, truthfully. But no, I am glad that you found that connection. And again, as I said the other day on TikTok, I'm calling it the Superman syndrome, right? Because I had this thing where I saw Man of Steel, and every time I've watched Man of Steel, the movie has gotten better with every watch. And the same thing is happening for me with Superman. I've watched it 4 times now. It has improved with every watch. And that second watch was really the one where I was just like, wow, no, this movie really is like really good. And there are other themes and there are other like philosophical like questions and whatnot that I do believe are in there, right? And there's other character dynamics and other development that most certainly is in there, right? And we can have discussions about those. But for me, like I just really appreciate that the last two Superman movies get better with multiple viewings and our repeat watches, right? And maybe in a four quadrant sense, Superman is even more of a repeat watch than Man of Steel. It probably is. It probably is for a number of reasons, and that's fine. I'm okay with that because we knew that coming out, for DC Studios' inaugural film, that it was going to have to be a four quadrant film, and it certainly is that. There's no question. And yeah, I'm glad that you bumped it to 8 out of 10. I have moved it further than that personally. I started at 8 out of 10. I'd probably moved it up to a 9 at this point. 9 out of 10, truthfully. But you know what? We both enjoyed it, and that's really all that matters. And really, the ultimate thing that matters is it is a resounding success for DC Studios and the DCU going forward. And so, yeah, we get to see this universe, this franchise, continue on course, right? As it has had a very successful grand opening that continues to succeed going forward. So thank you as always for the insight, Sam. Thank you for the thoughts, the very subjective thoughts, the very subjective opinions. They are always indeed greatly appreciated, good sir. All right, people, this week we received a digital raven from one Mr. Anthony Dorsey, the man, the myth, the legend. He has sent an email this week entitled Flight Chat 2.0, number 3. Maybe that's the real punk rock. Oh, so he's clearly seen the movie because he's quoting it. And yes, I knew he saw the movie because I saw his social media musings. But yes, Mr. Anthony Dorsey with a full Dorsey-sized email that he sent 3 days ago at the very end of July, July 31st. Let's get right to it. I think it's interesting that Gemini did not summarize this email. Very intriguing. Too much for Gemini to summarize, perhaps. But he says, hello there. It's time for another email missive, this time for some of the biggest releases of the year. Let's dive in, starting with some feedback from the last email. All right, so he says, I won't give away when it's said in the show, but my last email title, It Was an Absolute Joy, will make sense when you catch up on Doctor Who. In an uncertain time for the show, it might be best to catch up on the show while it's all available. Streaming services tend to erase any trace of shows they cancel these days, previous seasons also leaving HBO Max at the end of July. Yeah, I didn't make that deadline, so you know what? Real quickly, let me see if Googling provides any indication of where it might have gone after leaving HBO Max. So no, not as of yet. Obviously, it's available on like physical media and whatnot, but and also there are other options out there potentially to get caught up on those seasons of Doctor Who, most notably 12th, 13th, and 14th Doctor, and 15th Doctor. No, 15th Doctor, his stuff is on Disney Plus, but 12, 13, and 14, 12 and 13 mostly, yeah, I may have to find other means to get caught up on those. So, yeah, did not make the HBO Max deadline, but it is what it is. He says, regarding my ratings and how many cap out at 9 out of 10 for the record. Yes, that's right. We were talking about his rating system last time. He says, for the record, I did give Andor a 10 out of 10 just 2 email missives ago. Just nothing in that last email was as perfect as that. If you want to skim some of my film rankings to check for 5 stars, here's my letterbox. He sent a letterbox link. Go to the list sections for my comic book movies, Star Wars, DCEU, MCU, and Bond rankings. Through that, we'll give away my rankings for Fantastic Four and Superman, unless you want to save it for the end of this email. No, we'll save it. We'll save it. But he says, before the cliffhangers, I was ready to give Ironheart a 9 out of 10, but my disappointment with the ending brought it down to a 7 out of 10. That's how much I didn't like the ending. Also, I didn't care for what they did with Zeke Stane in the second half, but I don't think I mentioned that in the email. I had no other real problems with the show. I mostly loved it, especially as it wasn't a show I was hyped for. Lastly, thanks for not tearing into me for my Sinners review. I thought it was a great film, but it just wasn't my favorite of the year. It will likely be in my top 10 films of the year list, though. Well, like I said, Anthony, It is completely understandable why that would be the best film of the year for other people culturally. People like myself culturally. Just saying. Myself, Wally, you, a few others that listen to this show. It might be, it's understandably going to be a stronger film for us than it is going to be for you or others. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. All these types of films, they have different cultural impacts. They have different societal impacts, different emotional impacts. It is what it is. That's the beauty of it's all subjective. So, am I surprised that you didn't give it a 10 out of 10? No, I am not. Am I going to tear you a new one for that? No, certainly not, because I get it. I totally get it. At least from that perspective, I get it. So he goes, now for my movie reviews in the order I watch them, which I'm sure he's denoting so that we don't get any type of indication that he's giving us a ranking based on where these reviews fall. But his first one is for a film called Armageddon Time. Came out 3 years ago. I've never heard of this movie. He says, this movie I first heard about while working on the film Henry's Ebb last year, as one of the leads of that movie, Banks Rapeta, was the lead of this one. Considering that he was only a few years younger in this film than when I met him, I thought he did an excellent job. Armageddon Time is a coming-of-age story about family and the generational pursuit of the American dream. Banks stars as Paul Graff, and we follow him as he learns life lessons from his grandpa Anthony Hopkins and his parents, Anne Hathaway and Jeremy Strong. Okay, how have I never heard of it? Maybe I've heard of this in passing and just haven't seen a trailer. He says this movie deals mostly with the morals of race and class differences, as well as what it means to be a man in a changing time. I found it very touching. The ending will leave you pondering, but it may not be entirely satisfying. I will warn you of the sudden reminder of reality in this movie when Fred Trump shows up at Paul's private school. I doubt he'd approve of the main messages of the film, though. Rating 8 out of 10. Okay. Interesting. Fred Trump. All right. Fair enough. Continuing. Elio. Okay, Pixar movie. Pixar's most recent movie. No spoilers, he says. The latest Pixar movie sadly flopped with little fanfare and non-existent marketing. I'm glad I saw it, though, he says. The plot was pretty straightforward. Elio is a kid who cannot connect with his aunt or anybody else as he learns about space and desperately wishes that aliens would abduct him. And of course, it's just a matter of time until that happens. Being a top-quality animated film, I was very impressed by the clever and interesting alien designs and the world building of the space society they came up with. I did find the emotional arc to be way more predictable than usual. And while they do have some of that trademark Pixar emotions, Elio wasn't quite tear-inducing like the other recent releases or their classics. That said, I think certain kids will watch this obsessively on Disney Plus and will use this as a gateway to the science fiction genre, similar to how I often used to often rent the Iron Giant and Titan AE from Blockbuster when I was a kid. That sentence should accurately age me for the listener's LOL rating, 7 out of 10. Yeah, I still have never seen the Iron Giant, and I have only seen bits and pieces of Titan AE, so... but I remember when both of those were out in theaters, so that definitely dates me as well. But Blockbuster, anytime you reference Blockbuster, yep, that puts a definite range on the age for sure, good sir. All right, now on to his thoughts on Superman. He's got quite a bit to say about this one, and it is spoilers because spoilers are hot, have been hot for the last couple of flight chats. He says, now for the main show of the email. But first, some preamble. When James Gunn was first announced to be coming to DC following his brief firing from Marvel, I never thought I would love what he did there so much. I was so upset when the Suicide Squad was announced that I changed my Twitter handle to DC Outlaw, partly as a reference to Red Hood and the Outlaws, but mainly to signify that my favorite franchise was no longer going in a way that I wanted any part of. Only a few years later, and I was thrilled with the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, and even happier when the reboot was announced. Of course, I was excited when Henry Cavill announced that he was back after Black Adam, but when that soon fell apart and he recanted the announcement, I was less disappointed and more relieved. There was far too much baggage attached to his portrayal at that point, and while I would have liked to have seen him get another movie, the lack of Zack Snyder's involvement meant they would have leaned more on Donner nostalgia, and even if not, there would have been endless arguments online about how he should or shouldn't be portrayed, and I had grown so tired of over the years since the JL disaster. One would have thought I was sad that Cavill was definitively done with the role, but in reality it felt like a weight was lifted and we were finally free to move on. Of course, we now know that many people on either side cannot move on, but it feels much easier to just block and move on these days now that there's a whole new DC universe. I didn't know that was why you changed your name to DC Outlaw. That's a nice window into that. Was not aware of that. All right. Fair enough, Anthony. Thank you. He says all this led to the release of James Gunn's Superman film starring David Corenswet. I gotta say that I loved it, he says. Not as much as Man of Steel, but I love both movies for different reasons simultaneously. Man of Steel was truly an immigrant story about an alien protecting his new homeworld from the genocidal General Zod, and led into a trilogy and some other movies about superpowered beings being slowly introduced into a very realistic world. Gunn's Superman is more focused on a hero dedicated to his values of kindness and protecting life, while dealing with the realization that he wasn't sent to Earth for those reasons. This world of the DCU, starting with this film, is already more fully fleshed out as a comic book universe than the DCEU ever was, and even more than the MCU has been up until more recently, such as in Ironheart, where, light spoiler, wandering into a real magic shop is only mildly surprising. This is a world where any number of heroes currently exist, and the history of metahumans goes back at least 300 years. Superheroes are commonplace to the point where Green Lantern can eat cereal in a diner and it's normal, and fighting a kaiju in the middle of Metropolis is just a light distraction, and sending it to an intergalactic zoo is a legitimate option to solve that problem. At times, he says, the existence of the Justice Gang reminded me of how the Justice Society was used in Black Adam, but the inclusion here made much more sense. Introducing the JSA as an existing team in the modern day after over a dozen movies felt very odd, and didn't at all fit the world of the DCEU to me. But that was just another symptom of having far too many cooks in the kitchen making their meals without any leadership or oversight toward making sure the world makes any sense. This contrasts with having the Justice Gang, named not final, in the first film of the DCU as a corporate-backed team that often helps out Superman, as they all act as protectors of Metropolis. After this movie, I could totally buy that any number of characters or teams already exist, and I cannot wait to see how this universe develops further, knowing we're getting Bat Family, and not that year 2 gritty the Batman getting folded in, which doesn't at all fit, and I simply want Bat Family more than it. Teen Titans, and a Supergirl-led space adventure. For people who don't understand, people who are not familiar with this, Anthony is pro-Bat Family, and above all, he wants that. But more than Batman himself, more than just Batman and Robin, he wants Bat Family. And so the prospect of Bat Family is definitely increased if they do indeed intend to have Damian Wayne be Robin, because then that means that Dick and Barbara and Tim and the others are all there already, right? Damian is like the fourth Robin at this point. So it may even mean at this point, especially with where he's saying the DCU is at, might even mean that Jason Todd is Red Hood, right? That could absolutely be the case with respect to the DCU that we're dealing with right now. Really, the newest element of the DCU is Superman, 3 years, but as far as the metahuman aspect of it and all these teams, yeah, no, the sky's the limit. It is very exciting to see where this universe may indeed go. He says the cast of this film is all perfectly cast, with my new man crush, Star Wars fanatic David Corenswet, truly embodying the role of Superman in a way no others have before it yet. David Corenswet is a massive Star Wars fan. Oh my goodness, he will not shut up about Star Wars, and it's awesome. It really is. To hear him talk with complexity and to not get crap wrong. Like, he gets the details right? When he talks about Star Wars, like when he was explaining the whole thing about Qui-Gon and who really taught Anakin and all that, right? When he was on that, I don't know, what was that D&D thing, that magical, mystical thing where he was sitting in the throne and he was wearing the shawl or whatever, right? He was speaking in detail and he was quoting correctly. And I love that. He has seen the franchise enough, right? He quotes correctly. So many people don't do that. And I just really appreciate that David Corenswet does that. And it's great. It's fantastic. He really is a student of the source material, a student of the film, for sure. And yeah, the lie detector test that he and Nicholas Hoult went under, you saw it. I know you did, Anthony, where they asked him, would he rather be in a Superman sequel or in a Star Wars movie? And he said Star Wars movie, and yes, because he wants to be an X-Wing pilot. He dearly wants to be. Like, he would be fine being a Jedi, and I know we want to see him as a Jedi, but he would want to be an X-Wing pilot. Yes, indeed. So I love that too, that he's a massive Star Wars fanatic. He says, I'm not saying he's the best, as that's up to interpretation, but at least just in film, we've never gotten this level of depth for the Man of Steel, in part because we're skipping the origin story and showing him already well established as Superman and 3 months into a relationship with Lois Lane, who also knows his identity. What was interesting with that dynamic in particular, he says, is that they have hit a rough patch following Clark letting her interview him as Superman, and she very quickly hits him with much tougher questions than he expected and pushes him to think more about his actions and their effects on the geopolitical landscape. Rachel Brosnahan was an incredible Lois Lane and is a strong contender for being the best ever Lois. That said, I would have liked more scenes with just the two of them, and I hope that we will get a lot more of them together in sequels and spin-offs. I love Henry Cavill's version throughout Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I appreciated how he was generally a hero who let actions speak louder than words and also went through a crisis of faith after seeing how the public reacted to him. I'm very well aware that his iteration did not hit for everyone like it did for me. David, on the other hand, he says, fits more as the old-school kind hero who will comfort kids after a battle or save a squirrel from being stepped on by a monster. He wears his heart on his sleeve and says as much to Lex in a big speech towards the end of the movie. Cavill never got speeches like we see at the end of this movie, and I do understand that criticism of those movies, as he was generally a man of few words. Cornswet is much chattier. With respect to the Lois and Clark dynamic, Anthony, I don't know if you've seen Superman multiple times, but I will say that I would recommend multiple viewings because when it comes to the perception, at least for me, the perception of time spent with particular characters or with particular dynamics, a second watch definitely does help put it further into perspective for me, especially with them, because the first time I watched it, the first apartment scene, the first interview scene was the one that stuck out to me. And in subsequent reviewings after that, the other apartment scene in his place, the conversation that they have when the dimensional imp is being fought outside the window, that has stood out to me as arguably maybe an even bigger conversation, even bigger moment between the two of them. And look, the interview scene is phenomenal. I loved it in the trailer, and I love what that scene it eventually became. That's probably one of my favorite scenes in the entire film. But the other one, the apartment scene at his place, because remember, the first one is at her place. The second one at his place, where she gives him the cocoa, a great scene. Fantastic. To further illustrate the dynamic between Lois and Clark. It's one of like a good handful of those moments between them that really does like cement the relationship and really does give them the chemistry that I think many of us were hoping for sure. Really, really like it. He says the other major character is Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, and he again might be the best Lex Luthor on film. Certainly better than the late Gene Hackman, who was more interested in real estate schemes for some reason. I thought Jesse Eisenberg was great in the role, and I do see some of that version in Holt's Lex, though he's not as spastic as Eisenberg's, though I never had an issue with that and found it silly that people did take issue with it. Lex and his team of sycophants concocting a scheme involving a fictional country invading another fictional country, which has no military and defends itself with just civilians and children as the other country's leader wants them all dead. Any resemblance to real life is entirely coincidental, but if you're offended by that, maybe consider why you would be upset to see a USA-backed country attempt to slaughter children, and consider that maybe Jarhanpur has as much right to exist as Bravia. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that, Anthony. Yes. And you picked up on it. I picked up on it. So many have picked up on that, and it's part of the reason why this movie transcends the normal conversation. Yes, oh yes, absolutely, that is there. He says Lex's hench people, including the engineer who was a cool character, but having never heard of her before this movie, I still don't feel the need to research her character further. And Ultraman, who was a bit too similar to Black Noir from The Boys, even borrowing a reveal from those comics, and was practically a non-character until the final act, and possible setup for a future bizarre antagonist. I also saw some connections with him and Superboy from Young Justice, who came from Cadmus's Project Match. If anyone got shortchanged by this movie, he says, it was Perry White and the Daily Planet team, who seem to have their roles cut down to a few brief scenes, almost all of which don't include Clark Kent. Jimmy Olsen, of course, was the standout of that crew, really bringing his ladies' man persona to the big screen for the first time. This fact about him practically saves the day through his reconnecting with his old girlfriend Eve, who's currently dating Lex. Nice to see Jimmy get a big role. Would have liked to have seen a bit more with him and Clark. I did like the few scenes with Ma and Pa Kent, and I appreciated that they just looked like two normal farmers rather than like movie stars like we got in Man of Steel with Kevin Costner and Diane Lane. Their scenes had some good emotions, but the big scene with Pa Kent didn't hit nearly as hard for me as the You Are My Son scene from Man of Steel. Too bad so many people stopped watching that scene after the word maybe and didn't get to experience the true message of it, but I digress. I agree, because the true message of that scene is no different than the true message of the Pa Kent scene in this movie, but like you say, we digress. He says the aforementioned Justice Gang were standouts, though. This trio of heroes, makes their big screen debut and does not disappoint. Hawkgirl and Mr. Terrific did have live-action adaptations in Arrow and Legends of Tomorrow, but will now be household names after Superman. We've also long awaited a Green Lantern on the big screen again after the 2011 bomb, and Guy Gardner was certainly not most people's first pick for Green Lantern after so long, but Nathan Fillion played Guy perfectly, and you hate to love him and his haircut, or love to hate him, I would say, and his haircut anytime he's on screen. Isabella Merced got the least screen time of the three as Hawkgirl, but she made the character her own and made some great action and great comedy scenes. Eddie Gathegi's Mr. Terrific was the true standout of the gang, portraying the smartest man in the DCU with a very memorable action scene and some of the best lines in the film. This group, though, is proof to me that the Marvel method of needing to introduce every hero in a solo movie before letting them team up is unnecessary. You get enough about these characters just from their actions, skill sets, and personalities, and while it would be cool for any of them to get a spinoff, it does not at all harm this movie to not know their history going into it. Let the church say amen. Just saying. Preach. Preach, Anthony. Here we go. He says, now I've praised this movie enough, so I guess I need to give some criticism. You don't have to, but let's go ahead. I have a feeling the number one thing with a bullet you're about to say. I am still disappointed, he says, that they did not give this Superman a totally new theme and instead brought back the John Williams theme from 1978. But I cannot deny its icon status, and I did appreciate that the new composers gave it some new and unique twists. That said, much of the soundtrack sounded generic for a superhero film and didn't bring enough new to the table for my liking. He says, I went into the movie not liking the red trunks on Superman's outfit, and there was one shot when Superman is captured where it looked like a big diaper, especially on the IMAX screen. But otherwise, I didn't notice it was even there. Overall, the visual effects are great, but the visual look of the movie is often a bit bland, especially during daytime action scenes. For the most part, I found the humor very clever, and Gunn seems to have grown from some of the more childish jokes he had in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 or even the Suicide Squad. But for my taste, I could have done with some less humor as it makes the movie less rewatchable when you know all the jokes. Well, that's subjective because it depends on how funny the joke was to you. If it wasn't, then yes, less rewatchable. If it was, then you're going to get a kick out of it every time that you see it, right? Somebody is going to love the mutant toes joke, right? Somebody's going to love the whole thing with Jimmy and Eve. Somebody's going to, like, there were people in the last showing that I went to, there were people that legitimately cracked up at, I'm not messing around, I'm doing important stuff. Like, there were people, like, that got us a decent laugh in the theater, seriously, right? And there are other moments like when Lombard is like freaking out because he doesn't have a seat, and like the panic in Mr. Terrific's flying saucer. No, that got a good laugh from a lot of people in the theater. So it just depends on whether or not the jokes worked for people or not. Obviously, I agree with you about the John Williams theme, but I absolutely do give them credit for composing it into new compositions and not just lazily retreading it, right? They took it in different places and it was reinforced, but they made a new score out of it. They didn't just keep it in the same key. They didn't just copy it over lazily. They reformatted it, and I do appreciate that. But to that end, I also would not call it like bland or generic. I really don't feel like it was generic. Is it as vibrant necessarily as what Giacchino just did with Fantastic Four? No, but Michael Giacchino is Michael Giacchino. I'm not putting David Fleming or John Murphy in Michael Giacchino's stature, if you will. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't call this a generic score personally. I do think there are some moments, and I do think there are definitely some beats in it that are much stronger than a generic score in that regard. I'm trying to think of what a generic comic book score would be. Oh yeah, just pick the majority of the MCU. The majority of the MCU is scored generically. It is. It is. Like, that's not a terrible thing. Like, it is what it is, right? Most of the MCU does not have, like, incredibly standout scores. There are some. There are definitely some. Goranson's score for Black Panther? Hell yes. Absolutely stands out. Silvestri's Avengers work. The first film certainly stands out. No question. And Infinity War, of course. Those stand out, right? Like, there's some that stand out, but a lot don't. I think that this score is still better than the basic generic MCU scores, in my own subjective opinion in that regard. The trunks, I didn't notice. But I always said from the beginning that the trunks were never going to be a deal breaker for me. I prefer non-trunks, but he made trunks work. Trunks absolutely worked with how he played the character. Like, it did not detract at all. But it never looked like a diaper to me. And I saw that movie in Super IMAX the first time, and in IMAX all the other times. And like I said, IMAX is really just IMAX screen with recliners. I did not notice, personally. It didn't look like a diaper to me, I'll say it that way. And as far as the humor, I said this before, and I think now I have definitive proof. James Gunn understood that Superman is not the same character as the Guardians of the Galaxy or the Suicide Squad, and he had to change the humor, pull back the reins a bit, or at least change the scope of his jokes, right? I think he understands this. This is what I'm talking about him being a creative and understanding he can't do the exact same thing for every character. Superman is different, different prestige, different level of, like, respectability or whatever you want to call it. You can't treat him the same way with humor that you can the Guardians of the Galaxy or the Suicide Squad. He understood that, and that's why the humor in this film, to me, is the most organic, the most situational, right? And maybe it's also the DC effect, because I've said for years that I thought DC has been vastly superior at situational humor than one-liners and quips, right? Like the situational humor in DC movies, they just do that better than Marvel, in my opinion. And Superman is no exception. The situational humor in Superman, that's what works to me. Those are the jokes that work, right? More than any one-liners, and there are some here and there, but like it's not to the level of Guardians or the Suicide Squad in that regard. And I think it's because he understands the difference in those characters, and I thought he would, and to me he did. He says, as for the score, I liked it. It simply doesn't compare to Zimmer's Man of Steel score and what that means to me. But for the movie that this crew was trying to make, it fit very well. I was hesitant about the 78 theme returning, but to be honest, my dislike of that theme returning in the DCEU was entirely due to how Warner Brothers was trying to forget the Zimmer theme and force the Williams theme onto Cavill's Superman, which it did not fit with, especially after 2 full movies without it. I did appreciate how the 2 composers, David Fleming and John Murphy, added their unique flair to the classic music, and there are a few tracks I've listened to repeatedly. Also, the couple of needle drops were solid choices for their respective scenes, though they aren't songs I want to listen to separately from the film. Okay, so I disagree with that because Punk Rocker by the Teddy Bears featuring Iggy Pop has been in my head from day one, and yes, I've listened to it on my own. I haven't listened to the other one. I forgot the other one. The other one is 5 Years Time by Noah and the Whale, which I think is a song I've heard before, but obviously had been a while since I'd heard it here for people. That's the Mr. Terrific fight song, if you will, right? And that was another thing I gotta say, and I've said this before, like, usually in his other films, Suicide Squad and the Guardians films, way more needle drops than just 2. He even scaled back the needle drops, and he talked about that in the Happy, Sad, Confused interview with Josh Horowitz about how frightening that was for him to scale back the needle backs because he really just understands music. And I agree with him. He does understand music because seriously, dude, earlier today on TikTok, I watched a video. Somebody put together a compilation of Brie Larson nerding out and being like this really nerdy person in real life, and they sent it to Punk Rocker, right? It has nothing to do with Superman. She's Captain Marvel, but still, somebody sent it to Punk Rocker. That's how much this song is transcending. I can't not hear it on TikTok. Every couple of videos, yeah, because I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. Yes, it's one of those that just hits. Gunn just knows. He knows, man. Seriously, he just knows, right? Just like the people who, sing along the soundtracks from any of the Guardians movies, right? Like he has an understanding of that, and I truly enjoy that personally. And I wondered how I was going to when that first needle drop happened. I was like, oh, here comes the needle drop, because we're all wondering if there was going to be any or not. And he put in 2, and I mean, obviously, I love Punk Rocker because of what it symbolizes and because of when it happens at the end of the film. It's just, it makes the ending so damn good. I love the ending of this movie so much. But at any rate, I didn't know you had another paragraph to mention on the score with respect to that. You did say that you liked it. And like I said, I would agree with a number of things that you said. Although, like I said, I've listened to Punk Rocker. I haven't listened to 5 Years Time separately, but Punk Rocker for sure, definitely. Anthony says, light criticism aside, none of those things detracts much from the movie as it's presented, and I couldn't ask for a better start to a brand new DC universe. I'm glad the movie is successful enough and the creatives have enough freedom that there won't be any more executive meddling or pivots to a different tone like what happened in the last attempt. Loved Superman. Kind of wish they kept the legacy subtitle as it does fit the movie, and that would cause less confusion, but that's whatever. Rating 10 out of 10. There it is, people. A 10 out of 10. He gave Superman a 10 out of 10. I was not predicting that. Was not predicting that at all, Anthony. Was thinking 8, maybe a 9. But 10? It's fantastic. That is awesome. That is great. Anthony, I love this because over the years, and this even happened the other day, Like Anthony is like, he's my perfect example of somebody that like we have been mutuals online for years. He listened to me way back in the Squadcast media days. He was one of our regular contributors to feedback on Fans Without Borders. He also listened to our DCTV Squadcast show that me and Brent did, right? Like, he has listened to me for a long time, and we have conversed through on Twitter, on a direct message, and now we're talking on Threads and Blue Sky and stuff like that, right? He and I do not always see eye to eye, and a couple of times, more than a few times, we have vehemently disagreed on things. He and I have very different opinions about Avengers Age of Ultron. We also have very different opinions about The Rise of Skywalker. And just the other day, we were having a disagreement with respect to the canon of Peacemaker Season 1 and the fact that James Gunn has this podcast that he's doing with Jennifer Holland and Steve Agee about explaining what is canon and what isn't. And I mean, this was we don't agree. We do not agree, and it was one of those where it was like we had reached an impasse and we weren't going any forward. But it didn't devolve into nonsense. It didn't devolve into insults. It didn't devolve into bullshit. Neither one of us have blocked each other. As far as I know, he hasn't muted me, and I haven't muted him. So it's always, I say this, it's never about disagreement, right? It's never about whether or not we disagree on things. We can disagree on whatever the hell we want with respect to movies, TV, and other assorted media. The question is, will it get toxic? Will it go any further? And Anthony is like my biggest example of somebody that I agree with the majority of the time. Like 75% of the time, he and I agree. But there's that quarter of the time that we don't agree, but it's still there, and we're still mutuals. It still works, right? There's still a respect there in that regard, right? Hey, we have differing opinions. We're not going to agree on everything, right? So I love that. I would not have guessed that he would have given this a 10 out of 10. That is something else. That is fantastic. I love that. Such a very positive review on Superman from Anthony. But he is right. He had talked about how he wanted a full reboot, and you're getting it. It's absolutely a full reboot. Regardless of the Peacemaker Season 1 stuff, full reboot. Full reboot is absolutely happening. And for people who didn't want that, I mean, look, we're well past that point now. We are well past that point. We were past that point before this movie released. We're definitely past that point now. To the point where, now we're going to expect Superman to show up in like Peacemaker Season 2. He's going to, by the way. Ben Everett showed, I didn't see this picture, but Ben Everett was suggesting that Superman is going to be in Season 2 of Peacemaker, and then he shows a picture of Adebayo with Superman. Like, it's a picture of the actress who plays Adebayo. What is her name? Hang on. Danielle Brooks, who studied at Juilliard, same as David Corenswet did, right? So it's a picture of her with David Corenswet. But here's the thing. David Corenswet's in costume. He's wearing a hat, but he's got the Superman costume on. That's more than a set visit. She didn't just visit Superman on set. He's in Peacemaker Season 2. Why else would he be in costume with Danielle Brooks, the actress who plays Adebayo? So I'm fully expecting Superman to be in Peacemaker Season 2 after seeing that photo. At first I was like, oh, there's a good chance of it. Then I saw the photo and I'm like, oh no, it's happening. 1,000%. There's no way he's in costume with her. And it's for nothing because she wasn't in the movie. She wasn't in Superman. So clearly he's going to be in Peacemaker Season 2. And that's going to be awesome. Can't wait for that. That's great. We've got a brand new DC universe to celebrate and enjoy. Hell yes. I am all for it. Great. All right, let's move on to the rest of his reviews because he's got quite a few more movies to talk about. This is one that he asked me if I had seen beforehand, Sicario. He asked me if I had seen it beforehand because he wanted to know if he could go spoilers with it. And I said, not only have I seen it, I own it. I reviewed that for FLITE. I did a FLITE review episode of that on Patreon because I was getting caught up on Denis Villeneuve movies in preparation for Dune. And so I saw Prisoners, I saw Enemy, and I watched Sicario. And so I've seen the vast majority of Denis Villeneuve movies, truthfully. But yeah, here we go. He's got some thoughts on Sicario. He said, and vague spoilers, he says. It seems to me, he says, that from what I've seen, director Denis Villeneuve is only capable of making masterpieces. Yeah, I would agree with that. With this, I've now seen the majority of his films besides Enemy and anything he did before Prisoners, and he seems to simply be one of the best living filmmakers. Anthony says this is in no small part due to who he works with, including master cinematographer Roger Deakins, who easily should have won the Oscar every time he was nominated. The tension that is built in this film is very much done through the visuals and the musical score, with certain shots blowing me away, especially for a simple thriller involving the drug cartels. What starts as a story about an idealistic FBI agent, Emily Blunt, quickly becomes more than she signed up for as she deals unknowingly at first with a CIA agent, Josh Brolin, operating on U.S. soil with the aid of a mysterious figure, Benicio del Toro, who slowly but surely is revealed to be the true protagonist of the film on a quest for vengeance. One of the best thrillers of the 2010s and worth a watch, especially for someone who might only know Denis Villeneuve for his sci-fi films. Rating 9 out of 10. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, listen, Sicario was one of those movies that I got lucky. Actually, no, I take that back. I didn't get lucky. There was a Walmart was doing a sale. A bunch of the Best Buy steelbooks, when they got rid of their physical inventory, got shipped off to Walmart, and Walmart threw a bunch of them in their $5 bin, and Sicario was one of them. But I had already bought Sicario for about 20 or $25 off of eBay. I bought a brand new steelbook with a slipcover, and it's a gorgeous steelbook. It has a wonderful slipcover. But yeah, Sicario is absolutely like a film to own, and yeah, it is a masterpiece. And if I'm looking at Denis Villeneuve's films, okay, so I have seen all of his films from Prisoners on. Enemy technically came out the same year as Prisoners, right? Even though that's like his most indie film, like as far as, with known actors in it. But the four that he did beforehand, it's a film called August 32nd on Earth, which is a Canadian drama from 1998. Then there's another 2000 Canadian absurdist psychological drama called Maelstrom that he did. Then 9 years later, Polytechnique, another Canadian drama that he did in 2009. And then Incendies, 2010. So he did 4 Canadian films from like 98 to 2010. Those are the only 4 Denis Villeneuve films that have been released that I have not watched because, of course, Dune Part 3 is currently in production, right? But yeah, I mean, come on. Prisoners, Enemy, Sicario, Arrival, Blade Runner 2049, and Dune Parts 1 and 2, phenomenal. All phenomenal films. This dude is on Nolan's level. He is. He is. Denis Villeneuve is absolutely on Nolan's level. There's no question about it. And you can tell that they both have similar, like, ideals and similar perspectives in terms of their filmmaking, no doubt about it. But yeah, Sicario, excellent, excellent film. Yes, indeed. I could not agree more with respect to that. All right. So this next one, I'm dating myself on this because I saw this next one in theaters. Anthony, you just saw this for the first time? Intriguing. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind from 2004. He's got no spoilers. You could have spoiled this one. I've seen this movie. And it's over 20 years old, which is, oh, I can't believe I saw this in the theater. And it's over 20 years old. Anyway, whatever. He says, I've long heard about this as a beautiful film, but what I didn't realize was the science fiction element at the center of the narrative. That device, though, is just a story tool to show a beautiful but messy love story between Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet. Elijah Wood, Mark Ruffalo, and Kirsten Dunst also play important roles in the film. So does Tom Wilkinson. Don't want to forget him either. Eternal Sunshine is a very unique and strange movie, but one that will bring out the emotions and will sit with you long after watching. Reminded me at times of my favorite romantic film, About Time, but was still entirely its own thing. Some of the soundtrack felt like it didn't fit the movie, and the ending was predictable for anyone paying close attention to the story, but that doesn't take much away from this being a timeless classic of the 2000s, rating 9 out of 10. I will say that at the time we watched it, the ending wasn't predictable to me. It wasn't. And a lot of it, Michel Gondry and what that film does with editing, it is a masterclass in inventive and unique editing. Seriously, for people who have not seen that film, like, you are in for a treat if you watch that movie. And yeah, it's 21 years old now, but what they did in the editing, like the edit room and how they composed that film, how they put it together, phenomenal. It stands to the test of time to today in terms of how that film is edited. And he's right, it is primarily a love story, but the science fiction aspect of it does a great job of setting it up and supporting that love story, that very tortured, very all too real love story between Jim Carrey's character Joel and Kate Winslet's character, whose name I cannot remember. Now I got to look it up. What's the character's name again? Clementine. How could I forget that? Clementine. That's right. Joel and Clementine. Yes, yes, indeed. No, phenomenal film. Seriously, fantastic. You are not missing out. Or no, you are missing out if you don't see it, I should say. You need to go check that out. Here's another one that I saw. Okay, I will admit I saw this film when I was like 10 or 11. My uncle showed me this movie because it was under the R-rated rule. As long as I understood the violence was fake and I couldn't repeat any of the language, especially this, I can say that I am one of the smattering of people that has seen Reservoir Dogs first. Because a lot of people, when it comes to Tarantino's films, they saw Pulp Fiction first and then Reservoir Dogs later. Well, Reservoir Dogs came out first, and I saw that first. I've seen all of Quentin Tarantino's movies in release order. A lot of people I know can't say that, and I suspect Anthony is another one of those. But here's his thoughts. No spoilers. He could have spoiled it, but no spoilers on Reservoir Dogs. He says, I'm not sure if this movie is more of a cult classic or simply a classic, but after finally watching it, I understand why it has so many fans. For one of Tarantino's earlier films, you can see its influence on his later work, especially soon afterwards with Pulp Fiction. I expected more violence, but really, this is mostly a movie of men in a warehouse talking and yelling at each other. For better or worse, nobody writes dialogue like Tarantino, and that is the highlight of this film. Very entertaining, though the pacing was slower than I expected. The twists are very well done, though, especially the reveal of who the rat is. Great acting as well. Not the best Tarantino movie, but it holds up well. 8 out of 10. Yeah, no, it's his first feature. Reservoir Dogs is his first feature that he did, his first big feature with that cast. And yeah, you absolutely see the DNA of that movie in all of his other movies going forward. But yeah, it is early Tarantino. There's a lot of stuff that he does later, a lot of the camera stuff and editing and whatnot that, you know, he adds the 70s cinema, but it started with that movie. And that's another one that I own. I absolutely own it. In fact, the version that I own, the 4K Steelbook that they released a couple of years ago, has a slipcover where it's a profile, it's a side shot of the cop, and depending on whether, you know, like when you remove the slipcover or not, it removes his ear. So yeah, it's kind of grisly, but you know what? If you've seen the movie, you totally understand. Cause yeah, that particular song, yeah, I just don't think of it the same way ever again. It's one of those types of scenes where it's like, you're never going to think of that song the same way ever again after watching that movie. So, yep, there we go. All right, now on to the next big one, and this is the last review he's got. He's got some stuff to say about Fantastic Four First Steps. So we saw both the big ones. He partook in the comic book movie double feature for July. Here we go. Spoilers for this one. Spoilers, our first big spoiler discussion on Fantastic Four First Steps. Anthony says, to start off, my comic knowledge of the Fantastic Four is non-existent. Scrolling through my Marvel Unlimited app, the only series I have read with them is the title X-Men Fantastic Four 4X, which was a 4-issue miniseries near the start of the Krakoa era. This book did feature Franklin Richards, so that does factor into this film somewhat, though obviously Xavier and Magneto are not involved here. Through that and just general conversation, I did know that Franklin is considered one of the most powerful characters in Marvel. Other than that, I've only seen them in various events where they weren't the main focus, like Civil War or Dark Ages. I've seen the two movies from the 2000s once, but barely remember them, and I never saw Fan 4 Stick. Going into this movie, he says, I was hoping it would show me why these characters are supposed to be some of Marvel's A-tier characters, and I get it now. Director Matt Shakman handled this ensemble cast very well, but that's no surprise given his career, especially directing 40-plus episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I didn't know that. Or maybe I did know that and I forgot. I think I might have researched that and forgot. But yeah, I knew about WandaVision, obviously. But 40-plus episodes of It's Always Sunny. All right. He says First Steps takes a very old-school approach in several ways. The world they inhabit, Earth 828, is very retro and Jetsons-like. But they also pull a lot from old-school Fantastic Four comics, like referencing their first comic cover during the opening montage. Michael Giacchino's score is a major standout, being completely original while also sounding like music that would play in Tomorrowland in Disney World. It would be hard to argue against Giacchino being the GOAT of Marvel scores between this, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange. I don't think it's arguable, unless you're trying to argue Silvestri's Avengers scores, in which case I still think I might give the edge to Giacchino, personally. Another way it felt old school, he says, is through how the film is very standalone and not burdened by any continuity. Unlike Superman, which felt like a perfect setup for a new universe, First Steps feels more like the culmination of a whole other universe that we didn't get to see, as the team has been active for 4 years and has fought several supervillains, with the ultimate enemy of Galactus finally turning up. Everyone was perfectly cast and truly embodied their roles, he says. Vanessa Kirby was a true standout, and I'm excited to see where she goes in the MCU from here. Pedro Pascal is great as always, and I liked how he played Reed, as it wasn't at all how he played the Mandalorian or even Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Joseph Quinn surprised me with his version of Johnny Storm, as he's still a ladies' man, but he was also very intelligent and not at all a jerk like past movie versions. I haven't seen him in Stranger Things, neither have I. As I've only seen the first 2 seasons, I have not seen any seasons. He says, but I thought he was fantastic in A Quiet Place Day 1, and his role in Gladiator 2 was crazy. I still need to see both of those movies personally. He says, last but not least, from the main four is Ebon Moss-Bachrach returning to Marvel after his role in The Punisher Season 1, but this time as the Thing. I don't remember him in The Punisher Season 1, but I will definitely take your word for it because you would know. He says, besides the brief cooking scene from the trailers, which seemed to be a reference to his role in The Bear, he played Ben Grimm in a way that only he could, and I appreciated that. Since he's been the Thing for 4 years, he's not quite as tortured as in the older films, but you can still see he feels that way deep down, such as when he sees the footage from their initial launch on the TV. The antagonists were stellar, he says, with Julia Garner's Silver Surfer being a very interesting character with a lot more depth than I remember the other Silver Surfer getting in Rise of the Silver Surfer, even though we only get a brief flashback from her past. I thought her scenes with Johnny were going to be more flirtatious, but they had a great dynamic that ranged from flirty to cold to even bringing up old trauma. I love that. That part, that's my favorite part, was when he throws the guilt, when he finally learns her language and throws the guilt at her to implore her not to help Galactus destroy Earth. I love that. That's my favorite part with her involved. He said her turn at the end wasn't surprising, but it felt well earned. I agree. I was waiting for it to happen. It happened at the very last second, but it totally happened. Absolutely agree with that. Galactus, on the other hand, he says, received enough depth as he needed to show that all he wants is to be rid of this insatiable hunger. The sense of scale whenever he was on screen was epic, especially the first shot of him on his ship when he opens his eyes. I do think the ultimate plan for defeating Galactus was a bit too simple and childish, reminding me of in SpongeBob when Patrick puts out the idea of taking Bikini Bottom and moving it somewhere else to avoid the Alaskan bullworm, which I later realized was a reference to Dune's sandworms. I've also seen several videos, since TikTok does not give a damn about spoilers or recording in the cinema, showing that pushing him into a black hole is pretty much the only way Galactus has been defeated whenever he appears in other media, such as in LEGO Marvel Superheroes or Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. It would have been nice if they came up with something more original. While I understand that, Anthony, I could also argue that what other more original way could they have dispatched of Galactus? Because seriously, I was racking my brain through the movie I don't know. I have no idea. How on earth could they possibly take this dude down? I thought that the whole moving the Earth thing was okay, we've gone crazy off the deep end with that, but I couldn't think of another alternative. I have no idea. I don't know. So that would be my only question is, okay, if you wanted something more original, then what? What would be the example? What would you one of them? What would you have wanted them to do? I can't think of anything. I cannot think of a way that they could have dispatched Galactus other than the way that they did personally. So I was okay with it, truthfully. And I'm not saying that you weren't okay with it, but you said you wanted to see something more original, and I don't know what else they could have done, truthfully. He says there were also other side characters, but they felt like their roles mostly ended up on the cutting room floor, especially Natasha Lyonne's character. Sarah Niles' character was also barely in the movie and had more scenes in F1. Shame she barely got anything in the sequel to F1, F4. She's in F1? She's in the racing movie. Sarah Niles is in the racing movie? I didn't know that. Okay. They were just talking about that movie. It's I guess the highest grossing summer blockbuster in Brad Pitt's career, apparently. And they're gonna re-release it in IMAX apparently. So I actually I think I may go see it. When it gets re-released, I may find some time to go see it, hopefully at some point, during the re-release, because I did not see it originally when it was in theaters. But he says, jokes aside, this goes into my main criticism of the movie, that it did not need to be under 2 hours, and I wish the studios, and some audience members with no attention span, would stop pushing for this. There are no developed subplots in the movie. Once the Silver Surfer shows up, everything is about stopping her and Galactus. The family dynamic in this was so perfect, and I would have loved more scenes of them together like you get in the first act, but also more of them interacting with others outside of the Fantastic Four. Another 15 to 20 minutes would have been great, and it's a shame that Marvel doesn't like to do extended cuts or even release deleted scenes too often. We know there was a lot cut simply because John Malkovich was cut out at the last minute, but his character is still mentioned a couple of times. Yes, most notably in the end credit scene. Now, it's funny though, Anthony, because Dave the Film Junkie, he had this same criticism about Superman and felt that it was way too short, and that it should have been 15 to 20 minutes longer. And I disagree with that, but I do agree with it here. I do think that Fantastic Four could have been, I think either movie could have been 15 to 20 minutes longer, but I think Superman's pacing and what it does works better than it does for Fantastic Four. And now, and that's not to say that Fantastic Four doesn't work. It does. But to me, the bigger thing, other than what you say about like no subplots, like I didn't really think of it that way, but I kind of agree because the way that I thought of it was thinking of Natasha Lyonne's character. Somebody had made a comment on Threads about how Natasha Lyonne's character was amazing. And then I watched the movie, and even through two viewings of it, I'm like, okay, she's cool, but we don't get a whole lot with her, like at all. Like I would have liked to have seen that fleshed out, right? Because she clearly set up something with that. And I think we got enough development with Reed and Sue. We got plenty with them, right? Could you have done a bit more with Johnny? Sure, perhaps. But I feel like we got a good amount of Johnny. So I feel like the one that kind of gets, not the cold side of it, but like the one that you could have done a bit more with compared to the other three is Ben, the Thing, right? Like whatever he's going to do with Natasha Lyonne's character. Like I feel like that was definitely on the cutting room floor. And yeah, I'm with you. This 2-hour mandate, because of the short attention spans and the TikTok generation and whatnot of audience members, yeah, I don't necessarily care for it either, but I get it from a marketing standpoint. And Marvel is absolutely, with the way that they tinker with their films, they're most certainly going to do that. You know, especially with, you know, the films that are not Avengers, they're certainly going to do that. They're certainly going to cut them down in that regard, right? They're not going to take as much of a risk on runtime, especially if they hear people complain so much about runtime. And I hear people whine and bitch and complain so much about longer movies. It's just like, okay, y'all are lazy. And I do, and maybe that is elitist in my perspective. And I'm not knocking Marvel or even DC Studios. I'm not knocking anybody for taking that into account when they try to make a 4-quadrant movie that's accessible for everybody. I'm not knocking them for that because it is a concern that they have to take into account. But by the same token, yeah, I love the Batman, and that's 2 hours and 57 minutes. Yeah, I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's 4 hours and 2 minutes. Yes, I'm a fan. I love more of that, right? So yes, personally, I would have loved to have seen an extra 15, 20 minutes Fantastic Four. Most certainly. Would have loved to have seen more subplots. Absolutely. And yeah, it's unfortunate that Marvel doesn't do director's cuts. I know why they don't, because they want everything to remain canon for the audience, right? They don't want any secrets or anything hidden, like, oh, well, they don't want any disagreements or arguments in that regard, to be honest with you. So I get it, but as a fan, I lean more towards you on this one, Anthony, where, yes, I would have liked to have seen more. I would have. But I still think the film works. Even with egregiously cutting out John Malkovich, an actor of his caliber, I still think the film works for the hour and 55-minute runtime that it has. I will say that. But Anthony says, other than the pacing and simple plot, I thought the movie was fantastic. Pun intended? Maybe. And a perfect reintroduction of Marvel's first family to the big screen. I also found it funny, he says, in both this movie and Superman, that you can see the long-lasting effects from the backlash to Man of Steel by forcing in a total evacuation of a major city in less than a day in order to avoid complaints about city destruction in the third act. In a world where people didn't react like crazy people to that movie, we could have seen the Fantastic Four have to save people while Galactus is stomping around, or even a scene like Raimi's Spider-Man where the New Yorkers try to stand up to him. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things that I feel like we're going to have to accept, right? Because of the complaints about collateral damage, because of the complaints that do stem from Man of Steel, yes, that is an active thing. Yeah, the gun had everybody evacuate Metropolis as the rift was opening, right? And it was still putting people in danger. They still, were kind of on a time limit for that, right? Because the breach was coming too far inland in that regard, right? But they evacuated so many people, got them on buses. There was the one lady that carried her pet turtle onto the bus, right? And I actually really like it here because you had already established Subterranea and Mole Man in this film. So just using that as a device, like, okay, they're going to go underground. Like, I actually really like that. And so I don't dislike how the evacuation scenes were like concocted in either film, but I agree with you. It stems from the Man of Steel complaint. Absolutely. There's no question about it. And that's just something that we're going to have to get used to with superhero films going forward, for sure, as far as the whole collateral damage argument. He says parts of it felt like Interstellar meets Godzilla meets Futurama, and I hope they keep this up in future movies. Even if we abandon 828 and they merge with the sacred timeline. The credit scenes were also worth staying for, but I do think the credit scene teaser format has lost its juice since the Infinity Saga ended, and now they're just included because both Marvel and DC know that it's obligatory to have them. Otherwise, fans would be angry. The general audience who continues to leave when the credits start won't care. I left the theater really loving the film, but after considering it more, it went down slightly, rating 9 out of 10. Okay, I'm with you on that. And you know what? It's interesting because, of course, going back to Superman, Gunn has said that he does not want his credit scenes to be teasers for the next film, right? And so they weren't. And there were people that were upset about that. They're like, really? This is it? And my reaction to that is, okay, we need to deprogram you people off of the MCU belief that credit scenes are always supposed to be mini teasers for the next movie. Go back to what they used to be before the MCU existed, which is exactly what they were in Superman. Either deleted scenes or an extra joke, right? Or like a gag reel or something like that, or just extra stuff that was part. The fact that the Supergirl tease for the next movie is in the movie is awesome and refreshing, right? The MCU is kind of stuck. They created this monster with respect to post credit scenes, and they're sticking to it. And you know what? Okay, fine. But I do agree with you. They don't quite have the same juice, right? Like those of us that are longtime fans, we just know, okay, there's going to be something to tease the next film going forward, and there was, right? I would ask you this, Anthony, and you can either answer this like on social media or you can answer it later in your next email message for Flight Chat. Somebody compared the mid-credit scene with the Doom reveal talking to Franklin because we don't see his face, which I read an article that said that had that been Robert Downey Jr., it would have made that scene way more expensive, which yes, probably would have, but somebody compared it to the headless Superman cameo in Shazam. And I vehemently disagree, but I just wondered what you thought with respect to that. And I mean, there's so many reasons why it isn't the same. First of all, being that we're going to actually see it pay off. We're going to actually see Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom in Avengers Doomsday, right? As opposed to us actually seeing Henry Cavill later after post Shazam in the DCEU, other than the Black Adam tease, I suppose. But no, it certainly didn't mean to be that. But either way, yeah, just wondered what your thoughts were on that, because I disagree, but I'm just curious as to how you feel about that, to be honest with you. You actually had one other movie that you did review, and this is a movie that I blind bought because of the director, Martin Scorsese, but I have not sat down to watch it yet. Mean Streets, 1973. He says, lastly, I watched one of Martin Scorsese's first films, which was also Robert De Niro's first starring role in a film. Like watching many classics, at times it feels like you've seen it all before, but knowing it's an early Scorsese film shows how influential it was on his future work, feeling like a lower level version of Goodfellas with some low-life criminals in New York City rather than top-tier gangsters as the leads. De Niro plays the problem character who keeps borrowing money from people and not paying them back, with Harvey Keitel playing his best friend who always looks out for him. Without spoiling anything, if you've seen other Scorsese movies, then you can probably guess where that all leads. If you're a fan of the genre, Mean Streets is worth checking out. Rating 7 out of 10. Well, I am a fan of the genre, and I am a major fan of Martin Scorsese, and so that's one of a handful of Scorsese movies that are part of the Criterion collection that I bought during one of the 50% off sales and just have not sat down to watch yet. One day I will. I'll probably binge through all of my Marty Scorsese movies, truthfully, that I haven't seen. I've seen the most of them. Like I've Goodfellas, Casino, let's see, most recently Killers of the Flower Moon, Gangs of New York, let's see, The Aviator, right? I don't own all of these. Bringing Out the Dead, that's one of the more, not obscure, but one of the not as popular, not as well like publicized Scorsese movies, I suppose, if you will. But then there's also Shutter Island and a number of other films that he's done. I am definitely a Martin Scorsese fan, but Mean Streets is one of those movies, along with Raging Bull and a couple of others that I have not seen. Age of Innocence, I think, is another one. Yeah, a few others that I have and just have not sat down to watch yet. I will, though, for sure. So I hear you. It's probably not going to be anything that surprises me, but I'm still going to watch it. But he says, well, that's all the stuff I've watched and finished since last time. I'm going to finish off with a hypothetical question for you. If you met someone who liked Man of Steel but hadn't watched all the other DCEU movies, would you recommend the entire franchise or just a selection of the greats? May the Force be with you, Anthony J. Dorsey. I'm going to be honest with you, Anthony. If I were to meet somebody that liked Man of Steel but hadn't watched all the other DCEU movies, I'm probably just going to tell them to watch the Zack Snyder trilogy, or as Sam put it, the Dawn of Justice trilogy. I'm going to say, watch that trilogy. And you know what? How about this? watch that trilogy and Wonder Woman, right? But watch them in the order. And I listen. I own Suicide Squad. I do, but I'm still waiting for the Ayer cut. I'm still holding out hope that at some point we do get the Ayer cut because I want to see David Ayer's original version of that film, and I think we're in like Donner cut mode, waiting for that to possibly happen, right? So I'm not necessarily going to recommend that film. I'm not. As much as I like Jared Leto's Mob Boss Joker, and that was the origination of Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn, and I also like Will Smith's Deadshot, and Batman's in it too. I'm not necessarily going to recommend that. I'm going to say, hey, you saw Man of Steel, watch BVS, then check out Wonder Woman, because you can make a logical progression from BVS to Wonder Woman. Yeah, BVS Ultimate Edition, that is, to Wonder Woman. I would make it clear, watch the Ultimate Edition of BVS, yes, the one that's 3 hours and 2 minutes, and then watch Wonder Woman, and then come back and watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? And then if you feel like it, watch Aquaman, right? See how you feel about Aquaman, and then outside of that, I don't know. I mean, it's tough, right? Because in the Hamada era, it's not that I don't enjoy a number of those movies, but if I'm recommending them to somebody that really liked Man of Steel, the only other two that I would think of to potentially recommend to them might be, I mean, probably The Flash, just because of its connections to Man of Steel, and Zack Snyder's Justice League for that matter. And then probably also, I just had it. Oh, the Suicide Squad. James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, right? And that would be kind of like a precursor, like, hey, you know what? If you're curious about where DC is headed after the DCEU, watch the Suicide Squad. Just understand that not everything in there is canon, but there are some things in there that are canon, right? And we can get into the whole canon argument again, Anthony, for sure. But as always, good sir, thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the surprising 10 out of 10 on Superman. I'm very pleased to see that. And also the 9 out of 10 on Fantastic Four. I'm glad that we both had a fantastic, pun intended, July with respect to comic book movies, good sir. All right, with respect to the super fantastic July that we just had, we need to check in with our resident Superman superfan, Waliyu Mustafa, whose email is entitled, "It has been a super fantastic month for dinosaurs." So he's accompanying the whole month of July with respect to that. Gemini says, "You received an email from Waliyu about successful movies, San Diego Comic-Con, and other entertainment topics." All right. Well, Waliyu says, "Hey Ray, well, July has come and gone. Who would have thought that movies featuring dinosaurs, a superpowered alien, and a family of superheroes would be as successful as they all are in the same month? 2 movies have surpassed the 300 million mark in the US. I know First Steps will eventually cross 300 million domestically in August. Just that alone is enough to make the studios happy with their collective successes, Universal, DC Studios, and Marvel Studios. And we as fans and cinema goers have eaten really good. I mean, we feasted," he says. "I went to see First Steps last Friday and thoroughly enjoyed it. This is a top-tier MCU movie for sure. The retro-futuristic look was great. The cast was amazing, especially Vanessa Kirby, and I loved how they told the story of how Reed, Sue, Johnny, and Ben all got their powers. Whilst watching the movie, part of me was thinking, imagine if this were the first movie in the MCU as opposed to Iron Man, because that was how it felt. It was like starting from scratch. Given that no homework needs to be done for this movie, you would forgive some people for thinking this. I mean, look at the fact that it's in a different universe and the aesthetic of the world. Oh, and massive props to Michael Giacchino for the wonderful score. Just beautiful." Yeah, that was the thing. Second time in the viewing, Michael Giacchino, I have said, I'll go ahead and say it, heir apparent to John Williams, in my opinion, as far as the next great composer that can just build original themes for characters and incorporate them so deftly into the score throughout the entirety of the film, and he just understands gravitas and the what we see on screen and the nuance and the power and everything, the epic nature, the cosmic nature. Like, he really, really did a phenomenal job with this score, as he does with damn near everything that he does, right? Whether it's Incredibles, whether it's Star Trek, whether it's Rogue One, whatever it may be, Michael Giacchino, one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business right now, as far as movie scores are concerned. Of course, cannot forget the Batman, which I believe still to this day is probably his magnum opus as far as scores. His score for the Batman, absolutely impeccable, no doubt about it. Waliu says, "I want to quickly talk about the international markets. Here in the UK, we have had several heat waves between June and July, and let me just say that the UK is not equipped for it at all. That being said, because of said heat waves, lots of people have been heading to the beaches or spending time in their gardens sunbathing rather than sitting in a cinema watching a movie or two. That'll be one of the reasons why the box office might be less than normal around this time of year. But let's not get too embroiled in that. The main thing here is that the movies are doing well. That is true, Wally, although I did want to bring this up because I posted about this earlier this evening on Threads, because there has been talk made about the international box office versus the domestic box office, and there is, there's context to this regard, aside from people just lazily saying, oh well, the Superman is getting killed in the international box office, or Fantastic Four is getting slaughtered in the international box office, because they're basically looking at Jurassic World Rebirth, and they're looking at the 448.4 million that Jurassic World Rebirth has made internationally, and they're comparing that to both Superman and Fantastic Four's numbers. Superman currently is at 235 million international. Fantastic Four, 170.3 million international. And they're saying, oh, well, at Head and Shoulders, it's doing so much better. Well, here's the thing. It's literally because of a couple of markets, a couple of countries, if you will, right? China, UK, and Mexico. Here are the differences, right? Jurassic World, there's something about dinosaurs in China. They love them. 75 million so far. Jurassic World Rebirth has earned in China. They've earned 39 million in the UK and just over 33 million in Mexico, right? Okay, so that's how much Jurassic World has made just in those three countries internationally, right? So if you add that up, 75, 39, and 33, that's 147 million of Jurassic World Rebirth's international monies, right? The international 448.3 million that it's made just from those three countries alone, right? That's more than a fourth of its international gross, right? Conversely, when we look at Superman and that 235, Superman's breakdown is as follows. 31 million made in the UK, so not that far off. 8 million less than Jurassic World Rebirth, but remember, Rebirth has an extra week ahead of it in release, right? 21 million in Mexico, so that's a bigger disparity, right? That's about 12 million. 12, and again, and I think Mexico, again, I think it's the global release happened sooner, so I think it's the same deal, a week prior, right? But a $12 million difference between that and the Mexico gross. But here's the biggest difference: 8.8 million in China. That's it, right? China has like soundly pushed away Superman. Like they're not interested in Superman, right? They love the dinosaurs. Can't wait to turn out for the dinosaurs. Don't care much about Superman. And Fantastic Four, in just 1 week of release, 15 million in Mexico, 11 million in the UK, and 4.5 million in China. I bring this up, Wally, because to me, I feel like the UK market is not nearly as like horrible to these movies as we're thinking, right? Fantastic Four has made half of Superman's money in the UK, or I guess a third of Superman's money in the UK. Pardon me, I was looking at the wrong number. A third of Superman's money in the UK in its first week. Superman is only $8 million of Jurassic World behind Jurassic World Rebirth's UK gross, during its time with 1 week ahead, right? So I mean, you figure if they'd released like the same time, or it was comparable in that regard, maybe it'd be closer to like 35, 36. I'm not sure how much it would make in that extra week in the UK, but 31 million in the UK versus 39 million in the UK isn't that huge of a difference. So I feel like the UK is still turning out to see Superman, and maybe they'll continue to see Superman. Maybe they'll make up that gross, later on, as less people potentially in the UK see Jurassic World Rebirth and more see Superman. So maybe it will end up doing relatively well in the UK. We'll see. And the same could be for Mexico, right? We could see what the turnaround is for Mexico. I think the only one that we know is, out to lunch and is gone is China. And that's a big disparity there. China was okay with dinosaurs, at least the $75 million worth, but not so much with the superheroes, right? And so that's context that I think people ignore when they just say, oh, well, the international audiences are sick of superheroes. Well, is it really that, or is it really just a couple countries? Truthfully, because those are the biggest disparities, right? And, there are disparities. I mean, there's like gaps here and there, like, for example, Brazil, Superman made is just under 15 million in Brazil, but a Fantastic Four, that's around 5 million in Brazil, and Jurassic World, but there's no numbers, no reported numbers in Brazil, or at least nothing high enough to be on the chart, right? At least, and I don't know if that's a reporting issue or whatnot, but let's see. Comparatively, how about Germany? 20 million, just over 20 million for Jurassic World Rebirth in Germany. And for Superman, well, that's not listed either. So it varies. And that's the point that we're kind of getting here, is that the international markets are definitely a lot trickier, especially now, than the domestic markets are, as far as like figuring out the successes of these films. But as I pointed out earlier, we know where Superman is headed. Likely more than 600 million worldwide globally. We know it's already eclipsed Man of Steel's domestic total, by a lot at this point. And Fantastic Four now is the highest grossing Fantastic Four film, like, to date in that regard. And we'll probably get to 500 million if we had to venture a guess, which would make it, once it reaches 416 million, it will be the highest grossing MCU film of the year, which it should be because it's the best one of the year, right? So we'll see how that all goes in that regard. So just a little bit more talk on the international markets, but let's get to your San Diego Comic-Con thoughts, where you said, I almost forgot about San Diego Comic-Con happening. Same here. Kind of snuck up on me, to be honest with you, with all these movie releases. He says, I didn't pay too much attention to it, to be honest, but I was able to watch a few trailers that were released, including Peacemaker Season 2, Starfleet Academy, which looks really good, by the way, and Avatar Fire and Ash. I also noticed how Marvel quietly released the trailer for their animated limited series Eyes of Wakanda, and I hear they pushed the release date forward to August 1st. Again, where was the marketing push for this? I know Fantastic Four took precedence, but still, I also get that it's only 4 episodes, but you would think there was some kind of marketing for it anyway. I'm sure by the time you've read this, I will have seen it. Yeah, did it come out on August 1st? I know that there's some people, I think Zaki-san and a couple of others, have watched it, and I would like to sit down and watch it, to be honest with you. But yeah, no fanfare, not really any publicity for it whatsoever. And, thoughts about animation aside, yeah, it's unfortunate that it has to go that route, but it is there, and it is on Disney Plus, and I think many of us should watch it and talk about it. Perhaps I will for next week, no doubt about that. He says, thanks for doing a new Son Just Don't rant this week. That was Patreon. I brought that show up for Patreon because I had something I needed to rant heavily about. He says, oh my goodness, I cannot believe how many people were posting videos about Superman in cinemas. It's still happening, Wally. They're still posting videos in theaters of Superman. They're still posting it. He says, you would think the lawyers at DC Studios would have brought the banhammer down on those people, but as you said, maybe it was a way of providing free advertising and word of mouth. That being said, there are ways of doing that without actually spoiling the movie. Had some decency, people. Yes, I completely 1000% agree. I think that DC Studios is scaling back as a result of that, but it's just so egregious. It's so ridiculous. The idea that people just think it's perfectly okay to pull their cell phone out, record the movie in the theater, and just post that shit on TikTok is just infuriating. And yes, my rant on Son Just Don't was not safe for work at patreon.com/theflightcast. Which, if you were a flight officer on that tier, you will get a chance to listen to that episode for sure, because it's available to that tier on Patreon. He says, have you had a chance to check out the new podcast James Gunn is hosting for Peacemaker? He's doing a recap of the first season alongside Steve Agee and Jennifer Holland, and they have guests. This week, they had Robert Patrick. I have to say it's a good way to get inside the show without having to rewatch the first season, and they confirm what's canon and what isn't in the DCU. It's released weekly until Season 2 starts, and then they will be doing recap episodes for Season 2 each week from August 21st. Should be interesting. In fact, as I'm writing this email, they just dropped Episode 3 of Season 1, so I'll give that a watch shortly. I guess it must be 2 episodes a week they are doing. I have not watched any of it, Wally, but like I said, me and Anthony got into somewhat of a heated discussion over it, because he does not like that there is a podcast that, you have to listen to or watch in order to find out what is canon and what isn't. He doesn't like that there's like extra homework that you have to do in order to figure that out. I think that the canon argument is overblown and we make too big of a deal out of it in the first place, which he doesn't disagree with necessarily. But I just am like, I don't understand why we care that much about this show for those purposes. I don't know if I'll watch it. I might. Truthfully, I'm a little intrigued by it, but yeah, I don't know. I got to think about that one for a spell. But I have not watched it yet, no. But I'll definitely keep that in mind, because part of me has thought about a refresher before Peacemaker Season 2, and maybe that would be a better way of doing it. We'll see. He says, I have watched the first 3 episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and I will have watched the 4th before I listen to your review of them. Yes, that's right. Flightbox this past Thursday was on the first 4 episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Yes, indeed. He says, I forgot to mention that I saw the teaser for Season 4. I look forward to seeing the characters in Muppet form. Should be a real hoot. That's right, Muppet form, not puppet form. Muppets. They are Muppets. It's from the Jim Henson Corporation. It's from the Jim Henson Factory. They're Muppets. I'm getting my Strange New Worlds Muppets. Star Trek Muppets. that's happening in season 4. I can't wait. I cannot wait for that. It's going to be amazing. Yes. He said I should be starting Foundation season 3 soon, as that's also 4 episodes deep. Oh my gosh. I haven't even started Foundation. I haven't even gone to Apple TV Plus yet. I really want to watch that show, along with so many others. And speaking of having too much shit to watch, he says, the new trailer for season 2 of Gen V dropped? Oh, God. That's all I'll say on that, he says. Thank you. Don't say anything else. I still need to watch the last 2 episodes of season 3 of The Boys, plus season 4, plus season 1 of Gen V. There's too much shit to watch. Anyway, he says, I have almost finished The Sandman season 2. I think I have about 2 episodes left, and then that series is over and done with. I'm leaving that one alone. Until somebody is like, Ray, you're going to see The Sandman. Then maybe I'll think about it later. But my list is too long, damn it. He says, we celebrated my partner's birthday on Saturday. I took her to see Hamilton, and we both really enjoyed it. The cast was phenomenal. And then on Sunday, along with her parents and the kids, we all went for lunch. It was a good weekend. Oh, good to hear. Hamilton is another one that I have not seen. I haven't seen the actual show, and I haven't watched the Disney Plus version of it either. I would like to at some point, but on the list, definitely. He says, finally, we had the Women's European Football Soccer Tournament in July. The England's women team, known as the Lionesses, was defending their title as they won it for the first time back in 2022, pushed back a year because of COVID. And guess what? They only went and won it. They beat Spain on penalties in the final, and they did their country proud. They are the first England team to not only win a major tournament twice in a row, but also the first England team to do it on foreign soil. In contrast, the last time the England men's team won a major tournament was the 1966 World Cup, which was held in England. And I also learned that my home country of Nigeria went and won the Women's Africa Cup of Nations for the 10th time. And people say that no one watches women's football or that it's not the same as the men's. It's about time they put some damn respect in the women's game because it's only going to get bigger. Amen to that, Wally. You completely agree. Congratulations to the Lionesses on that win. He says, that'll do it for me. Hope you and Shauna have a great week ahead, and I will speak to you soon. Thank you, Waliyu Mustafa. Thank you for the kind words, as always, Waliyu. Thank you for the insight into the international market stuff. Hope the heat wave has been cooling off for you guys. We've been dealing with our own heat wave as well, like here in the Midwest for sure. Climate change is real, people. I don't care what anybody tells you. It's real. There's scientific data behind it, and we all need to be wary of what Mother Nature has got in store for us with weather patterns and whatnot. So everybody stay safe out there. Wally, my best to you and the significant other in the family. Hope the kids are doing all right. Hope that you're doing all right, good sir. And we will speak soon. No doubt about it, good sir. All right, here comes another longer email from Mr. Amr Osama titled, I gotta say, it's fantastic. Wink, wink. Also, DS9. All right, here we go. He says, hey, Ray, I hope you're doing well and in great health and spirits. As always, the same goes for all the wonderful people tuning in. Thank you, Amr. Same to you. He says, this past week felt a bit empty without a new flight chat to look forward to, though the delay was completely understandable. With Fantastic Four just around the corner, it made sense to wait an extra week so everyone could catch the film and come ready to share their thoughts, plus anything else they'd like to discuss. Yeah, and I think that's going to be it going forward. You know, like when I do, when there are flight reviews for a brand new movie in theaters, yes, I do think that I'm going to make that the weekend release in lieu of a flight chat, and we'll push that by a week, right? And I know that we don't have any other comic book movies left this year, but there are some other films, I think, on the docket for this year that I am going to do flight review episodes for topside, and so I will let everybody know ahead of time when we will do that. When that weekend will be a flight review, and we'll push flight chat to the following weekend. I will let everybody know that. But either way, yeah, I think that's going to be what we do going forward for sure. He says, like last time, this is going to be a pretty lengthy email since I'll be covering both Fantastic Four and the Deep Space Nine episodes I've caught up on. I believe it's 5 episodes again, just like before, or maybe 6. Also, I wanted to ask about Waliyu Mustafa's YouTube channel. I remember him mentioning that he'd be saving a Superman review for his channel, and I'd really love to hear more of his thoughts, aside from the fact that he clearly enjoyed it. If you don't mind, could you share the name of his channel? Certainly. His channel on YouTube it's youtube.com / CK61938. CK61938, which is the name he goes by on Threads. The CK stands for Clark Kent, and 61938 is the published date of when Action Comics 1 was released, featuring Superman in June 1938. So that tells you how much of a Superman super fan he absolutely is. He has way more subscribers to his channel. He's got 2.85 thousand subscribers. He's also got over 1,000 videos. Right? He's done way more videos on his YouTube channel than I have. He's been at it a lot longer than me, right? So I pale in comparison to his YouTube musings. He has a much bigger YouTube channel than me. I hope to get to that number at some point. I don't even think I have 100 videos on my channel, right? Since I started posting the podcast to it, I feel like I don't have that many, and I know there are those that say I definitely should do more YouTube content, and I agree. I totally should. More video content for sure. Yeah, I've got 98 videos on my YouTube channel, but yes, that is Wally U's channel, CK61938 at youtube.com. So check that out for all of his reviews, for sure. Hope that was okay, Wally, to share that. Indeed. He says, with that out of the way, Amr says, with that out of the way, let's dive in. I'll start with my thoughts on Marvel's first family and then head into DS9. Spoilers ahead. Yes, more spoilers for Fantastic Four and also Deep Space Nine. Here we go. Fantastic Four, he says, the Fantastic Four First Steps is the latest installment in the ever-growing MCU. It's the 37th film in the franchise and the third release in the MCU's 2025 lineup. This movie also marks the fourth interpretation of the Fantastic Four IP if you count the unreleased 90s film. I choose to count it, he says, especially since Kevin Feige seems to acknowledge its existence and because the cast in that film make cameos in this new installment. I still didn't catch all of them because I don't really know what they look like. I don't remember what they look like in real life. But yeah, they're all in the current film. So how does this film compare to previous iterations, he says, and perhaps more importantly, how does it hold up as a standalone Fantastic Four movie and as an MCU entry? This marks the MCU's first real take on these characters. Like Superman, this film has been long awaited and long in development, even longer than Superman. Ever since Disney acquired Fox, fans have been anticipating Marvel Studios' take on the first family. Kevin Feige announced the project back in 2019 at Comic-Con, and after some directorial changes, including John Watts stepping down, Matt Shakman, best known for WandaVision, took the reins. For superhero fans in general, July proved to be a feast with two long-awaited projects, he says, Superman and Fantastic Four. For DC fans like myself, Superman was the main course, while Fantastic Four served as a fantastic dessert, he says. MCU fans might say the opposite. It's wild how both films share similarities in how they approach their characters. Both properties have had similar histories. Man of Steel was a grounded take on Superman, and Josh Trank's 2015 Fantastic Four aimed for a similar tone. Now, directors James Gunn and Matt Shakman have instead chosen to embrace the source material and return to their characters' roots. Just as Superman was a love letter to the character from Gunn, Matt Shakman clearly poured the same level of reverence into Fantastic Four. So did I enjoy the film? Did I think it was fantastic? Yes, pun intended, he says. Let's start with the cast. I thought they were great, from the core four to the side characters and the main villain. When the cast was first announced, I had mixed feelings. Vanessa Kirby as Sue Storm made sense. I could definitely see it. Ebon Moss-Bachrach as Ben Grimm was solid casting. I loved him in The Bear. Joseph Quinn as Johnny Storm was okay. I only knew him from Stranger Things Season 4, where he was fine. The most surprising pick was Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards. No offense, Pedro is a phenomenal actor. Last of Us, Mandalorian, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I just didn't picture him as Reed. Then again, I didn't see Robert Pattinson as Batman at first, and now I can't unsee it. Yep, I hear you on that one. Thankfully, they all nailed it, he says. They brought what the script needed and more. This felt like a real family, helped in no small part by Shakman's direction. He captured a strong family dynamic in WandaVision, and he's done it again here. Pedro Pascal gives what I think is the best portrayal of Reed Richards we've had on screen. This version of Reed is incredibly intelligent, borderline antisocial, and often comes across as cold or even arrogant, but never heartless. Pascal captures that complexity. Vanessa Kirby's Sue Storm is also a standout. This is a new kind of Sue, a mother whose maternal instincts drive a lot of the film's emotional weight. Her performance exudes strength, empathy, and urgency. Johnny Storm surprised me the most, he says. He's still the hothead we know, but this time he's smart? This is the most plot-relevant version of Johnny we've seen so far. Ebon Moss-Bachrach's Ben Grimm, on the other hand, doesn't get as much to do. Like in 2007's Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer, this version of Ben seems more at peace with his transformation. The filmmakers likely avoided retreading the emotional arc of Ben grappling with his condition, especially since this isn't an origin story. Instead, the team's background is revealed through an opening montage. Like Superman, he says, we're thrown into a fully formed universe, but this time it's not our familiar MCU Earth. It's Earth 828, a nod to Jack Kirby's birthday, August 28th, which I did not know, and that was really cool that they made that clear in the end credits. I really like that. It's a stylized retro-futuristic version of 1960s New York, he says, reminiscent of the TVA and Loki, which makes sense given the shared production designer. This is a utopian world, echoing the real-world 1960s spirit of optimism. Setting the MCU's Fantastic Four in another universe was a smart move. It avoids the homework problem of needing to watch other MCU entries, sidesteps the awkwardness of introducing them into the main timeline, and allows for creative freedom. Now for the plot, he says. The film embraces comic book logic and style, especially with its major villain, Galactus, played by Ralph Ineson. Unlike his infamous Cloud incarnation in Rise of the Silver Surfer, this Galactus is fully comic accurate, massive, humanoid, and clad in purple armor. He is treated with mythic gravitas. When his herald, the Silver Surfer, played by Julia Garner, appears, you immediately sense impending doom. This Silver Surfer is Shalla-Bal, not the usual Norrin Red, reinforcing the alternate universe setup. The Fantastic Four, being the protectors of Earth 828, travel into space to confront Galactus. In the comics, cosmic exploration is a staple of Fantastic Four storytelling, and this movie fully leans into that. They go to space. Galactus offers them a horrifying deal. He will spare their world if they will give him their child, Franklin Richards. Of course, they refuse. What follows is an intense, visually stunning action sequence. Sue goes into labor as the team flees. Galactus commands his herald to retrieve the baby, and all hell breaks loose. Ben pilots the ship, Johnny fires the cannons, Reed tries to deliver the baby while coming up with an escape plan. Sue, while in labor, turns the entire ship invisible. The visual design is breathtaking. Black holes, hyperspace effects, vacuum trails, and this is all just the end of Act 1, he says. The second act centers on fallout. The world turns on the Fantastic Four for not sacrificing their child. Reed and Sue learn how to be parents. Johnny decodes the Silver Surfer's language. Ben, again, doesn't get much to do but remains a comforting presence. Despite all the moving parts, the film never feels bloated. At just 1 hour and 55 minutes, it moves fast. Like Superman, it may feel a little rushed at times, but not enough to confuse or lose the viewer. Instead, it leaves you wanting more rather than overstaying its welcome. From the trailer, it's clear that a number of scenes were removed from the final cut, he says, most notably John Malkovich as the Red Ghost. These scenes may have been trimmed for pacing reasons. I believe director Matt Shakman even mentioned this, but he also stated that some of the deleted material was repurposed into the film's opening montage. This montage efficiently showcases the team's origin story and introduces the world they live in. It functions almost like the opening text scroll from 2025 Superman, just enough information to orient you without overwhelming you or slowing the film down. It helps the viewer quickly settle into this new universe. It's also not the first time that the MCU has done that. And generally speaking, the MCU doesn't do history lessons like the old DCEU used to do, and they're not going to do crawls necessarily. In fact, I can't think of a crawl that the MCU has done, but they will do flashbacks. They will absolutely do flashback montages like they did here, and yeah, I thought this one was expertly done, to be honest with you. Eventually, Reed unveils his plan, he says. Teleport Earth to another solar system so Galactus can't find it. With the help of a united global effort, teleportation devices are built all over the planet, but the plan fails. Galactus catches up. Shalla-Bal destroys the devices, and only one remains. The fallback plan? Lure Galactus to that final teleporter using Franklin as bait. The action set piece that ends the first act might be my favorite in the entire film, he says. Which brings me to the VFX. That sequence and much of the film is stunning. The film is visually distinct from other MCU entries, which are often criticized for flat gray color grading. Here, the aesthetic is the opposite, colorful, bright, and vibrant to match the 1960s vibe. This is the second MCU film this year after Thunderbolts to really stand out visually. Of course, there are past exceptions too. Black Panther and Guardians of the Galaxy come to mind. The VFX is solid throughout, though there are occasional rough spots, particularly in scenes with baby Franklin Richards. I've heard that CGI was used in some scenes due to child labor laws. While the uncanny valley effect is noticeable at times, knowing the reasoning behind it makes it easier to forgive. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but that totally makes sense. Child labor laws, absolutely. For a baby, yes, no. I totally get that. So yeah, that does help a little bit as well. Thank you for that, Amr. He says, as for the score, what a treat. Michael Giacchino, a veteran of superhero scores, delivers another winner. He previously scored Doctor Strange, the MCU Spider-Man trilogy, and even the old Marvel Studios logo music. That logo is replaced here with a 1960s style remix, setting the tone right from the start. Giacchino was also known for scoring Matt Reeves' The Batman, but what makes his involvement here special is that he composed The Incredibles, a film many consider the best non-Fantastic Four Fantastic Four movie ever made. Like that film, this one focuses on a family of superpowered individuals set in a 1960s stylized world. There aren't many negatives, he says. I hesitate to even call them that. I would have liked more from Ben Grimm, especially since some of his scenes, including interactions with Natasha Lyonne's character, appear to have been cut. Those scenes hinted at a possible romantic subplot reminiscent of the one with Kerry Washington in the Tim Story films. Yes, I thought the exact same thing, Amr, and yeah, they probably were on the cutting room floor. Also, the pace may be a bit too fast for some, he says. I think the movie could have benefited from an extra 10 minutes, but it's not a deal breaker. That's pretty much how I feel about it as well. He says in the end, Fantastic Four First Steps isn't just another superhero movie, it's a promise. A promise that Marvel still knows how to reinvent its icons, still has stories worth telling, and still understands that spectacle means nothing without heart. Whether you're here for cosmic battles, rich character arcs, or just to finally see Galactus done right, this film delivers, and if this is only their first step, I can't wait to see where the Fantastic Four go next. Yeah, I think collectively all of us enjoy it. You know, or most of us anyway, those of us that have seen it, we enjoy it, and you know, we like the direction that it took. The retro future stuff, the separation from the MCU proper, you know, to initiate us to that group and that world. Yeah, no, it's really good. And you know, am I partial to Superman? I think are most of us partial to Superman? Yeah, I think so. But by the same token, great effort from the MCU, and you know, when it makes over $500 million and people try to tell you that it's a failure, because we're at that point now where they're starting to say that Marvel movies are bombs and failures and flops. When we get to that point and it, you know, successfully proves itself to not be one, which I believe will be the case, I think it will land north of $500 million, you know, as far as box office is concerned. When we get to that point, it will be a much deserved accolade, you know, financially speaking, for Matt Shakman and for that cast and crew, because they did a phenomenal job. They really did. The best Fantastic Four movie to date, you know, and just 2 weeks after what many are considering the best Superman movie to date, or at the very least, right up there with Man of Steel for a number of us, to be honest with you. So yeah, we had a great July. I mean, July was utterly phenomenal, fantastic, and I certainly got my money's worth seeing both of those movies a total of 9 times, 4 for Superman and 2 for Fantastic Four First Steps. And when that damn Steelbook, that 4K Steelbook pre-order actually is released, I don't know why it hasn't, it's been a week already, release that link, because I'm ready for it. I'm ready to order it. I'm ready for it to become part of the collection along with the rest of my MCU 4K Steelbook collection. Seriously, get on it, Marvel. Come on now. Come on with it. Anyway, Amr says, all right, that's enough cosmic chaos from Marvel now. Let's beam over to Deep Space Nine and see what drama's been unfolding there. I've got 5 episodes to go through, so buckle in. Yes, 5 episodes in Season 1 of Deep Space Nine. I forgot where he left off. So let's see where he starts. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so now I remember where he left off. We begin with Season 1, Episode 8, Dax. Ah, yes, here we go. As this title suggests, he says, this episode is about Jadzia Dax, or rather the Dax symbiont itself. While the focus is nominally on Jadzia, the real heart of the story lies in the legal and philosophical questions surrounding Trill identity. This episode dives headfirst into moral and ethical dilemmas, offering up a compelling courtroom drama that's become a familiar storytelling mode across Star Trek. Oh yes, courtroom dramas. I mean, even as recent, Amr, as a couple of years ago, Season 2 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds featured a courtroom drama. And there's also at least one courtroom drama or two in Star Trek Discovery. Courtroom dramas are a thing in Star Trek. Yes, they are. And they're awesome. They really are. And this is a good one. He says, what makes Dax so strong is that it uses sci-fi concepts not just for spectacle, but to ask deep questions. Can a current host be held accountable for the actions of a previous one? Is Jadzia Dax legally and ethically the same person as Curzon Dax? Can someone be punished for crimes committed in another lifetime? One lived with a different body, different mind, but a shared symbiont. These are the kind of questions that Star Trek does best, and DS9 handles them with remarkable nuance for a first season episode. One of the most striking choices is Jadzia's near silence throughout the entire legal proceedings. It's not passivity, it's principle. As we learn by the end, she's honoring a promise made to Curzon made rather, to Anina Tandro, the widow of the man Curzon was accused of assassinating. Her silence speaks volumes about her integrity and enforces others, Sisko, Kara, and the legal council, to fight for her and confront the implications of Trill joining. The emotional anchor here is Sisko and Jadzia's relationship. Sisko's continued use of Old Man, a nickname carried over from his friendship with Curzon, shows his immediate and unwavering acceptance of Jadzia's continuity. He sees her as the same person in a new form with a shared history. That kind of instinctive affirmation hits especially hard when viewed through a transgender allegorical lens. It's a thread that was touched on in A Man Alone, and it's even more present here. Jadzia's experience, straddling identity, change, and legacy, resonates deeply with real-world questions of selfhood and recognition. The transgender allegory isn't overt, he says, but it's absolutely there. Sisko's reaction, honoring Jadzia's past without questioning her present, is a powerful example of affirmation. And the courtroom drama, with its probing questions about who she really is, mirrors societal challenges about defining identity and the tensions between personal truth and external judgment. Yeah, it's ahead of its time for a science fiction network TV episode in 1993, no doubt about that. Dax also builds on the foundation laid in TNG's The Host, he says, expanding the lore of the Trill in far more depth. While the earlier episode introduced the concept of a joined species, DS9 redefines it, both in physiology and psychology. The Dax symbiont isn't just a passenger. It's part of a lifetime-spanning consciousness that merges with each host to form something new but continuous. The episode's climax comes not from a dramatic confession or a surprise twist, but from the quiet reveal that Curzon wasn't guilty of the crime after all, and that Anina Tandro has been carrying this truth for decades. It's a subtle but impactful ending that reinforces the episode's themes of loyalty, history, and honor. Overall, Dax is a standout early episode. It doesn't just explore one character, it explores what that character means. It's a courtroom drama, yes, but it's also a philosophical inquiry, a sci-fi allegory, and a major building block for the long-term arc of both Jadzia and the Dax symbiont. It asks timeless questions about identity, justice, and continuity, and it shows that Deep Space Nine, even in its first season, isn't afraid to go deep. Yeah, no, they honestly, for where they were, and I've talked about before, I've warned him about how the first two seasons of the Star Trek series, for the network shows, are ones that you have to get through, and then they find their footing in the third season. That was the case with TNG, and many would agree it's the case with DS9. But that being said, that doesn't mean that there aren't gems. And I would say, by and large, the first two seasons of DS9 are stronger than the first two seasons of TNG. Yes, I would absolutely say that. And episodes like Dax do make it stronger because they don't treat it as though it's a brand new series that, they're starting necessarily from scratch. I mean, they are, but they expect that you're coming over from TNG. So they don't feel the need to hold your hand with respect to the types of stories that they tell from season 1 on, right? They're like, hey, listen, you just went through 6 seasons of TNG, so you already have an idea of where we can go with our allegories, where we can go with our storytelling, so we're going to keep that ball rolling, and you just, continue following us in that regard. And they do a phenomenal job with it when it's done really well in an episode like this. And yeah, Dax, initially, I remember when DS9 was first airing, what I did was I recorded as many episodes as I could when the show started on VHS. And at the time, the VHS, it could only hold, I'd say, 8 episodes, because I had Emissary, but I had Emissary in 2-hour-long, originally aired movie form, right? And then I had all the other episodes after that. And this was the last episode on the tape, right? This was the last episode that fit on the tape, in SOP mode, which gave me 6 hours of tape, right? Or was it the 8-hour tape? Might have been the 8-hour tape. I don't remember. I'm going back into my old VHS days. Maybe it was a T160 instead of a T120. Oh yeah, I'm getting nerdy about VHS tapes. How about that? But that's why I know this episode really well, because I watched it over and over a lot. But even so, I still would record other episodes of the show, including this next one. This was just on a different tape. But this next episode, episode 9, The Passenger. And I don't disagree with how you lead this off, Amr. You say The Passenger is an okay episode, not a standout, but not without its curiosities. The premise is mildly intriguing. A dying criminal tries to cheat death by transferring his consciousness into another host. It actually reminded me of another film, though I can't quite place which one. The idea itself has solid sci-fi potential, but the execution doesn't fully live up to it. I feel like a couple of sci-fi films have probably done this, truthfully. The episode plays out like a mystery, but the twist that Bashir is unknowingly hosting the consciousness of the criminal Vantika doesn't hit as hard as it could. The suspense is there in theory, he says, but it never quite builds to something gripping. There's also a lack of psychological tension, which could have made the story far more compelling. That said, the main novelty here is seeing Alexander Siddig take on something outside the bounds of his usual portrayal of Dr. Julian Bashir. His performance as Vantika is bold, with exaggerated vocal and physical choices. It's an interesting swing, one that doesn't necessarily land for everyone, but it's still fun to see him stretch into a new space this early in the series. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it still after all these years, because it was weird. It was a weird delivery that he decided to, just this whole like, his body is, how do you humans say it? Fit as a fiddle. Looks rather good on me, don't you think? I don't know. Something about it just seemed like, okay, are you doing a really, really worse version of Shatner? I don't know. It was bold. I'll give you that. It was a bold choice. I don't know that it worked for me. I don't. I really, even after all these years, I don't know that it worked for me. And Alexander Siddig does way better work later on in the show. He does. This is not necessarily his best effort, but it's okay because he does way better work later on in the show. No doubt about that. But either way, Amr says we also get some low-key development for Kira and Odo. Kira continues balancing Bajoran's sovereignty with Starfleet regulations, and Odo's ongoing frustration over jurisdiction issues remains a consistent and believable trait. These background dynamics keep simmering and help ground the episode, even when the main plot feels a bit thin. Yeah, because remember, and I don't know what the real in-world reason for this was, like the real-world reason for this, but Colm Meaney wasn't in this episode because they established in the previous episode, in Dax that he had gone back to Earth with Keiko for her mother's 100th birthday. So he wasn't in Dax. He's not in this episode. And so they bring in this other dude, Lieutenant Primin, and he is like the security guy that is the Starfleet security guy that's like butting heads with Odo throughout this entire episode. And he's in the next one too, which I'm sure you'll talk about in this next review. But yeah, it was an interesting dynamic where it's like, okay, we're 8 episodes in and O'Brien's already getting a vacation. We're not seeing Colm Meaney for a little bit, so we're leaving it to everybody else. Which you could afford to do that because we'd seen so much of Colm Meaney in TNG, right? And you can give everybody else that we haven't seen much of at all the spotlight in that regard. So, okay, I can live with that. That's fine. He says, in the end, The Passenger isn't a defining chapter for any of the characters, but it does provide a different flavor. It offers a glimpse at what the series is willing to attempt, even if it doesn't always stick the landing. The sci-fi concept is there, the performances are trying something new, and while the results are mixed, it adds variety to the early run of Deep Space Nine. Okay, Amr, I completely agree with your assessment of that episode, but to be very frank with you, I'm way more curious about your thoughts on this next one, because I will tell you that this next episode that you're about to talk about, this is one that is considered infamous in Star Trek fandom, right? There are a handful of episodes like Spock's Brain or Sub Rosa or Threshold. There's a handful of episodes throughout the franchise that are just like considered, like the so bad it's good, or the wow, I can't believe how bad these episodes are. Like they're considered not great for a variety of reasons, and this next one is definitely one that it's infamously been cited by Avery Brooks and others as like not a favorite episode of theirs in that regard, and that is episode 10, Move Along Home. This first sentence is intriguing. Amr says, "This was a much better episode than the previous one. I always seem to enjoy Star Trek the most whenever the cast encounters a new alien species, and with that, a new culture. Move Along Home marks DS9's first diplomatic contact with a species from the Gamma Quadrant. I say diplomatic because the actual first Gamma Quadrant species they encountered was Tosk a few episodes earlier in Captive Pursuit. That distinction matters," he says. "Where Captive Pursuit gave us a hunted fugitive in a tense moral dilemma, Move Along Home introduces us to the Wadi, a playful, game-obsessed species whose arrival brings a very different tone. It's an important world-building episode, even if its execution leans quirky." Now, time out. I agree with that. It does lean quirky. And I personally do not dislike this episode. I personally find this episode quite amusing for a number of reasons. I've just heard over the years that like this is an infamous episode of Deep Space Nine among the fans in that regard. But I do personally like this episode. I will say that. Amr says, one of the things that I love about Star Trek is how it leans into the truly alien cultures that don't follow human expectations or logic. The Wadi are exactly that. Their entire interaction with DS9 is based on a complex metaphorical game, and while that might be frustrating to some viewers, it's very Trek. The surreal, dreamlike journey that Sisko, Kira, Bashir, and Dax are pulled into doesn't always make sense, but it taps into Trek's long-standing tradition of using symbolic storytelling to explore cultural gaps and communication breakdowns. There's an underlying theme here about assumption and misunderstanding, he says. The Federation assumes the Wadi are violating protocol by gambling, while the Wadi treat it all as harmless fun. The episode quietly challenges our tendency to judge unfamiliar behavior by our own standards, something very relevant for a series about diplomacy on the edge of known space. But the real standout in this episode, he says, is Quark. Quark starts the episode as his usual scheming self, trying to cheat the Wadi at their own game. But once he realizes that lives may be on the line, specifically those of Sisko, Kira, Dax, and Bashir, we see a shift. His panic, guilt, and growing desperation show that, deep down, he's not as self-serving as he claims. This is the first time we get a glimpse of the inner conflict that will come to define Quark's arc, the tension between Ferengi values and his growing connection to the people around him. Amr, that is incredibly observant of you. And yes, this absolutely sets the tone for the rest of his character, the entire rest of the show. You have stumbled onto it, grab onto it, you have found the secret. Yes, there it is. He says despite the episode's odd tone and visuals, Quark's character development gives it emotional weight. He's not just comic relief. He's someone struggling with principles he doesn't want to admit he has. In that way, Move Along Home ends up being more meaningful than it first appears. It pushes the boundaries of traditional storytelling, introduces us to a truly alien way of thinking, and starts to peel back layers on one of DS9's most enduring characters. While it's not a fan favorite for everyone, I found it to be a unique, thought-provoking installment that reminds me why I love exploring the unknown in Star Trek, and thus concludes the most positive review I've ever read about Move Along Home. I've never heard anybody speak this effusively about this episode. I love it. It's fantastic. It's great. Positivity, subjectivity, it's all great. This is awesome. Thank you for that. All right. Because again, I like the episode. I do. It's not the greatest. I'm not putting it up there like, oh, this is the top. This is one of the best episodes of DS9. No, but it's certainly not one that I dislike. And it definitely fits into the Trek paradigm. They've done crazier shit than what's in this episode. So, either way, I think this episode is overhated by a lot of the fans. It is what it is. But he absolutely stumbled onto the secret with respect to the sauce of Quark's character going forward. He has principles that he doesn't want to admit that he has, and he will wrestle with that the entire rest of this show. Hell yes, it's a great evolution for him. Can't wait for you to get to the rest of it. But let's get to the next episode, The Nagus. Yes, episode 11. He says The Nagus is a good episode, one I genuinely enjoyed watching. It offers something we hadn't really seen before in Star Trek, a deeper look into Ferengi culture beyond their usual caricature as greedy, one-note antagonists. Throughout TNG, Ferengi mostly existed in conflict with the Enterprise crew, rarely shown interacting with each other in any meaningful way. Here, through Quark, we get an inside view of their traditions, power structures, and even a glimpse of their society's values, however absurd or profit-driven they may be. Yes, and get used to that, Amr. Deep Space Nine will give you the most in-depth, complex look into Ferengi society that you will ever have. You will learn everything about the Ferengi in this show. You will see many dynamics. You will see a lot of conflicts. You will know exactly how their damn society operates. You may even hear all 285 rules of acquisition by the time you finish this series. Yes. Get ready for an absolute deep dive into Ferengi society starting with this episode, here in Season 1, Episode 11. He says this is a Quark-centric episode, and it's the first time we truly get to see the Ferengi operate within their own world. The arrival of Grand Nagus Zek, played with over-the-top flair by Wallace Shawn, is both comical and revealing. Time out. Could anyone else other than Wallace Shawn have played Grand Nagus Zek? The answer is no. Absolutely not. Wallace Shawn is Grand Nagus second. I realize he's so many other characters. I realize he's the dude from The Princess Bride. I realize he's Rex from Toy Story. I realize he's so many other characters. But he is Grand Nagus Zek. No one else could play him as well as Wallace Shawn does. Get ready for more of that. All right. He says the political intrigue, the manipulation, and the obsession with profit all paint a much more complete and entertaining picture of Ferengi life. When Zek unexpectedly names Quark as his successor, we watch Quark grapple with fear, ambition, and the sudden responsibility of leadership. There's even an assassination attempt done in a way that fits Ferengi logic but still adds real tension. It's funny, yes, but also insightful. What's more surprising and arguably more affecting, he says, is the subplot with Jake and Nog. On the surface, it seems like a small side story. Sisko is worried that Nog is a bad influence on Jake. The concern is understandable, especially given how poorly Ferengi are viewed by Starfleet, and Sisko tries to walk the line between giving his son independence and protecting him from what he assumes is trouble. When Jake keeps staying out late, Sisko's suspicion grows. It's not until he seeks advice from Dax, who shares that she's been both a mother and a father across her many lifetimes, that he realizes he might be jumping to conclusions. Her experience adds weight to her perspective and pushes Sisko to approach Jake with more curiosity than judgment. What Sisko discovers, he says, is unexpectedly heartwarming. Yes, it is. Jake hasn't been getting into mischief. He's been secretly helping Nog learn to read. That scene, where Sisko walks in on the two boys sitting together quietly reading, says so much without needing technobabble or drama. It's classic Star Trek, an act of quiet empathy that challenges prejudice and hints at a better future. Jake doesn't see Nog through the lens of Ferengi stereotypes. He just sees a friend who wants to learn. This subplot lays the groundwork for what will become a meaningful friendship, and for Nog's eventual character arc, one of the most surprising and rewarding in the series. How do you know that, Amr? How are you aware of that? Have you been reading ahead? Because yes, you're absolutely right with respect to that. Indeed, no doubt about it. These are the building blocks of what is going to be a very meaningful friendship over the course of this series. In the end, he says the Nagus works on multiple levels. It's an episode that finally gives the Ferengi their own culture, rules, and depth while still embracing humor. It develops Quark beyond comic relief and adds a new emotional dimension to Jake and Nog's relationship. The blend of Ferengi political absurdity and quiet human moments makes this a standout early episode and a sign of how DS9 is willing to explore not just new species, but new emotional territory as well. Oh yes, indeed. I feel like there is so much about this show that you already understand just 11 episodes in, and there's so much more that it's going to expand upon with respect to what you've learned already, right? We've got 2 more episodes to talk about here. This next one, episode 12, Vortex. This was another good episode, he says, one that shifts focus back onto our security chief, Odo, and his ongoing quest to figure out where he comes from. Okay, the title, I wasn't getting it from the title, but now I remember what episode this is. All right, good. He says Vortex gives him a glimmer of hope through a visitor from the Gamma Quadrant who, as it turns out, ends up committing a crime. That setup creates a great dynamic between Odo, the one who upholds the law, and Croden, the alien fugitive with a murky past and a connection to Odo's potential origins. Vortex is a strong Odo episode and a great example of what DS9 does best, he says, blending character exploration with deeper ethical and cultural questions. Odo's internal conflict really shines here. He's torn between his duty as a law enforcer and his longing for answers about who he is. Croden plays into that longing, claiming he's encountered shapeshifters before, possibly even others like Odo. That emotional temptation puts Odo's normally steadfast sense of justice to the test. Croden himself is a compelling character, he says. At first he seems like a liar and a manipulator, but as we learn more, his story becomes one of survival and a desperate attempt to save his daughter from a harsh authoritarian legal system. The episode paints a disturbing picture of his homeworld's justice, one that punishes entire families for an individual's crime, and reminds us that not every civilization in the Gamma Quadrant shares the Federation values. You don't know the half of it. Stay tuned. Compared to A Man Alone, he says, which gave us our first post-pilot look at Odo but played more like a standard mystery of the week, Vortex dives deeper. It doesn't just tell us that Odo is isolated. It shows us why that matters to him. His yearning to discover his people is woven directly into the narrative, and that makes the story land on a much more emotional level. The final scenes, where Odo chooses compassion over procedure and quietly helps Croden and his daughter escape to a new life, are quietly powerful. It shows that underneath the gruff exterior and strict sense of order, Odo has a deep well of empathy. He's more than just a keeper of the law. He's someone who understands loneliness and the need to protect those we care about. This episode also expands the scope of DS9's world building, he says. The Gamma Quadrant continues to be a place filled with strange and morally challenging cultures, and the series doesn't shy away from portraying that complexity. And though we don't get all the answers about Odo's past here, the hints we do get add suspense and intrigue, making his character all the more compelling going forward. You're not ready for the answers. You're not. I'm just saying that right now. You're not ready for the answers. You're going to get those answers, Amber. You're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready at all. Nope. And don't read ahead. Don't skip ahead. Try and avoid spoilers as best as you can. You're not ready. You are not ready for the answers about what's going on with all those people. But you'll find out. And I cannot wait for you to find out. You've got a ways to go, good sir. Let's get to your last review here. Battle Lines, episode 13. Battle Lines was another strong episode. One that felt very much like a classic Next Generation setup, but told through the lens of the Deep Space Nine crew. It features everything I've come to love about Star Trek, he says. Problem solving, a prime directive dilemma, and layered character development. But it also takes things further by deepening our understanding of Bajoran culture and spirituality, especially through Kaiopaka's relationship with Kira. The episode kicks off with a surprise. Kaiopaka joins the crew on a trip through the wormhole, and what begins as a diplomatic gesture quickly turns into a high-stakes moral puzzle. The shuttle crash lands on a desolate moon in the Gamma Quadrant, home to two warring factions locked in an eternal conflict. Thanks to biomechanical microbes, a form of microscopic tech, the dead don't stay dead. Each person is revived after every fatal injury, trapping them in an endless cycle of violence. It's a haunting metaphor for unresolved ideological conflict and the dehumanization of war. The introduction of this society, he says, essentially a penal colony for war criminals, offers a fresh take on a familiar Trek theme, the cost of conflict. Immortality here isn't a blessing, but a punishment, forcing its victims to relive their worst selves forever. It's a horrifying concept, and one that lingers. The Prime Directive is put to the test in a subtle but important way. When a society is artificially sustained in a state of suffering, is non-interference still ethical? The decision ultimately falls not on Sisko or the Starfleet crew, but on Kaiopaka. Her death and resurrection by the nanotech permanently bind her to this world. She can't leave. But instead of despairing, she embraces the role of spiritual guide to these tormented souls, choosing to stay and help them find a way forward. It's a poignant, faith-driven choice that resonates with both the characters and the audience. Kira's emotional arc, he says, is the true heart of this episode. Being on a battlefield again, surrounded by constant violence, reawakens the trauma she carries from her time in the Bajoran resistance. Her breakdown with Opaka, raw, honest, and deeply moving, reveals just how much the war has shaped her identity. For once, she lets herself feel rather than fight. And Opaka, in her gentle way, guides Kira to begin healing. Jonathan Banks, yes, thank you, you caught that. Jonathan Banks, best known for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and for DC fans, the voice of Commissioner Gordon in Batman Arkham Knight. He appears here as Golan Shalah, one of the warring leaders. While the role is relatively underwritten, Banks brings gravitas that elevates the episode's tension. It's a great example of how DS9 regularly draws top-tier guest stars. Scratch that, not just DS9, Star Trek. Star Trek regularly draws top-tier guest stars. The list of people that have been in Star Trek armor. It is easier for me to tell you who hasn't been in Star Trek as opposed to who has. You're only scratching the surface. There were some in TNG. There's a couple more that you're going to see in TNG, I believe, in Season 7, if I'm not mistaken. But there are more coming in Deep Space Nine, and if you go further into Voyager and the other shows, you will see more. Absolutely you will. And I mean, some names, too. Some people are like, really? They did a Star Trek episode? Yes, they did do a Star Trek episode. Absolutely. No doubt about it. So, yeah. That is fantastic. That's something this franchise has done consistently through the years. And actually, believe it or not, consistently continues to do. Because there was a big actor, you know, for all of the misalignment, for all of the scorn that was heaped on the Section 31 movie, there's a big name that popped up in that movie. It's like, oh, well, all right then. That's cool, that I really liked. But you're a ways away from that, good sir. But getting that back to this episode, he says, meanwhile, the B-plot with Dax and O'Brien trying to rescue the crew offers some familiar TNG-style engineering problem-solving. It's enjoyable, even if it doesn't quite match the chemistry we saw with Geordi and Data. Still, it shows DS9 finding its footing, blending character-driven stories with classic Trek mechanics. Yeah, and there really isn't a Geordi and Data relationship. Well, okay, I take that back. There is a Geordi and Data friendship that is not developing yet in this show, but it will. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but there is a Geordi Data relationship. There's a friendship that will start developing soon. I think it's this season. It's either this season or certainly next season. It's going to begin. Hasn't set up yet, but no, not quite. Almost there, but not quite. He says, in the end, Battle Line stands out not just for its sci-fi concept, but for its emotional depth. It gives Kaiopaka a memorable send-off, adds a new layer to Kira, and expands the show's moral landscape by presenting a no-win situation that isn't easily resolved. It asks tough questions about justice, suffering, and spiritual responsibility, and begins to carve out DS9's darker, more reflective tone. Yeah, and with that, Amr, one other thing to take note with this episode is this is also kind of the beginning of the serialized Trek stories, right? Because Kaiopaka's essential death, if you will, like her being trapped on this planet, that is going to cause a ripple effect throughout the rest of Bajor because they have now lost their spiritual leader. And just wait for the repercussions. They're coming. And certainly by the end of this season and going into future seasons, you will see the repercussions of Kaiopaka's disappearance, if you will. Like her no longer being the Kai of Bajor will cause other issues. Absolutely. It will. There will be a struggle. There'll be a number of struggles, and it's going to be some very intriguing times for Bajor that will absolutely heavily involve Kira and will certainly involve the rest of the Bajoran people, no doubt about it. But I just wanted to bring that up, is that this is the beginning of serialized Trek, truly serialized Star Trek. So this is going to be a case where what happens in episodes that you watch will absolutely have repercussions and impacts on future episodes that you watch in this series. Get used to that. There will be some villains of the week and there will be some episodic stuff, but there will definitely be some plot lines and some threads that will carry through for the rest of this show, without question. So he says, that wraps up my most recent batch of Star Trek Deep Space Nine episodes. It's been quite the ride so far. Speaking of Star Trek, he says, I did catch your latest FLITEcast episode where you talked about Comic-Con and box office expectations. There was definitely a lot of Trek talk in there. And don't worry, even if you dropped a few spoilers here and there, I had absolutely no clue what you were referring to anyway, LOL. I still haven't watched Discovery or any of the newer Star Trek shows, so I'm safe for now. Yeah, don't listen to Flightbox. If I talk about Strange New Worlds, that's spoiler filled. Don't listen to that. Don't. You don't need to get there yet. You're not there yet. You can go in progression. It's okay. It's all right, because you've got a lot to get through before you get to those shows. Should you wish to continue through to those shows, it is entirely your choice. No pressure, man. You know, I would love for you to watch this entire franchise. I enjoy following you on your journey with this franchise. It's my favorite franchise of all time, without question. There is no franchise that instills passion in me more than Star Trek. No question about it. And that's why I love talking about it. But, you know, there are spoilers here and there, right, with respect to the newer stuff that you're a ways away from watching. So tread lightly, if you will. If it's not a big deal for you, then go right ahead. But yeah, there's a lot, man. I mean, we're talking almost 60 years of content and continuing, and that's what you wanted to talk about here. You said, that said, I did want to chime in with some thoughts about the recent announcements. The new Starfleet Academy show definitely caught my attention, especially with Holly Hunter and Paul Giamatti involved. At first, I didn't even recognize Holly Hunter in the trailer, but the second she spoke, I had to rewind a bit and go, ah, there she is. I'm curious about the show, he says, but honestly, I have no idea if I'll start it anytime soon when it eventually comes out. As you know, I already have my hands full with Star Trek backlog as it is. I'm also not even sure when the show is meant to take place in the timeline. Plus, this might spoil a lot of stuff for me. I noticed the character in the trailer was reading on Benjamin Sisko, I believe. Not sure. So new Trek shows might be off the table at the moment. Yeah. No, that was... Don't watch that again. Don't look at that trailer again, Amr, because, yes, there absolutely... You could most certainly, especially in that show, but based on what I saw in that trailer, there's more than a few spoilers you could run into that you don't need to know about. Absolutely don't need to know about. That's a big one. And you're watching DS9 now, you don't need to know about that because she was reading about Benjamin Sisko. Nope. Don't look at that again. Don't do it. Leave it alone. it is not safe for you. They are off the table at the moment if you want to stay spoiler averse while you're watching DS9 for sure. But then he says, then there's the Strange New Worlds teaser. I still haven't watched the show, and I skipped your latest Flightbox covering it just to be safe, but I've got to admit, a Muppet-style episode? That definitely raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I am excited for it, as I mentioned earlier, but I will tell you that, with respect to craziness that Strange New Worlds has already done in 2 seasons, I argue that they've already done some crazier things than a Muppet episode. Or really, a Muppet episode is just the latest evolution of what they've done. Because, yeah, they did some stuff last season that I loved, but it was still like, oh wow, we've gone into some different territory, and different territory, not in that it didn't make sense for the universe, because Star Trek has always had some crazy episodes, even going all the way back to the original series. But I'm just saying, yeah, a Muppet episode, yes, I'm here for it. Hell yes, I am. But he says also, I've got a bit of a fan question for you. What do you think of a Kelvin timeline version of the Next Generation crew would look and be like? Do you think there's ever a chance we might see something like that in the future? Maybe not a full-blown series or movie, even just a short or a what-if style special. I get that Paramount is mostly focused on Trek shows set in the prime timeline these days, which makes sense, but honestly, I'd love to see the Kelvin cast return in some form. I know it might be tough, especially after the tragic passing of Anton Yelchin, who played Chekhov in those movies. Still, never say never, right? Yeah, never say never, Amr, but I will be 100% honest with you. I personally believe that once Viacom and CBS remarried and became Paramount, I feel like, because here's the thing, and I think I brought this up before, but just a reminder, the Kelvin timeline exists because at that time, Paramount, like Viacom, Paramount Pictures, did not have rights to any of the TV canon. And so they had to create an alternate reality because they couldn't connect the Kelvin timeline movies directly to the original series or anything in the prime timeline because they didn't have the rights. CBS had the TV rights, Paramount had the movie rights. So that was the only way that they could make those Star Trek movies, was if they made them in an alternate timeline so they wouldn't infringe upon the rights that CBS owned. So my thinking on this is that had they never split up, because they were split up for about 12, 15 years, something like that, right? Had they not split up, had they still been together at that time, then the Kelvin timeline likely wouldn't have existed, and they would have just made more movies in the prime timeline. And so now, what happened was when they got back together, they got into the streaming game when they created CBS All Access, which of course later became Paramount Plus, is now Paramount Plus. And Star Trek Discovery was their big vessel, their big vehicle into that, and it started the Paramount Plus era of Star Trek shows because now they have the rights, they have the connection to the prime timeline, and I feel like that is their number one priority. So, as much as I love the Kelvin timeline movies, as much as I love that cast and crew, I am not confident that we will see anything else with them in it because with the remarry of Paramount and CBS, they are all in on the TV shows, on the TV like paradigm, on the TV timeline, if you will, on the prime timeline. And so I can't readily answer your TNG question because I don't think we're going to see it. I don't think there's even going to be a what if style scenario in that regard. I think they're going to focus heavily on the prime timeline. They have focused heavily on the prime timeline. I mean, we've since 2017, right? Because Star Trek Beyond came out 2016 for the 50th anniversary, and then the very next year, that next fall of 2017, was the premiere of Star Trek Discovery, and it has been all prime timeline focused since then. And they've done a lot. It's amazing to think how much they've done. 5 full seasons of Star Trek Discovery, 3 seasons of Star Trek Picard, 5 full seasons of Star Trek Lower Decks, right? Like they've done quite a bit with respect to the Paramount Plus era of Star Trek. And now they're into season 3 of Strange New Worlds. Season 4 just wrapped filming, and they're talking about production is going to get going on season 5, the 5th and final season of Strange New Worlds, plus Starfleet Academy, right, going forward. Like, they're both going to be in production, like, at the same time, they're saying, in that regard, right? So I feel like they're all in on the prime timeline. So as much as I love the Kelvin timeline, as great of respect that I felt that those movies paid, and how much I loved that cast and crew, and I loved the dynamic that they all had, and as tough as it would be for them to come back because of Anton Yelchin's passing, I unfortunately am not confident that we will see them again. I would love to see them again in just one more movie, but I think that Star Trek and Paramount are focusing heavily on the prime timeline. And I can't blame them for that. Now that they have the rights back, I can't blame them for doing that. And there's even some principles and some ideas that they incorporated from the Kelvin timeline into the prime timeline with respect to how certain things work and how things operate, kind of retelling what we thought we saw in the original series and some of the older shows, if you will. But I'm happy with where the franchise is at. I would love something more from the Kelvin timeline, but I can't tell you that I'm very optimistic about it. So unfortunately, I can't answer your question with respect to a Kelvin timeline version of the TNG crew because I've never really thought of it because I'm not confident that possibility is realistically on the table. You never say never. I can't say it's 100% not possible, but it's only maybe 1% or less possible, I would say, in my humble opinion. Not to be a downer, but that's just my thoughts on it, to be honest with you. So, moving on here, Amr says, before I wrap things up, there's one more thing I wanted to mention. I've actually started rewatching Peacemaker. Now, I don't usually rewatch shows, he says. In fact, I don't think I've ever done a full rewatch of a narrative series before. Sitcoms, sure, those are easy to dip in and out of, but serialized TV, not really my thing when it comes to rewatching. I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels that way because I feel exactly the same way. I know people that have like rewatched Breaking Bad and like other serialized shows, and I'm like, I've never thought of doing that. Sitcoms are very easy to rewatch. Even like ones that have like, threads that carry on through seasons, and character stuff and character development. But yeah, the dramas, the serialized TV, no, I never have really rewatched that either. He says, that said, Peacemaker might be my first real exception, and I honestly think Star Trek TNG could end up being another one down the line. Same with DS9. I can already feel that itch to revisit certain episodes even while I'm still working through them. Okay, you know what? You're right. I gotta rescind that because I've definitely rewatched TNG, although TNG is definitely more episodic. I really would not call TNG serialized. DS9, though, serialized. And I've been watching that religiously on Pluto TV. Yep, that might be my exception. I gotcha. But it's Star Trek. Exception allowed. Anyway, he says the reason for the Peacemaker rewatch is because of that new podcast with James Gunn, Steve Agee, and Jennifer Holland. I started watching the first episode of the podcast and quickly realized I barely remembered the show. So I decided to rewatch the series alongside the podcast, not daily or anything, just following the release schedule. Right now, that's about 2 episodes a week in sync with when the podcast drops. So an episode the day a new podcast episode drops, then the podcast itself, like an after show, if you will. It actually works out really well since Season 2 is coming out later this month. This way, Season 1 will be fresh in my mind by the time the new episodes drop. That kind of prep never used to be necessary back when shows had new seasons every fall like clockwork. But now, with the way streaming has changed everything, there's often a massive gap between seasons. So a rewatch feels almost necessary just to catch up mentally. You know what? You're right about that. I do agree with that. And I've thought about that myself because I do remember a good portion of Season 1, but I don't necessarily remember all the details. So I may try to figure out something here in the next couple of weeks or so. I don't know. He says the podcast itself has been a fantastic listen so far, just as enjoyable as the rewatch. It's been great seeing James Gunn, Steve Agee, Jennifer Holland, and even Robert Patrick reflect on their experiences making the show. James shares a lot of insight into his writing process, how certain scenes came together, what changed during production, and what stayed the same. Most interestingly, he's been clarifying what's actually canon in the DCU and what isn't. One bit that really surprised me was the mention of Batmite, he said. I had assumed he was canon, especially since the new DCU Batman is said to be well established and active in-universe. But James explained that as of now, Batmite isn't canon. Not because he won't be, but because if he does show up, James wants that moment to be a proper surprise. He wants us to actually see Batman meet Batmite for the first time on screen, rather than just hear about it after the fact. That is intriguing. I hadn't heard that specifically, but, I posted a thing yesterday talking about, because Gunn did this thing. He was talking to somebody about the character in Superman who has the show that Lex Luthor is on, played by Michael Ian Black. His name is Clevis Thornweight, and somebody was commenting on how I think they were asking him how come he didn't use Jack Ryder or G. Gordon Godfrey for that character. Why did he create a whole new character for it? And Gunn's answer, I want to bring this up. I want to read Gunn's specific answer because this is important, and this goes into why I am confident in what James Gunn is doing as far as the creative direction of the DCU and why, him being a student of the source material as well as an actual creative, really gives me confidence in terms of what he's going to do. So he said, no, I don't think either of those characters, Jack Ryder or G. Gordon Godfrey, would fit what I needed, and I definitely don't consider it a cheap cameo. I wrote the character and then cast Michael, not the other way around. Foreign weight is incredibly important to the story being told. And then he was asked by a dude named PB Film Guy, I'm curious as to why you feel that way about G. Gordon Godfrey. What do you feel is the difference between the Clevis character and Godfrey? And Gunn said, because he's a new god. Clevis is a regular person who stokes hate by attacking metahumans. By making him Godfrey, we'd be telling a different story. Plus, I don't think this outfit matches Michael's eyes. And he posted, I'm pretty sure this is a Jack Kirby. This is like an original, like, Glorious Godfrey. This looks like Jack Kirby to me. I could be wrong. But yeah, so to me, like, I quoted that and I said, this is why I really trust James Gunn with respect to being the creative head of the DCU, because of his attention to detail in this regard, right? He isn't just a student of the comics, he's also a writer-director that pays attention to detail with his stories. My immediate thought when I watched Superman was that Michael Ian Black was Godfrey, but Gunn made him a totally different character because in his mind, Godfrey isn't a cameo character, and using him would have changed the story that they were telling. And I think that's the DCU difference when your studio is actually run by a creative. And I could say the same with this Batmite situation. Anybody else, Feige or somebody else, and could have just left Batmite canon. But he's saying, no, I don't want Batmite to continue being canon because I want that reveal to be a proper reveal when I do it. That's what a creative says. That's what somebody who cares about the source material, somebody who has a plan in mind, that's what they say. They're like, no, I'm not leaving this cameo in. I'm not leaving this canon in because I want to really properly introduce him later. And whether he has plans to do that or not, the fact that he's even thinking about that, he wants a moment where Batmite meets Batman himself, like, that to me just further reinforces the trust that I have with James Gunn being a creative in charge of the DCU. Like, knowing that he's a student of the source material and knowing that he's got a plan in place as a creative, there are things that he thinks about storytelling wise that I don't think a producer necessarily like Kevin Feige would think about. And I'm not slighting Feige, I'm just saying this is the difference between having a creative in charge of the actual creative portion of the franchise and mapping out a story and building out characters, as opposed to just a producer being over it, working with the directors who do so in that regard. So yeah, I think that's another example of it. That's cool. Amr says, so that wraps up this email. As always, thanks for taking the time to read through all of it. I really enjoy sharing these with you and hearing your take on everything too. Looking forward to the next Flight Chat and whatever new discussion it brings. Until then, take care and talk soon. Oh, one more thing, he says, I forgot to include this in my last email. I came across another funny Star Trek video in my YouTube recommendations, and I think you'll definitely get a laugh out of it. Thought I'd pass it along for a good chuckle. So the link that he sent, it is the Riker maneuver versus the Picard maneuver, and it's like written, it's like drawn and animated in like storyboard form. And basically what it is, it's an animation by a guy named George Caprillion, and what it is so, historically speaking, like Commander Riker, when he like sits down in a chair, like Jonathan Frakes does this thing like where he like will lift his leg over the chair and like kind of not awkwardly, but like he's always got to do the Riker where he lifts his leg over the chair to sit down on it. This is hilariously parodied by Ensign Brad Boimler, Jack Quaid's character in Star Trek Lower Decks, because he worships Riker and the ground that he walks on, right? And considers that the Riker maneuver. But at any rate, so that's his maneuver, the Riker maneuver. And then the idea of the Picard maneuver is when he sits down normally, he tugs his shirt, he pulls his shirt down, he pulls like his uniform tunic down, like at the waist, right? And so that's what this is like basically if those maneuvers were just like actual moves that they were like using against each other. And it's funny. It's a quick short. It's like 51 seconds, but it is funny, just emphasizing the shirt tug versus the over the leg, like sitting down and all that. But either way, thank you for that, Amr. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for that video. Appreciate all of your thoughts and insights. Can't wait to hear the rest of your journey as far as Star Trek goes. And any other movies, TV, and other sort of media thoughts that you wish to share, especially now that comic book movies are done for the year. So, but you said you're rewatching Peacemaker, so if you want to share some thoughts on that as well, and I'll try to figure out what I'm going to do with respect to that, because clearly I'm going to talk Peacemaker Season 2 on Flightbox. That's clearly going to happen. But either way, thank you as always, good sir, for the feedback. Greatly appreciated. Looking forward to more in the not-too-distant future. All right, past the 4-hour mark again. We've got a couple more emails here, and then we'll get on out of here. First one, next up, Alex De Silva, he's got a pair of emails for the flight chat. First one called Return of the Flight Cast, flight chat number 12, Return of the Flight Cast. The summary, Gemini says, Alex asked Ray for his take on the scalping of tickets for the Odyssey movie. Okay, well, I'm prepared for that question. I've got an answer for sure. He says, Hey Ray, it was great to see you return to the vodka stream recently. Hopefully you're back for the Fantastic Four review, but no worries if not. Of course, it's just fun when you're on with the rest of the panel. I was back for the Fantastic Four review. I did talk about that movie with the guys. And yeah, so it's two, the most recent episodes of vodka stream that happened. There wasn't one this past weekend because Dave was out of town. But yes, I have been back on that panel. It's been great to talk to the guys again, for sure. He said, Did you see that the tickets for 70mm showings of Nolan's Odyssey movie already went on sale, despite the movie not being out for another year? And apparently they sold out almost immediately. It looks like people are now scalping the tickets at exorbitant prices. I heard of one scalper who's charging $500 a ticket. What's your take on that whole situation? I think scalpers can burn in hell. I don't like scalpers at all. And you know what? Like, the fact that they would do that is just disgusting, and it tells you how greedy and how like capitalistically like morally corrupt we are, as morally bankrupt we are as a people. That, oh, this is the thing that's releasing a year early. Oh, let's go ahead and gobble up all these tickets. I hope nobody buys them. I hope nobody is that desperate to see Odyssey that they're gonna pay an asshole $500 to go like see the 70mm. I certainly would not do that. We don't have a 70mm IMAX like close to us other than Henry Ford Theater, and I don't know that they're going to show Odyssey. They have shown Nolan movies before. They might. But either way, I don't need 70mm to see it. I know that if I lived closer to a 70mm IMAX, then yes, I could prioritize seeing it. But since I don't, since there really isn't one close enough in my state that's guaranteed to see it, I'm just going to have to see it in digital IMAX. And I can live with that, truthfully, because I still love digital IMAX for what it is in that regard. But yeah, scalpers can go straight to hell. And you know what? There's a special place in hell for those scalpers that are selling it at $500 a ticket, along with the other ones that got the Galactus popcorn buckets. Because here, quick story. Obviously, like, I collect the popcorn buckets from a number of, like, big movies, comic book movies especially, and there were 4 different popcorn buckets available for Fantastic Four. There was a regular embossed tin that had all 4 characters on it, which is normally what I get because I love the tin popcorn tins, the 130-ounce ones, right? There was a plastic one called the Puzzle Bucket, which has a graphic representation in plastic of each of the 4 powers of the Fantastic Four, right? So there was that one. There was another one which had a figure of Reed Richards that was like extending his arm around to hold the bucket. I didn't really like that one, to be honest with you. And then there was the Galactus popcorn bucket, which is like over like 340 ounces. It has eyes that light up, and it's huge, right? And it was $85. Imagine had all of these. My theater chain that I go to, Imagine Cinema, had all of them, right? And so when I went on Friday, they only had the other 3 available, right? So I bought the 2 that I wanted. I bought the embossed tin that I really wanted, and I bought the puzzle bucket, right? I didn't like the Reed Richards one, so I didn't buy that one. The guy told me, I asked him, he said that the Galactus one already sold out, and then he asked me if I bought it, would I have resold it on eBay? And I was like, no, I wouldn't have resold it on eBay. I would have kept it. And it's it was like $85, right? Which, of course, that sounds like an insane amount to pay for a popcorn bucket, yet had they had one, I probably would have bought it. I'm just being completely honest with you. But here's what really pisses me off. I go on eBay, and there's 50 Galactus popcorn buckets unopened, selling for anywhere between $155 to $250. All of those people can go straight to hell. Straight to hell. If that was your reason for buying it, and you cheated a Fantastic Four fan who wanted to actually display the damn thing out of being able to get it for retail price, and you're going to make them bend over and pay you a king's ransom to get it? No, I hope none of them sell. I hope all of them just get stuck with the damn popcorn bucket and none of them sell. That's bullshit. I do not like scalpers. Scalpers disgust me for that reason. And I see it with that. I see it with steelbooks all the damn time, and like limited editions of like Blu-rays and whatnot. I hate that. I absolutely disgust that. And I've dealt with more than a few of them, and it sucks, right? I don't like it. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. And I have absolutely no like quarter or like compassion for any of those people. No, absolutely not. So that's my take on that particular situation. So continuing, Alex says, I always told myself I'd never be the type of person to take a baby to a movie theater. Yeah, about that. Uh-oh. He took the baby to a movie theater. All right, what happened? He said, listen, it all went perfectly smoothly, and my wife and I had a solid game plan going into it. We went to see Lilo and Stitch on a Tuesday at 10:45 a.m. after we checked the AMC app and saw that only 4 other people had bought tickets for the showing. We got tickets as close to the exit as possible so that we could make a swift exit if necessary. As soon as we sat down, we put noise-canceling baby headphones on my little girl, and my wife immediately started breastfeeding her. Don't worry, we made sure that everything was completely covered so that no one was scandalized. Wow, okay, this is a risky endeavor, Alex, okay? He says this proved to be a great strategy as our little girl floated between sleeping and feeding for the entirety of the movie. She didn't make a single peep. I'm very proud of her for having such a smooth first experience at the theater. Now, a big reason this worked was because the theater was virtually empty, he says, so there's no way we'd take her to, say, a Fantastic Four showing within the first few weeks of that movie being out. Yeah, I really did. Your wife is not breastfeeding, like, in the middle of a crowded theater. Like, it's already a push that she's breastfeeding in the theater at all. But like you said, it was mostly empty. You could seclude yourself. Here's my question, though, and I've never, like, only your wife could answer this. That wasn't distracting. She could pay attention to Lilo and Stitch while feeding. Like, I am this male, cisgendered male. I have no concept. I don't know. I am literally asking for understanding. That's not like distracting. Like, you can pay attention to the movie. I don't know. If that's an inappropriate question to ask, I apologize. I don't mean to be inappropriate. I'm just legitimately curious if that was like distracting to her or not, or she was able to focus on the film. I don't know. Either way, you don't have to ask her that question if you don't want to, but I'm just personally curious. If that is inappropriate, I apologize. I withdraw the question. But either way, he says, as for Lilo and Stitch, it was a lovely little flick. I have nostalgia for the original movie and the TV show that aired on Disney Channel, so this was a fun watch for me. We'll be going to see Fantastic Four this Tuesday, so I'll have thoughts on that next time around. Mother-in-law coming in clutch with babysitting once again. Yeah, he sent this email on July 24th, so the second email that he's going to send, that he already sent, is probably his thoughts on Fantastic Four, so stay tuned for that here shortly. He says, one bizarre thing I noticed during the trailers for Stitch was that they were playing business ads in between the trailers. I remember I got a random Applebee's ad in between trailers. Usually all the business type ads happen before the trailers start, and then it's nothing but trailers until the movie begins. Really weird that there was a business ad in the middle of the movie trailers. If I had to speculate on why this is, maybe it has to do with AMC being able to sell ad space at a higher price by putting the ad in between trailers? Almost no one is around to watch ads before trailers begin, so by putting them in trailers when most of the audience has arrived, more eyeballs will be on the ad. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but it makes sense as a business-related, profit-boosting move. Yeah, there was another... That's happened at Imagine, where, like, ads have been in a different place, or like, one more trailer has, like, been shown before the movie started, right? I think that happened the other day, either at Superman or at Fantastic Four. It might have been both, truthfully. But yeah, the order of operations in terms of where ads and trailers are shown, it's varying. And I think AMC, I think you're probably onto something as far as the business reason for that, to be honest with you. He says, so Phil's going for the 100% on Final Fantasy X, huh? Final Fantasy X. Good luck to him. I did that years ago, and it was quite the ordeal. Getting the Platinum Trophy for that game required so much grinding and fighting and mini-games. I played that game for so many hours in the experience of getting the Platinum that I don't think I ever need to play Final Fantasy X again. It's a really massive RPG if you're going for everything the game has to offer. Phil, you may need to seek therapy after doing the Chocobo Racing minigame. I remember that one being an utter pain and required dozens, scores, if not hundreds of retries to finally get right. Okay, well, Phil, you heard the warning from Alex on that one. I have no frame of reference because I did not get into Final Fantasy, but hey, Godspeed on that one, good sir. He says, this time around for the next generation, I watched Family, which was a great cool-down episode after the crazy events of the last 2 episodes. Yes, and it was necessary, as you've attested to. He said this episode was really light on action except for one memorable mud-splattered moment, but that's fine by me, as the character work in this episode was great. It was interesting to see where Picard came from. The viewer is so accustomed to always seeing him in a position of authority and professionalism, so this was a bit of a break from that, kind of like the Vacation Resort episode in Season 3, but that one quickly evolved into an adventure. One thing I can't help but notice is why Picard's entire family has English accents if they're supposed to be from France. I guess my in-universe headcanon for this, until I'm proven otherwise, is that in the future, there's a huge migration into France of Brits who retain British English as their primary language. This would explain why Picard is fluent in French but has English as his heart language. I'll buy that. I don't know that that's ever been explained in the encyclopedia or anything, but or Memory Alpha, but I'll buy that. I'll certainly buy that. So he said it was a nice touch having the uniform of Wesley's father look like it was an older style. It hits home that he's recording his video message decades before the present of the show. It also matches with yesterday's Enterprise because remember, what was it, 2344, if I remember correctly, was the year that the Enterprise C disappeared, right? That's only 22 years before the time of TNG, the 2340s, and they were still wearing those uniforms back then, right? Remember Rachel Garrett and Lieutenant Castillo and everybody on the Enterprise C crew were still wearing those uniforms. They just weren't wearing what it was without the collars, it was without that thick undershirt, right? That's the difference. That's the big difference. So yeah, I think back then, like that uniform change was clearly recent, like within the last decade or so before TNG started in that regard. So yeah, I hear you on that. But yes, you're right. It does hit home that he's recording the video message decades before the president of the show, and it shows a time jump, absolutely, and a connection to the old stuff. He says, "Wow, the last shot of this episode was Jean-Luc's nephew, just beautiful. The significance of yet another Picard looking to the stars and dreaming of the future, coupled with the music in that moment, gave me chills." Yeah, and keep an eye on that particular actor. You're going to see him again. That's all I'll say. You'll see that actor again as you continue forward. Next episode is called Brothers, he says. Sounds like yet another family-related episode coming up. Oh, yes, it is. In fact, let's hear what you had to say about that as we get to your second episode, or your second email, rather, pardon me. Flight Chat 13, Gluttonous Geeks. Oh, here we go. This is a longer email. He says, "Hey, Ray, tons of random stuff and thoughts in this second email, so I'll dive right in. I'm sending this email before listening to any of your episodes from the past week or your vodka stream appearance for the Fantastic Four review, so apologies if any of what I say in this email sounds ignorant of what happened this past week in the podcast sphere." When did he send this? He sent this yesterday. Okay, August 2nd. All right. First, he asks, have you ever been in the awkward social situation where you suggest a movie for you and another person or a group of people to watch, and the people you're with just end up really hating your suggestion? I don't think so. Generally speaking, if I make a suggestion, well, first of all, it's been a long time since I've like been in a group of people like watching a movie, but I also feel like the group of people that I would watch movies with were aligned, and generally speaking, we have the same interest in watching a movie in that regard, to be honest with you. So no, I cannot personally say that I have been in that scenario before, awkwardly. No. Now, there have been cases where I have suggested a movie for Shonda, and maybe we've watched it in a group, and she hasn't cared for it. Like, I remember there were twice uh, we went to the movie theater as a group, and there were movies that she didn't care for. She did not care for Cabin in the Woods, which I really liked and own in glorious steelbook form with a nice slipcover. And she also didn't like Tintin, The Adventures of Tintin. She didn't care for that either. But she didn't grow up with Tintin either. So she wouldn't have watched Tintin. I don't think that's really her speed with respect to that. But those are the only two examples I can think of where a movie was recommended to the group and somebody really disliked it. And in that case, it was just her that disliked it, to be honest with you. I can't think of one where the whole group hated my suggestion. I haven't been in that position yet. Another social situation to throw at you, he says. Have you ever arrived to the movie theater with a group of people, antsy to get into your auditorium because the trailers have already started, but various people in your group want to wait in the long concession line for snacks? This happens to me a bit too often, and I always have to resist the urge to just abandon everyone and go running in so I don't miss the start of the movie. Again, it's been a long time since I've been in that position, and I seem to recall that anybody who wanted to get the seats immediately, or you know what? I remember this. I do remember this protocol happening. Like especially if it was like in the fall or like jacket weather, right? We get to our seats first. We set everything up, right? And we would even have people watching seats while others either went to the bathroom or went to go get concessions, because usually at that time we'd be standing in line waiting for the auditorium to get let in, and then yeah, we'd get everything sorted out after we got our seats. But it's been many years since I've done that. Quite honestly, either I go to movies largely by myself or with Shonda. Like I really have not done the group thing for movies in a good long while, to be honest with you. So maybe that says something about my social circles. I don't know. We're all kind of spread out at this point. To be honest with you, not everybody is still around, but everyone's in different locations. But either way, yeah, I feel like get your seats first, and then if you really want concessions, go deal with that later. But yeah, seats are more important, in my opinion, especially for a first viewing of the film. He asks, did you hear about South Park's evisceration of the current U.S. president in the season 27 premiere? Their use of AI was absolutely wild, and I had my jaw drop to the floor when I saw what they were actually depicting. I don't think my trying to describe it could do it justice, so you'd be better off just looking it up. It's amazing what the South Park guys are able to get away with. Only in America can you go after your leader like that and not fear for your life. Well, one, I would question. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but um, like there is still people that would be fearful of repercussions if they did that here. I feel like because it's Matt Stone and Trey Parker, I feel like they are kind of insulated because obviously they'll have security, they'll have like other people, they'll have friends that will keep the red hat horde away from them. But those are the people that I would be worried about. But again, those people probably don't even know that they're the creators of South Park, so it's probably a moot issue. I think the ignorance is what helps insulate people that do something like this. But yeah, they should have that freedom in America, because is America not built on that freedom in that regard? I know what you're talking about, and I've seen it. I'm not a South Park fan, but I did know about that, and I have seen like parts of that. But and yeah, it's it is what it is. It's what they do, and it should be protected under parity in that regard. It should not be any like freedom abridged as far as I'm concerned. But yes, I am aware of it, no doubt. He says, let's shift to talking about the MCU. Did you see that Feige said Brave New World was unsuccessful because it didn't have Chris Evans? Do you think this comment is disrespectful to Anthony Mackie? Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a part of it that is disrespectful. I mean, there probably is truth to it, though, because and I've even talked to, to go ahead and bring the cultural aspect and not have it be the elephant in the room here. I've talked to a black person or two that still thinks of Captain America as Chris Evans. And that has nothing to do with Anthony Mackie being black. It has everything to do with whether or not they cared for his character or for him as an actor. So there are personal preferences there. And the fact of the matter is, we saw Chris Evans lead as Captain America in Avengers films and in his own trilogy, in, quotes, because Civil War is really an Avengers movie, not a Captain America movie, whatever. I'd argue with the wall on that. Not you necessarily, Alex, but anybody else that wishes to disagree, you're welcome to disagree with that. But either way, Chris Evans being established as Captain America for that long, and then you bring Anthony Mackie into it, and this is his first film. Yeah, I'm not surprised that there's some reticence to that, and yeah, probably a good portion of it is racism, to be honest with you. But a lot of it also is this unfamiliarity, right? It's not Steve Rogers, so they're not necessarily going to treat it the same way. And maybe these are also people that haven't watched The Falcon and the Winter Soldier and don't even know about the transition necessarily, or saw the transition happen, or maybe they didn't care for The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. They didn't go watch it. So, yeah, I think Feige could have worded it a lot more diplomatically. But, yeah, I don't think there's any way that it isn't disrespectful to Anthony Mackie. It is what it is. Like there's, I don't know that he's offended by that. Maybe he is, but he's the new guy, right? The only real disrespect would be if this calls into question what they're going to do with the character going forward, right? Like, don't remove him as the leader of the Avengers, and don't decide that you need to shy away from him because Brave New World only made $415 million worldwide, right? Like, don't do that. I still think that Marvel's biggest issue is releasing too many movies a year, right? If they had scaled back and moved Brave New World to somewhere else in the calendar, right? Like, or just decided not to do 3 movies, right? Like that type of thing. Like, I think that would have benefited them a great deal, to be honest with you. I still think that's the case. So, but yeah, I just feel like there's a different way that he could have worded that, truthfully. But either way, it is what it is. It's not like a massive deal, I suppose, at least not to me. He said there's been this sentiment recently that the MCU isn't fun anymore because of the homework, but I don't think that's it. I think the more accurate thing to say is simply that the homework just isn't that fun. Back in the Infinity War and Endgame era, people were more than happy to do their MCU homework because it was fun. It seems like it's not just about there being an oversaturation of Marvel recently, but rather that the shows and movies in Phase 4 onward just aren't as strong in quality as Phases 1 through 3. I think another reason why the homework for Phase 4 onward isn't fun, he says, is that a lot of the characters still don't know each other, so you don't have that steady sense of rewarding payoff like you did in Phases 1 through 3, where everyone was meeting each other. Shang-Chi has been completely isolated other than his credit scene. Moon Knight is nowhere to be found. The Eternals haven't interacted with anyone, and so on and so on. There are just too many characters still in their own bubbles and not properly integrated into the wider universe, which means that in Avengers Doomsday, one of two things will have to happen. A lot of screen time will need to be devoted to characters meeting, or a lot of characters will simply met off screen, which will be really unsatisfying. Recently, both Superman and Fantastic Four have been hailed as being standalone movies that don't require homework to enjoy. What do you think is the right balance between having an interconnected shared universe where important events happen spread between different movies and series and not having annoying homework for the audience? Well, first off, to address what you were talking about before in terms of the homework issue, I think there's something to what you're saying. I do. Um, because I think that the homework problem, I think the general audience looks at all the movies and the proliferation and just sees it as a daunting task because there are so many of them, right? But the part of what you're talking about in terms of the homework not being that exciting, yet the hype isn't there, right? Because there was hype in terms of, oh, well, Captain America and Iron Man, everybody met up here, and now so-and-so's in this movie and so-and-so's in that movie. That hype was building, and that talk and that chatter was building outside of the movies during the Infinity Saga. And no, you don't have that, because you do have a lot of isolated storytelling and a lot of isolated characters. You got people still wondering if there's going to be anything with the Young Avengers, and I don't think there's going to be. I think the Young Avengers is essentially scrapped, right? So that means no Ms. Marvel, no Kamala Khan, and no Kate Bishop from Hawkeye, and no Riri Williams meeting up together. And I would love to have seen that happen, right? But you're going to have more characters isolated, even from stuff that we've seen in the last couple of years, outside of what you just mentioned, right? Like you said, Shang-Chi isolated, Moon Knight isolated, Eternals have not met anybody, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, yeah, it's weird. It's really kind of been an aimless direction that they've gone in for Phase 4 and 5. They really haven't pointed it in any type of direction. They had an idea, and they shelved it, and they changed course, and they're in a weird spot right now because they've been in an aimless direction with so many characters that don't know each other right now. So, yeah, I think there is something to be said for that. I do believe, I don't know how much of it is that, but I do think that plus the overabundance of how many films there are definitely is what creates that problem, if you will, necessarily, for the audience as a whole. With respect to your question about what do I think is that right balance, right? What was the question you said? What do I think is the right balance between having an interconnected shared universe where important events happen spread between different movies and series and not having annoying homework for the audience? Honestly, it's what James Gunn is attempting now. I think that what he is attempting to do, in theory, is the right balance. Because what you want is a universe of shows and movies where it's not required for you to watch everything, but you still feel like they're all happening in the same universe, right? And I guess the Star Wars has been brought up as an equivalent to this. Because do you have to watch all of Star Wars? Do you have to watch all the movies? Do you have to watch all of the animated shows? Do you have to watch all the live action shows to understand and accept what's that? No, you don't. You do not, especially since they happen in different timelines, right? Andor can get all of the, incredible accolades that it's gotten, and when does it happen? It takes place before A New Hope. It takes place after Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? But you got to be like a devout fan in order to know that, okay? And it's also happening concurrent to Rebels, right? But you don't have to have had watched Rebels, but it's still happening alongside Rebels, right? When they make that reference of Mon Mothma, she's going to give a speech later. That speech happens in Rebels, right? You know what I mean? And the lead into Rogue One, which of course is the lead into A New Hope, right? Like, you don't have to have seen Obi-Wan Kenobi to understand all of that. Like, you can enter at any point, and then you really don't have to have seen any of that in order to understand Mandalorian and Ahsoka going forward. Like, you can jump in at different points, right? And it's not like you need knowledge. You should have seen this. I mean, us fans want you to watch everything. We want you to have full context. But enough happens, like, independently, but still in the same universe, that it doesn't have to be a homework problem. Star Wars avoids the homework problem. They really do. And I know this because for years, I didn't watch Clone Wars. I didn't watch Rebels. And you know what? I'm glad that I did before I watched Ahsoka so I could have that full context. But still, it wouldn't have been like I would have been lost with Ahsoka. Like, I just would have, like, I knew who the character was, but still, let's say you're somebody that never watched Clone Wars and you just watched The Mandalorian. When Ahsoka Tano is introduced, you're still going to know what she is as a character. It's just that if you've seen Clone Wars, you have that extra context that makes it so much of a deeper experience for you. But it's not a must. It's not a requirement. We think it is. We feel it is, but it really isn't. As opposed to, certain films like, well, you got to introduce an Infinity Stone here and a stone there and all that and whatnot, right? Like, that's different in that regard. And then the Thanos stuff, right? That's a little different in that regard. So I feel like if James Gunn is trying to follow the Star Wars model with DC Studios and the DCU, like, that's what it is. Like, that's the goal, is that type of balance. We'll see how that works out. And fingers crossed that it does. Like, I'm rooting for it. But that's what I think the proper balance for that would be, to be honest with you. So then he says, what's your take on the MCU ranking that Variety just put out? They ranked all 54 shows and movies. The only thing on the list I still haven't seen is X-Men 97, or the original X-Men animated series for that matter, so I should probably get on that before Doomsday and Secret Wars, because you never know, the animated stuff could definitely play a role in those movies. I wasn't aware until you just mentioned that Variety did an MCU ranking. Okay, hang on. Let me Google search this. I'm not confident, but hang on. Okay, this is from 2 days ago, ranking the MCU, every Marvel Studios movie and show from worst to best. Okay, well, I hate using the word worst. All right, well, you said 54. Well, number 54 is Secret Invasion. Okay, I'm not going to disagree with that necessarily. But then I start to disagree with Thor the Dark World being that low, Quantumania being that low, Moon Knight being that low. Love and Thunder being okay. This list is already bullshit. I already don't like this list. This list is already garbage. No, because Thor: Love and Thunder should be lower. Echo, and I also haven't done a list where I've ranked the shows. I feel like that's difficult and in some cases unfair because shows have more real estate and time to work with. But yeah, this looks like a popularized list. To be honest with you, this looks like a list like, oh well, let's gauge the audience attitude. Like, these are lists like if you ask people generally, like, hey, how low are these movies? This is what they're gonna say, right? Oh, so She-Hulk is 39. Oh, you're gonna be nice about that? Yeah, no, I'm sure they probably wanted to rank it lower. I just don't have what they're putting Fantastic Four First Steps 37. Okay, whatever. No, I don't like this list, Alex. I think this list is bullshit, truthfully. I'm just going to scroll through really quickly and find out what they believe number one is. It won't surprise me if it's what I think it is. Let's see. And I don't know, like, how does X-Men 97 even fit into that? Is that part of the continuity? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know why they're adding that in, and so that calls into question what else are they adding into this continuity that isn't actually there. Yeah, no, bullshit. Avengers Endgame number one, bullshit list. Absolutely bullshit list. This is a popularized list. This is a fluff list. This is a clickbait list. Screw this list. I'm not talking about this list any further. Don't like this list whatsoever. No, garbage list. Absolutely. It's a popular list. No, or a popularized list. When I say popularized, it's based on like style rather than substance to get people's attention, so that people, so that the normies are like, oh, Endgame, oh my goodness, even though it's really just one awesome third act that everybody loves. But whatever. Continuing. Alex says, I had fun with Fantastic Four. Quick spoilers incoming. There we go. Interestingly, before we saw the movie, my wife saw online that there was a trigger warning for postpartum moms, so she already went into the movie with her guard up. After we watched it, she told me she didn't like it because it was a really tough watch for her, with a baby being in peril the entire time. During the Sue death scene with Franklin crying in despair and reaching for her, I could hear sniffles from my wife, and I could see her wipe her eyes in my peripheral vision. I can't blame her for the movie being a tough watch, since I'll never understand what it's like to be a postpartum mom. Oh, I get that. I absolutely get that. Yeah, I don't understand what it's like to be a postpartum mom either, and I never will. But I totally get having to warn them about that. Yes, absolutely. Totally understand that. He says, I also recently watched the first episode of Eyes of Wakanda, which just dropped on Disney+. It's just a 4-episode miniseries, so I'll have more complete thoughts on that once I get through it. I think July of 2025 will be memorable in that fans of both DC and Marvel had a full-course meal. If you're not tribalist and you enjoy both universes, then you were absolutely eating in July. Without question. What a fantastic July it was. Pun intended. He says, I recently watched Mission Impossible 3. This one's great. I still don't think it quite matches the highs of the rest of the movies further on down the series, but it's still really solid. I know it's at the top of your series ranking, and I can't even blame you for that. It's a great choice. As of this point in the series, it's the most personal story to hunt, which gives this movie the greatest stakes of the first three. Okay, agreed with all of that, but this next thing that you say is a big part of why it's my favorite, because you said Two big mainstays were established in this one. One, Benji, who appears in every movie from this point. Yes, Simon Pegg. And two, the running shots of crews sprinting over vast distances. I'm pretty sure every single movie for the rest of the series features one of these running shots. I didn't remember this one having such a happy ending. If this had been the last movie, it would have been a neat little ending to the trilogy. Yes, I agree with that. But my whole point, a big reason why I love 3, is because it literally sets the tone and is the blueprint for the entire rest of the franchise. J.J. Abrams walked so that Christopher McQuarrie could run. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. And Brad Bird, too. We can't forget Brad Bird and Ghost Protocol, right? But J.J. Abrams walked so that Brad Bird and Christopher McQuarrie could run. They took what he started and established as the paradigm and the tone for Mission Impossible 3, and they carried that further for the next 5 movies, and that's why that franchise is so awesome. Seriously. And listen, no disrespect to the first 2 Mission Impossible films, to Brian De Palma and John Woo for what they did for those 2 films, but no, the 3 set the tone. 3 absolutely set the tone for the rest of the franchise that Brad Bird and Christopher McQuarrie continued on further, and that's a big reason why it is my favorite, hands down, to be honest with you. He says, I was able to finish reading Project Hail Mary so I don't have to worry about avoiding the trailers for the spoilers anymore. A really wonderful book, and I already know the movie is going to be excellent. I was expecting a fun sci-fi story. I was not expecting to be emotional by the end. This is going to be a good one. All right. I have seen the Project Hail Mary trailer once in theaters. I have no idea what the twist would be. I don't know. So, I mean, I'll find out, I suppose, but... He says, in my Emmy catch-up, I also recently watched the Hulu series Paradise, starring Sterling K. Brown. This was a fun one, and between this show and Project Hail Mary, I'm definitely a proponent of going into stories as blindly as possible. In Paradise, the first 10 minutes reveal what the setup of the show is, and I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Little did I know the last 60 seconds of the first episode would throw an absolute curveball that left me like, wait, what? And completely changed how my expectations for the rest of the show would go. Yeah, Paradise is definitely one that has been recommended to me. It's on the list, the ever-growing list. He says, I've seen some analysis on the Superman post-credit scene. When Mr. Terrific patches up the building, but it's still not perfect, people are speculating that that's a metaphor for Gunn stepping into his role and doing his best to patch up a messed-up DC brand. Do you think there's any validity to this analysis? No, I don't. I think that's people stretching for whatever. I don't think there's anything to that at all. Speaking of post-credit scenes, he says, between Superman and Fantastic Four, I'm officially sick of post-credit scenes that are inane and just a quick joke. It's annoying to sit in the theater for 10 plus minutes just for a quick comedy beat that I would have been better served watching on my phone later on. It borders on feeling disrespectful of the audience's time. I'm not saying that every post-credit scene needs to be a tease for the future, not at all. Just at least give us another scene that informs something about the movie. To this day, I maintain that one of the absolute best post-credit scenes in the MCU is the one in Spider-Man Far From Home, where you learn the Fury you've been watching in the whole movie was a Skrull the whole time. This scene is great without being a tease for the future. Rather, it gives you new information about the movie you just watched and leaves you feeling satisfied. It's deflating to wait all that time through the credits for a quick joke. My wife shot me a scowl when I made us wait through the Fantastic Four credits just for that quick little cartoon song, and all I could do was shrug sheepishly because I did feel dumb for wasting our time like that. Well, Alex, I couldn't disagree with you more, and I think that's rather pretentious of you to feel that way, and here's why. Because the MCU has groomed you and trained you to believe that post-credit scenes are supposed to reveal something else about the film. Before 2008, most of the time, because remember, the MCU didn't invent post-credit scenes whatsoever. But before then, post-credit scenes were usually gag reels or deleted scenes. Literally, that was all there was, right? One of the most famous ones at the end of Ferris Bueller, where he looks on the camera and says, "You're still here? It's over. Go home," right? Now, maybe you would have found that funny, or maybe you'd have found that disrespectful of the audience's time. But you know what else is disrespectful, Alex? For you to dismiss everybody in those credits. Because there are a ton of people that are in those credits that would love for anybody to know who it was that was the key grip here or did the VFX there, right? And you know, I might sound like an old fogey when I say this, but when you say that it's disrespectful of the audience's time for you to sit through the credits of everybody's names that worked on the damn movie that you just enjoyed, like, I think that's disrespectful, truthfully, with respect to the people that are in those credits, the people that actually worked hard for that. I watch the credits. I pay attention to shit. Like, where do they shoot things, and like who did this, and what company did that, and what track was this, what song was that, right? Like, there's other reasons to watch credits. Credits aren't there just for the sake of being there. They're there to give like actual accolades and credit to everybody that worked hard on that damn movie, blood, sweat, and tears, and all that stuff, right? So to me, I feel like the idea of treating credits as though they're just a long, boring way to get through to the credit scenes. It's like, okay, well, I feel like there's a ton of people that work on both Superman and Fantastic Four First Steps that, would disagree with you. In fact, truthfully, here, I did this whole rant on Patreon about people that record in movie theaters, but I will tell you the one video of recording in a movie theater that I actually do appreciate, and that's this video. Earlier today on TikTok, the woman who was in the car. Remember the scene in Superman where the building was coming down and that last woman had to drive across the overpass, and Superman prevented the building from falling on her long enough to get across the overpass, and as she's driving away, she sees him like rising in the debris, the smoke of that building collapsing, right? Okay. That woman posted a reaction of her watching that scene in the theater, and then what did she do? She went up to the screen during the credits and specifically waited for her name to pop up on the credits and then pointed attention to it, proud that that's her, that she's in those credits. You're basically saying that you watching those credits is disrespectful to your time. Well, I feel like you're disrespecting her, and you're disrespecting anybody else that wanted to see their name for their hard work in that particular in those particular credit sequences. And again, the idea that credit sequences have to point to something that like fills out that like gives you more context in the film, okay, then what about Nolan movies? Because Nolan doesn't do that, right? Nolan has all of his stuff happen within the films, right? And you got everything you needed as far as like, future stuff in the films. The MCU has their way of doing it, right? They're going to continue to do it their particular way. But Superman is like, no, we're going to give you all the information you need for the next movie in this movie, which they did, right? And as far as the credit scenes, they went old school with it. Because again, credit scenes used to be gag reels. They used to be deleted scenes. That's literally how post-credit and end credit scenes were started. So look, it's all subjective, man. If that bothers you, then, you don't have to sit around for them. And you can hear from the rest of us whether or not they do anything. Because you can know, like James Gunn has said that he doesn't want post-credit scenes in the DCU to be like the MCU. So, just prepare yourself for that and then just don't sit for credit scenes, man. But I mean, my goodness, I don't know. Just that rubs me the wrong way to say that you feel it's borders on feeling disrespectful of the audience's time. No one's making you sit there to watch any of those scenes, Alex, whatsoever. Like, and they don't need to be another scene that informs something about the movie. They do not. They absolutely do not. That's MCU grooming in your head. And whether you say it is or it isn't, it is. Your example that you brought up was from the MCU. You think it's one of the best ones, right? You need the post-credit scenes to inform you of something, not necessarily tease to the next movie. Well, they don't need to be that. They don't. I do not agree with you whatsoever on that one. So, you know what? You and your wife didn't like the joke at the end of First Steps. Hey, it's all subjective. That's your business. The only complaint that I heard that I think is legit, personally, in my opinion, of that scene is that John Malkovich's character was still in it. It was still in that animation, that cartoon. But, otherwise, whatever. It is what it is. It doesn't bother me at all. Because, again, I watch the credits. I don't think the credits are a waste of time. But that's just me personally. Hey, it's all subjective. It is what it is. We can agree to disagree. That rubs me the wrong way, man. I don't agree with you on that one at all. But, all right, continuing. He says, before getting into my Star Trek thoughts, I've decided I'm going to rewatch Peacemaker in the lead up to season 2 and listen to the DC Studio Showcase podcast to get canon details from Gunn. So far, I've rewatched episode 1, and I find myself laughing at the show a lot more than I did the first time around. The show just didn't really work for me in regards to humor the first time around, but it's gotten me to chuckle a bit in this rewatch. As far as Gunn's canon details for the first episode, the only really interesting bits we learned are these. 1, all references to Aquaman in this season should be ignored. And 2, remember the quantum unfolding chamber in Peacemaker's dad's house where he keeps all the different helmets stashed? Apparently the QUC is going to play a wider role in the DCU, a role in the wider DCU, so we'll be seeing more of it in different projects, not just Peacemaker. I'll update with more interesting tidbits as I rewatch the season and keep listening to the podcast. All right. Intriguing. We'll see how that goes. So you're watching it, Amer's watching it, and probably a couple of others are watching it as well. This time around for the Next Generation, he says, I watched Brothers. I really got Geppetto vibes from Sing's workshop. Soong. Dr. Soong, yes. Noonien Soong. Data is very much his Pinocchio. Yep, absolutely. Is there a reason Dr. Soong's name is almost identical to Khan's? Yes, there is. But you'd have to watch Enterprise in order to understand that. But yeah, there is a connection between the Soongs and the eugenics. Yes, there is. I don't even fully know what it is. I just know that it's an Enterprise. There is a connection in Enterprise. That's what I know. And I need to, when I fully watch Enterprise, then I will be able to understand it fully. I still don't even understand it fully myself, but I know there is a connection. Yes, yes, indeed there is. He says it would be nice if there was a previously on for episodes like this that build on older episodes. I watched the episode that this one is building off of many months ago, so I remember virtually nothing from it, including the fact that Data had an evil brother. A previously on would have been a big help going into this one. Well, that's modern thinking again, Alex, because in the 1990s they didn't have that. Or you know what? It was probably different because maybe there was something in the teaser and the commercials and the TV spots for it or something. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like that's another kind of like modern thinking in terms of like you would have liked a refresher with something that is like 30 years old. But either way, it is what it is. It's all subjective. You said next episode is called Suddenly Human, Live Long and Prosper. Alex, which one is Suddenly Human? Suddenly Human. Oh, wait. I think I remember which one that is. Okay. All right. It'll be very intriguing to hear your thoughts on that one. As always, Alex, thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the questions. There were some good questions with respect to what do I think about certain scenarios and whatnot. I like that. As far as the MCU and that bullshit ass variety list and other stuff and whatnot. But thank you for those questions. Thank you for the feedback. Good sir, always appreciated. And yeah, just don't watch any more credits for the DCU going forward. Leave that alone. All right. All right, we are at a record length for this flippin' episode. All right, closing it out with two episodes, or good grief, this is how long I've been talking. Two emails from Jared Cardos. First one titled A Tale of Two Studio Heads, or according to Gemini, he discussed John's comments about a possible Superman 4 version in the recent interviews with James Gunn and Kevin Feige. So he says, "Hey Ray, with what you're doing for this flight chat, I'm sure I'll be last of at least of an hour or so of messages. So I'll keep this fairly brief. 5 hours, last of 5 hours plus." Jared, he says, "One thought from your last flight chat. At one point, John talked about a possible version of Superman 4 that had Supergirl, and I wasn't familiar with that. But looking around, I did find that there was a treatment for Superman 3 that would have had Brainiac and Mixie Spitlick as well as Supergirl. Not much is said about Mixie's role, other than Dudley Moore was their first choice, but it would have involved Brainiac discovering Supergirl when she was a young girl and raising her, and in the process he falls in love with her, but she's in love with Superman instead. I don't think it mentions that Supergirl is his cousin in this, which makes the choice even more of a choice. It would have ended with Superman, Supergirl, Lana Lang, and Jimmy Olsen fighting Brainiac after he time travels them to the Middle Ages. The treatment was thrown out in favor of what we got because it was considered too expensive. I think regardless of what one might feel about 3, 4, and Supergirl, we probably dodged a bullet on that one. You got that right. That sounds awful. We absolutely dodged a bullet on that one. Thank you, Jared." He says, "On to your latest flight cast, which was a good examination of both of these big interviews with Gunn and Feige." Yeah, that was, I did a deep dive on that before the recent episode, because he sent this on Friday the 25th, before my last Flightcast episode. He says, "On Gunn's interview, there was a lot of interesting info, though what he talks about with the reveal about Clark's birth parents stood out. It's been kind of funny seeing him blanch at the idea of fans finding every reason to not believe the message, but I think Gunn inadvertently invited that read of the message when the robots talk about how part of it was already corrupted, and when we hear the rest of the message, it's after a pause where both parents are scrambled, which is usually a telltale sign in stories like this that something was changed. It certainly wasn't Lex or the engineer, but I get why someone might assume someone messed with the message beforehand. But that's all moot now, because as Gunn said, anyone looking for a change of that message is shit out of luck. And you know what? Fair enough. What he does is definitely more extreme than most versions we've seen of Jor-El and Lara, but it's a valid enough take. I'll just throw that in with the trunks and the hypno glasses as bits I don't really care for much, but don't break the movie for me. You know, it's interesting, because none of that bothers me. The hypno glasses really don't bother me because it's the first time we've ever heard of that being canon, and I like that, because it's a deep pull from the comics. that he uses as an actual canonical explanation, and it makes sense, truthfully. And I feel like that's another thing that the general audience like digs, right? Because now, if somebody asks, "Well, how come nobody notices that he's him without the glasses?" Well, because they're hypno glasses, right? Like I get that. Like I actually think that works for a lot of the general audience if they had an issue with that beforehand, truthfully. And I'm not saying that's like the biggest reason that like general audience like digs this film, but I think that, definitely helps things for them as far as, the character itself and being able to process being a fan of the character going forward. And the trunks, look, I'm not pro trunks, but trunks are not a deal breaker for me. And like I said earlier, I didn't really like they didn't break anything for me. Like they didn't notice anything for me. They didn't look like a diaper, like Anthony was saying earlier at any point. So yeah, I was fine with them, and it didn't hurt anything, especially the way that they had Corn Sweat play the character. Truthfully, as for the Feige interview, Jared says, it was interesting seeing him talk about where things went wrong, and I'm glad that it sounds like he's going to reduce the amount of content coming out, something I never thought I would say. But going all the way down to one TV show is surprising. That and talking about how the shows won't be addressed by the movies kind of feels like too much of a course correct. Like, I get people having a homework problem, but this almost feels worse than when Marvel was doing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Netflix shows. With that, I also question him saying he'll continue to create diverse programs when most of the more diverse content has been from the TV shows. But I'm not going to get mad at what could be, and I'll wait and see what we get after Secret Wars before I really judge anything. But that's probably enough for me on this one. I'll be back soon with my thoughts on Fantastic Four. Until then, which is his next email. As far as him reducing content, look, I want to wait and see where it goes because I don't think it's an overcorrection. I don't think it's too much of a course correct. I think that's how much they've flooded the marketplace, Jared. I mean, think about it. 37 movies since 2008. That's insane. That's insane. That's not normal. That's not regular. That's insane. I don't care how successful they've been. 37 movies in a little over 17 years is insane. Insane. Like there's no precedent for that whatsoever. And then you add what? 9, 10, 11 shows? Insane. Especially since all those shows have been what? Post 2020? So, yeah, I'm fine with it. Truthfully, I don't think it's too big of a course correction. I don't think it's too much at all. Like I think that, and I only say this because I've observed people talk about how many Marvel movies there are, and these are normies saying this when they talk about how daunting it is and how there are so many and they don't know where to begin, right? And when I got coworkers that, they have a group of friends and they were scared about whether or not to go see Fantastic Four because they didn't know how many movies they needed to watch to get caught up on, and I had to reassure them, no, it's a standalone. You don't need any prior knowledge, and then they were able to go see the movie, right? Now, how many other people didn't get that message and didn't go see Fantastic Four? So, no, I get it, Jared. I don't think it's an overcorrection. I really don't. And I'm waiting to see exactly how it plays out. But no, I don't think it's an overcorrection whatsoever. I think it's nice for them to scale down and start building more towards epic event films. I think that's going to prove better for them. And I think if DC Studios sticks to their 2 and 2 idea like they're planning to do, I think it's going to prove better for them as well. It'll be better for the genre, truthfully, because there's too many movies, man. 37 movies from one franchise since 2008 is insane. I don't care how much of them I've enjoyed. I don't care how much of them we've all enjoyed. It's insane. We're fans. We have to remember that the general audience doesn't look at this the same way that we do. So I personally don't think it's an overcorrection. I think it's fine. But we'll see how it plays out and how it goes. Let's get to your thoughts on Fantastic Four. You labeled your second email Flight-tastic Four, First Chats, and Star Trek News. I like that. That's a nice play on words. Jared shares his thoughts on the Fantastic Four movie and the latest Flightcast episode with Ray. That's the Gemini summary. Here we go. He says, hey Ray, so here are my thoughts on Fantastic Four First Steps and your recent Flightcast episode. Overall, I really enjoyed the newest Fantastic Four movie. It's a super fun sci-fi adventure film, and it definitely gives a different feel than previous MCU films. More so than any other movie, this has the zany yet heartfelt sci-fi feel of some of the best Fantastic Four comics and was a great movie on its own terms. The titular four truly exemplified their roles, he says. Pascal did a great job balancing Reed's intelligence and humanity, though I kind of wish they let Reed be a little more creative with his stretchy powers. Joseph Quinn was great as Johnny Storm. He was still a jokester and a bit of a ladies' man, but they also showcase his intelligence and the care he has for his family. Eben probably had the least to do as Ben, but what was there was pretty good, and surprisingly, Ben with the beard works. It does, but I would have liked to see him stick in his classic, appearance, but either way, it's fine. Wasn't a deal breaker. And Vanessa Kirby definitely killed it as Sue Storm in both her feats of power and being able to reach and connect people. Finally, Julia Garner was awesome as the Silver Surfer, and Ralph Ineson killed it as Galactus. I was shocked to find out that he actually wore a practical suit, and I think it worked really well. Yeah, I was kind of shocked at that too. When they showed the behind the scenes images of him, and like he was taking pictures, I think, with like his daughter or somebody, and you see him like in the suit, like, damn, they actually filmed him. Okay, that wasn't all CGI, and that was great. That was really good. That was awesome. All that with some amazing action set pieces, brilliant music, and some intriguing hints to the future. This is definitely a highlight of Marvel's recent films. I'm not 100% sure where I would put it on my list, but it'll probably be up there, he says. Now, on to your latest episode of the Flight Cast. I agree that the Authority probably isn't canned, he says, but rather other characters are taking bigger priorities. After all, considering the Authority is often considered the team that takes superheroes to their most extreme conclusion, it makes sense that it has to be our more classic characters like Batman and Wonder Woman, as well as Superman, established to make for a better contrast for the Authority. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, they're not going to come out with it while we still haven't been introduced to Wonder Woman or Batman in that regard. That's a good point. The Trinity should be established for that. I agree with that. As for all the Star Trek news, he says, to start, I will say that I looked it up, and from what I'm seeing, the reason why they're calling Puppet Pike is because the term Muppet is owned by Disney. So I'm guessing even though the Jim Henson Company is working on it, they literally cannot call them that because Paramount is making this. Well, that's fine. I can call the Muppets on my show. That'd be just like Disney to own that damn copyright. No, you can't use the word Muppet. Okay, fine, whatever. They're Muppets. They're Muppets, damn it. They're not regular puppets. Based on the Jim Henson definition of what a Muppet actually is, they're Muppets. If Paramount can't legally say it, fine. Okay. It's just like how before this whole X-Men thing, Disney, they like Marvel Studios got to call mutants enhanced, right? Like that ridiculousness. Legalities. All right, fine, whatever. They're Muppets. I can call them Muppets. Anyway. He says, as for the talk about a Star Trek Year One sort of series, I don't know if I would be terribly interested in that, he says. I mean, I get wanting to keep using that set, and the actors they've already cast for Strange New Worlds are good in their roles. However, we've had 3 seasons, 6 movies, 6.5 it could be argued, 3 more movies in an alternate universe, and more. We'll get 5 seasons of a semi-prequel show all about Kirk, the Kirk crew, and the First Enterprise. And I don't know if they can really do anything really new or exciting with that concept, other than maybe an episode or streaming movie about Kirk's first command/mission on the Enterprise. But other than that, I think I would rather see them do something new. I will disagree with you on that, and here's why. Number one, first, they are doing something new with Starfleet Academy, which is great, right? And truthfully, they could have continued Lower Decks as well, because that was set, closer to the TNG timeline and closer to like the Picard timeline, right? Like they could do something with that in that timeline, and maybe they can certainly pick up with something after the Picard timeline. But here's where I disagree in terms of like, because you said 3 seasons, 6 movies, 6.5. What's the half? What's the half movie? You're not Generations, because Generations is not half of a TNG, half of a TOS movie. No, Generations is false advertising. If that's your example, I don't know if that's your example, Jared, but that poster that says 2 captains, 1 destiny leads you to believe that Kirk and Picard are working together for the entirety of the movie, and they are not. They are legitimately not. Captain Kirk is a bookend in that movie. He shows up at the beginning, he shows up at the end. That is it. So if that's your 6.5, no, it can't be argued. That is not 6.5. Because it's 6 full movies and then a smattering of an appearance, right? I'll give you a quarter. I'll give you a quarter if you really want to say it again. Because I can't think of what other example you're thinking of as far as movies, right? But 6.25 is the best I will do for you, not half. Absolutely not half. No way. Generations is a TNG movie. Is 75% TNG, quarter team up, if that. Truthfully, if we're being fair. But you said 3 seasons, 6 movies, 6.25, 3 more movies in an alternate universe, and more. You'll get 5 seasons of a semi-prequel show all about the Kirk crew and the First Enterprise. Well, it's not the Kirk crew. It's the Pike crew and the First Enterprise. And there's plenty that they can do. Here's what they can do. First of all, the Year One, right? Because again, there is a decent amount of time. There's a jump between where No Man has gone before. First, there's a jump between where we're at now and where No Man has gone before, which is the first episode with Kirk. That's Kirk's pilot, right? And then there's a jump between that and the Man Trap, like in the rest of the original series, right? And McCoy doesn't even show up until the Corbomite Maneuver, and the Corbomite Maneuver was technically the third episode produced after Where No Man Has Gone Before, right? So we're talking about it, and then Chekhov doesn't show up until the second season, so you don't even have to introduce everybody, right? But literally calling it year one, you can focus on missions that happen before we even get to Where No Man Has Gone Before, or missions before you even get to the Corbomite Maneuver. You don't even have to bring McCoy in, or you can show how McCoy shows up later and how Chekhov shows up later, right? You can totally do that. Or here's another idea. Now, this is really ambitious, and I don't think they'll do that, but an idea that I thought of that would be really cool if they actually took the time to do this, and I don't think they will, because I don't even know that they're going to do this at all, but just an idea to do this is you could make a Star Trek series where there are episodes that occur with Kirk's crew, not Pike, Kirk's crew, that happen in between the episodes of the original series. And we know that they happen in between because there are little nods, right? You know, like maybe after the Tribbles episodes, like Scotty, are you sure you got rid of all the Tribbles from last week or whatever, right? Or maybe at the end of the episode, they're headed towards like to discover the Doomsday Machine, or they're gonna head to the planet with the gangster planet. Was it Omicron or whatever? I can't remember the name of the planet off the top of my head, but either way, they can make little nods. They can tell stories they can have episodes that happen in between the episodes that occurred. You know what else they could do, truthfully, honestly? They could even go further and connect the original series to the animated series. I mean, they're already kind of there, right? But like the animated series had the Rec Room concept first, that was essentially the holodeck. So like there are ways that they could tell that story and tell new stories in between. There's a lot of stuff there, man, because it's a 5-year mission and we only saw 3 seasons of it. Really, we really only saw 3 seasons of it. And then don't get me started on the gap between the motion picture and Star Trek 2. There's a 10-year gap, right? The motion picture happens, I believe, in 2271. Star Trek 2 Wrath of Khan happens in 2285. That's 14 years. There's a 14-year gap. Now, I'm not suggesting they go into the movie territory. All I'm saying, Jared, is there's more than enough time in between the episodes and the movie canon that you're talking about for them to tell other stories. And if you don't believe me, go read the Star Trek DC comics that do take place in between that continuity, most certainly. And pocketbooks, right? Pocketbooks, the books that have been written by authors like Peter David, may he rest in peace, and many others that fill in gaps in between episodes of the original series and the movies. No, there is more than enough of a time frame for them to tell new stories with Kirk's crew going forward, and I would love that. I would absolutely love that, truthfully, to be honest with you. I would love to see a real progression so that we can really connect Strange New Worlds to the original series, right? And I know that they're going to do that. I know they're going to end the show that way, but still, I would love to see future adventures because I like this cast. I really like how they put this cast together, and I like that we've got 4 of the Kirk crew already there. We still need Sulu, we need McCoy, we need Chekhov. They can do that, man. So I'm going to disagree. I would love to see them. I want to see them do both. They're doing Starfleet Academy anyway. You can do new things. Star Trek is an expansive universe. There's a lot that you can play around with it. It's been around for nearly 60 years. I don't feel like limiting this franchise, and it's Paramount's biggest IP, so I think it's in their best interest to lean into that big IP as much as possible, because they don't have anything else of that size. No, Transformers is not as big. No, Ninja Turtles is not as big. No, Nickelodeon is not as big. Star Trek is the biggest IP that Paramount has by far, and lean into it, because you have a wealth of content that you can, go forward with in either timeline, whether it's original series or whether it's the later stuff as well, truthfully. He says, anyway, I have to thank you for mentioning that Khan audio drama podcast because that does sound pretty interesting. Yeah, it does. It is. I listened to the trailer for it, and I love that Nicholas Meyer, director of Wrath of Khan, is involved. So, yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by that, to be honest with you, truthfully. And I don't really listen to like audio dramas like that, but that's one that I think I would like to listen to because it is going to be canonical. As for the Starfleet Academy trailer, he says, it looks promising. I'm not really familiar with this period that the show takes place in, but I'm curious to see where it goes. It feels a bit counterintuitive to have a show in a franchise all about exploration take place in a seemingly single location. But hey, Deep Space Nine was able to make it work, so hopefully they can do the same. Definitely going to try it out when it premieres, and hopefully I'll be caught up on all the newer Star Trek stuff by then. And that should be enough for me on this one. Looking forward to your future episodes. Jared, as always, thank you for the feedback. I will also just reiterate, Starfleet Academy does have a ship. Like Holly Hunter's character is captaining a ship, so they're definitely going to be traveling to different locales. And yes, you are right. DS9 absolutely made it work, and boy, were they creative in how they made it work. And yeah, the timeline in which Starfleet Academy is taking place is the Discovery timeline. It's post Star Trek Discovery, so we're talking 32nd century, 930 years into the future from the point where Strange New Worlds started in that regard. So yeah, you would have to watch Discovery in order to get caught up on that, but I suspect you don't necessarily have to, and we're gonna see a lot of like Easter eggs callbacks. Like if that trailer is an indicator, we're gonna see a ton of callbacks to the older shows and whatnot, and it's gonna be very reverential to the past in terms of rebuilding the Federation in that timeline. So yeah, should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, I look forward to anything Star Trek, no doubt about that. But thank you as always for the feedback, Jared. It is indeed greatly appreciated. Wowzer, this was a long ass episode. Man, oh man, over 5 hours. How about that? But we had a lot to talk about, right? We had a couple of weeks worth of emails to get to, and we had to talk about Superman. We had to talk about Fantastic Four. We had a number of things to get through. But thank you as always for everybody for listening to the show, sending in the feedback. Hope that these episodes aren't too long. If they are, then we may just have to break them up. We may have to find a different way to get through all of this feedback, indeed, from just the couple of you. But thank you to everybody that sent in feedback. Thank you to John R. Thank you to Alex De Silva. Thank you to Sam Otten. Thank you to Anthony Dorsey for his email missive. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Amr, for your breakdowns and whatnot. Thank you to everybody who sent in feedback this particular week. And those of you that want to join in on the feedback circle and talk about movies, TV, and other sorted media for the next Flight Chat episode, you know where to find me on Threads and on Instagram at the FlightCast, on Blue Sky at FlightCast. You can comment on the posting for this particular episode on the FlightCast YouTube page. There's also the FlightCast Facebook page, and of course that can be reached by email at ray@theflightcast.com. All right, take care, stay safe out there, and I will see you all next time. Take it easy.